Chapter 1. Dawn. I should have known my life was about to change as soon as I spotted my dad standing outside the gates of Tokyo Progressive, our international high school. We'd been living in Tokyo for 3 years, and our father had never picked us up from school. Not once. Shit, Byron signed when he saw Dad. Think Coach called him about the fight? My heart swelled with pity for Byron. I hated that Jake Nakamura and his friends ganged up on him today after basketball practice. Again. But I knew he still wasn't ready to tell Dad why. Don't say anything to him about what happened. Byron signed as if confirming my conclusion. I won't, I signed back. Promise me, he insisted. I promise. I put extra emphasis on the sign for promise to reassure him. Then we both stopped signing because we were getting too close to the gates. Dad's signing wasn't the best. Weirdly, he'd picked up Japanese much faster. Half the time, he depended on my mother saying everything she signed out loud. But just in case, we didn't want to risk him seeing our conversation. If Dad knew what was going on with Jake Nakamura, he'd insist on solving it. And Byron didn't want that. My brother ducked his chin as if tilting his head at just the right angle would keep Dad from seeing the purple and yellow bruise already developing over his left eye. It didn't. What happened to your eye, Ronnie? Dad demanded as soon as we walked out of the school gates. Basketball game, Byron mumbled. Caught an elbow. Dad took Byron by the chin, his expression concerned but skeptical. You want me to talk to your coach? Back in my day, laps were the only way to get guys to stop throwing them elbows. Byron let out a weak chuckle. Dad had rigid, sky-high expectations for both of us. But he was also nice and pretty funny in a dad way. Neither of us ever wanted to disappoint him. Especially Byron. What are you doing here? Is everything okay? I asked, to save my brother from answering Dad's question about calling the basketball coach. Dad let go of Byron's chin. You okay with going on the subway by yourself today? I've got to take your sister somewhere. Okay, vague. A weird prickle of foreboding popped off in the back of my head. But I guess Byron wasn't nearly as loyal to me as I was to him. He took Dad's question as the perfect chance to escape. Okay, see you at home, he said in a rush, and then he was out of there. So fast, I imagined animated cartoon plumes of smoke coming off his feet as he headed toward the station that would take him back to Adachi-ku, the ward where we lived. Dad started walking with me in the opposite direction. Where are we going? I asked. The Roppongi district, Dad answered. What happened to your brother's eye? I shrugged. It was like that when he came outside. And you didn't ask him about it? God, I wanted to tell my dad the truth. Maybe Jake would stop terrorizing Byron if I just told him everything. But I promised Byron I wouldn't, and the fallout would be huge if I did. It could totally upend our lives. No, I decided to reply. That answer was true if you stood on your tippy toes and stretched a little. I hadn't asked Byron what happened because I knew what went down as soon as he met me in the hallway outside the gym. Dad went quiet. For so long, I thought for sure he was thinking of ways to grill me even harder. But then he said, "You're good at keeping secrets. That might come in handy. I need you to do me a favor. Actually, it's a favor for one of Mr. Nakamura's associates." Mr. Nakamura was Jake's grandfather and Dad's boss. I'd learned early in my childhood never to ask questions about what Dad actually did for his bosses. But when we lived back in New Jersey, he worked for a bunch of Italians with a lot of tattoos who always wore suits. And now that we're living here in Tokyo, he worked for a bunch of Japanese men with a lot of tattoos who always wore suits. I wouldn't say Mr. Nakamura was Yakuza, especially not out loud. But I wouldn't not say it either. "A favor," I repeated, my voice as careful could be. Why did I have a feeling this had something to do with last weekend, when Byron and I accidentally ran into Dad at that club in the Roppongi district? He'd been in full guard mode, coming down the steps from the VIP section in front of Mr. Nakamura and a few other Asian guys dressed in suits. Dad was one of those guys who was always scanning, especially when he was on the job. So he'd spotted us before we'd even had a chance to think about trying to turn away and hide. We'd given him a guilty wave, but he hadn't waved back, just stared at us both angrily, like, what the hell? Technically, the club was only for people over 20, Japan's legal drinking age. We probably wouldn't have gotten in if Byron weren't so tall. He also had that cool, vaguely brown foreigner look that was always in demand inside Tokyo's hottest nightclubs. Byron was so good-looking. It almost made up for him dragging his decidedly uncool dumpling of a sister into the venue behind him. Dad took a step toward us, and I braced myself for him to come over and ask what the hell we were doing there, sipping on alcoholic drinks. I didn't mind getting caught. Clubbing with Byron had been more fun than I'd anticipated. We'd gotten tipsy on grasshoppers and danced ourselves silly before Dad showed up. I'd figured getting grounded for at least a month wasn't so bad a price to pay for the awesome night we had. I liked staying home most Saturday nights anyway. My mom pressed me so hard about my schoolwork, it was usually the only chance I got during the week, outside of art club, to dedicate some serious time to making art. I'd only come out with Byron that night to help him feel better about having to return to Tokyo Progressive, or Toprog, as all the students called it, for a second term, after what happened with Jake toward the end of the first one. And the truth was, I was getting tired. I wouldn't have minded if Dad told us right then and there that it was time to call it a night. But before he could come towards us, one of the older guys coming down the stairs beckoned Dad over. He looked to be around the same age as my dad, but with a lot more salt in his otherwise ink-black hair. I had a feeling he wasn't one of Mr. Nakamura's guys. He came off a lot more intimidating than a minion, and he had a lot more visible tattoos. They crawled above the closed collar of his shirt and over the hand he'd beckoned my father with for what looked like a short conference. I probably should have chosen that moment to leave. Byron had been tugging on my arm, clearly ready to ghost. But something had kept me there, rooted to the spot. I'd had this weird feeling that they were talking about me. A feeling that had been semi-confirmed when Dad glanced back at me, then nodded at the super tatted Asian guy who'd been doing most of the talking. And then, well, nothing. In the end, Dad had just walked out with his group. He never confronted us. And to our relief, he didn't bring it up to our mom, who would have lost her shit if she'd known we'd been out clubbing, not studying with mutual friends like we'd told her. That was 5 days ago. And now, here was Dad saying he needed a favor for an associate of Mr. Nakamura's who lived in the same expensive district where he'd caught us underage clubbing. As we walked toward a station with trains that only went in the opposite direction of our apartment in one of Tokyo's less expensive wards, I had to ask, what would a friend of Mr. Nakamura's want from me? It's the son of Mr. Nakamura's associate, actually, Dad answered as we stepped onto the station's down escalator. He needs some ASL tutoring. Tutoring? I repeated. Is he Japanese? That would sort of make sense. Back when Byron was still popular, the other kids in his deaf studies track were always asking him to teach them bits of American Sign Language. No, he's a Chinese boy, hoping to go to college in America someday. He already has a private tutor for everything else, but his guy can't teach him ASL. Why ASL? Is he hard of hearing like Byron and Mom? Dad made an agitated sound like I was asking him too many questions. He doesn't talk. That's all I know. Okay. Like Alice said in that Lewis Carroll book I'd had to read last year for English class, curiouser and curiouser. So, you actually met this kid? I asked my dad. Briefly, he answered. One terse word. He wanted me to let this go. I could tell. Dad never talked about work. Ever. But I had to ask, shouldn't Byron teach him since he's a boy too? This is an important associate of Mr. Nakamura's. Byron wouldn't be a good fit. I need somebody who would take the job seriously. I guess Dad had a point. Byron was the one who would eventually lose most of his hearing to the same genetic condition as Mom, but he believed that science would magically work everything out for him. He barely kept up with his special deaf classes at school, since he figured he wouldn't need JSL after leaving Japan. And he had absolutely no interest in learning how to read lips. He probably wouldn't have retained his ASL as well as he had, if not for us signing with Mom every day. The truth was, I took ASL way more seriously than he did. The train whooshed into the station soon after Dad and I stepped onto the platform for the line headed toward the Roppongi district. Dad hustled me inside. He was no longer in the army, but he always acted like grabbing a seat was some kind of special ops mission. I guess there weren't too many people headed toward one of Tokyo's most popular nightlife destinations this early in the day, though. We easily found 2 seats right by the door. I'm a little worried about teaching a kid, I admitted to my father after we sat down. I've never tutored anybody before, and I don't want to embarrass your boss. Don't worry too much about it. This is just a meet and greet to see if the boy likes you. If he doesn't want you to be his teacher, that's okay. The point is, we have to try because it's a special request from Mr. Nakamura's associate. But, if the boy says anything to you, anything I should know, then make sure to tell me. Well, that took some of the pressure off. But I had to wonder, anything like what? That agitated look came over Dad's face again. Just take the meeting. Probably won't anything come of it. Sometimes guys in my business like to demand things just because they can. I opened my mouth to put another question to him, but before I could, Dad asked, "You sure you don't want to tell me what's really going on with your brother?" Dad's tone was genial enough, but I knew this was him changing the subject to something I didn't want to talk about, so I'd stop asking him questions about something he didn't want to talk about. Message received. It was early September, still warm outside. But suddenly, I felt cold. Maybe it was because of the train's AC, or maybe it was because of the conversation. Either way, I tried to button up my dark blue uniform jacket, only to remember that wasn't an option for me anymore. I'd discovered the past Monday that my jacket no longer fit over my chest. I'd gained even more weight over the summer break, and a couple of bra sizes. "What's going on there?" Dad asked when I gave up on buttoning my jacket. My cheeks warmed. Explaining that your school uniform jacket no longer fit because your breasts were too big wasn't a conversation any teenage girl wanted to have with her father. "It's fine," I answered. Dad regarded me with the same concerned but skeptical look he gave Byron earlier. "Tell you what, how about if I take that jacket of yours to the tailor while you're meeting with the Chinese boy? I know a place near our house that can get it turned around for you in a couple of hours. Just give it to me now so I don't forget." My heart filled with relief. This is what I loved about my dad. My mom would have lectured me forever about needing to lose weight, but Dad just offered to get my jacket taken out. No questions asked. Real soldier. "Thanks, Dad," I said, taking off the jacket and handing it to him. We spent the rest of the train ride talking about innocuous things like what Mom might be making for dinner and my first week back at school for the second term of my last year in Japanese high school. About 20 minutes later, we walked up to the front doors of a sleek Roppongi high-rise. Dad told the doorman that the tenant on the top floor was expecting us, in Japanese. We were waved right inside to an opulent lobby filled with modern furniture and giant chandeliers. Another doorman escorted us to a bank of elevators, inserted a card, and pushed a code on the elevator's number panel before wishing us a good day in English. The higher the elevator rose, the more nervous I felt. It didn't even ding when we reached our destination. The doors just slid open, revealing a hallway lined in gorgeous black and gold brocaded wallpaper. At the end of it, there was a single door with a man almost as broad as my father standing outside. He looked to be about Dad's age, maybe a little older. He wore a shiny suit with an open collar shirt, and I noticed a colorful tattoo proudly displayed on his chest as we approached. My dad automatically spread his arms out when we stopped in front of the guard, and when his pat-down was done, Dad indicated I should do the same? Okay, what kind of tutoring job required a weapons check? I did as Dad said, but faint alarm bells were going off in the back of my head. My pat-down went a lot faster than Dad's, just 3 perfunctory claps down my sides. Afterward, the guard smiled and introduced himself in Japanese as Donnie. "My daughter's got Dawn in her name, too," my dad told him, voice affable like they were already old friends. "But it's spelled D-A-W-N. Oh, we are twins," Donnie answered with a laugh. I discovered then that my Japanese listening comprehension had gotten way better over the years since we'd moved to Tokyo. Even though Donnie and Dad spoke way faster than my classroom teachers, I laughed, understanding what they said. And I could even tell that the guard spoke with a foreign accent. Chinese, maybe. Like the boy I would be tutoring, the one who wanted to learn ASL so that he could go to college in the USA someday. Donnie opened the door for us, just like the doorman downstairs. But this time, my dad hung back. "I'm going to go take care of your jacket. See you at home, okay?" He gave me a significant look as he said this, one I easily translated. Be cool. Wait, my father was really going to leave me alone here? With these weapon-checking strangers? I wanted to call after him, beg him to stay with me like I did my mom the first day of kindergarten. But he was already halfway back to the elevator, and I didn't want to embarrass him, or myself. Taking a deep breath, I walked through the door that Donnie was holding open for me. My first sight of the apartment replaced the alarm bells with utter amazement. This place had to be at least 10 times as big as the one I shared with my family in Adachiku. The living room alone looked like it could fit our entire apartment inside it. The same gorgeous wallpaper from the hallway covered the walls. And I was no interior design expert, but all the furniture looked expensive and ultra-modern. It was all sparkling white with sharp edges. "Right this way," Donnie said, interrupting my gawk fest. He led me down another hallway, but this one wasn't wallpapered. In fact, it was completely bare. No pictures of family or A+ homework on display like at our apartment, just 2 white walls. Japanese minimalism, maybe? But something told me it wasn't. I thought about how my father never gave the downstairs doorman a name. Also, how Donnie pretty much invited me, a 17-year-old he'd just met, to call him by his first name. Sure, he was Chinese, but that was almost unheard of in Japan. Whoever lived here, they were rich and very, very anonymous, I concluded. As crazy nice as this apartment was, there were no personal touches. The residents didn't seem at all interested in letting visitors know who they were. "Victor is right through there," Donnie told me, raising a hand toward a set of open double sliding doors at the far end of the hallway. "You can go right in. He's expecting you." So that was his name. Victor. I started down the hallway, alone. And to think I was so irritated about having to read Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll last year. 16-year-old me thought it was too childish and simplistic. But 17-year-old me was totally identifying with the confused and lost Alice as I walked down that long tunnel of a hallway. "You need to calm down, Dawn," I told myself. "It's just a kid. Don't worry. You've totally got this." I came to a dead stop when I reached the open doorway. My mouth fell open. I totally didn't have this. 2 guys were fighting with wooden sticks inside the room. I mean, just going at it, like they were trying to kill each other. They moved blindingly fast, and the sound of their wooden poles banging against each other filled the air. To me, who'd never seen anyone physically fight with sticks before, it looked like one of those kung fu movies Byron loved. They were grunting and swinging with extreme force. It honestly appeared like somebody was going to be broken or dead before the battle was over. One of the fighters was broad and with heavy muscles, and the other was tall and lean. They were pretty evenly matched, I concluded after watching them go at it for a while. Muscles' swings looked way harder to block, but the lean one had a further reach, which allowed him to get in quick jabs from farther away. I stood there, frozen in the doorway, not sure what else to do but watch. Were these the older brothers of the boy I was supposed to be tutoring? A gray-haired teacher I didn't notice before suddenly yelled something out in a language I was pretty sure was Chinese. And the two fighters stopped on a dime, lowering their sticks. They bowed to each other, and then to their teacher. Then both fighters immediately turned toward me. My stomach flipped, weird and clumsy, like that one time my mom tried to put me in gymnastics. Obviously, Donnie had pointed me to the wrong room, and now the two fighters, unbelievably hot fighters, were walking straight toward me. My breath hitched as they approached. The lean one had long but somehow also spiky hair, an impossible combination that I had only ever seen before in anime. He was insanely gorgeous, and his unbothered lope told me he was used to girls staring. Confidence radiated off of him in waves. Muscles wasn't nearly as pretty as his friend, but he was way more arresting. His face was a collection of sharp angles that gave his beauty a harder and more dangerous edge. I'd be too nervous to speak with Anime Guy if we were alone in this room, but I'd be too scared to speak to the other one. Forget Muscles. I decided then and there to nickname this one Danger. But I wasn't here for them. I was here for Victor, their little brother. Reminding myself of that, I put a lot of effort into not looking as scared as I felt when they stopped in front of me. They both gave me short bows. I knew there were rules to bowing. We had learned them in cultural studies, but they all flew out of my head, so I just awkwardly returned their bows with something I could only hope was a decent head nod. Danger stared at me, even as Anime Guy asked him something I didn't understand in Chinese. Danger nodded in response to Anime Guy, but his eyes stayed on me, black and glittering with cold curiosity. I swear I could feel his gaze burning into my skin. It was like having two hot lasers aimed directly at me. "You're here to tutor Victor?" Anime Guy asked in Japanese. As pretty as he was, I couldn't say the same for his speech. His accent was rough and over-direct, nothing like the careful and deliberately slow Japanese spoken to me at my school by people who weren't sure if I'd understand them. However, I nodded quickly, eager to move on from pretending that I wasn't frying underneath Danger's intimidating stare. "Yes, the guard pointed me this way, but I think I walked into the wrong room. Do you know where I could find him?" Anime Guy grinned, all perfect straight teeth and cool hair. "No, you've got the right place. This is Victor's room." "Oh." I look around, taking in the rest of the space. Room was an understatement. Just like I didn't see the teacher beforehand, I hadn't clocked that the room was actually a huge suite. The gym area had several barbells and a treadmill, but it was only a third of the room. There was a large viewing area with couches at the other end of the suite, also a door, which I assumed led to a bedroom, and in the middle of the enormous room sat a long, low table with golden cushions on either side, presumably for sitting. The table was covered with a laptop, a bunch of Chinese textbooks I couldn't read the titles of, and a few English ASL books. So, yes, this had to be where Victor did his schoolwork. Maybe his brothers had just borrowed the room for their weirdly intense stick-fighting lesson. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Do you know when Victor will get here? Anime guy screwed up his face like I was stupid. You're looking at him. I stilled. The alarm bells were back. And this time, they weren't faintly ringing. They were full-on blasting. So, you're Victor? I asked Anime Guy hopefully. He was almost too pretty to look at, and I was barely keeping it together for this conversation. But the alternative? I couldn't even manage a glance at Danger, even though I could still feel his stare on me. Anime Guy didn't straight up laugh at me, but he looked like he was thinking about it. No, I am Han, he answered. Then he waved a hand toward Danger. This is Victor. My heart dropped all the way to my feet. A Chinese boy, my father had called him. But none of the boys I knew had muscles. As mean as Jake and his buddies had been to Byron, none of them could fight like that. And none of them had ever looked at me in a way that froze me in place because my body couldn't decide whether to throw up or run away screaming. Hi, I'm Dawn. I somehow managed to squeak out to Victor in Japanese anyway. The not a boy at all signed something back, but I didn't understand. He's saying you can speak English. Han translated for me. He doesn't talk, but he can understand it. So he wasn't deaf after all. Either that, or he was really good at reading lips. I swallowed, trying to get some water into my throat. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Victor. I eventually managed to lie. I was all sorts of self-conscious, even though I didn't have to struggle through English the same way I did with Japanese. There came a long, intense moment of silence. Then Victor raised his hands to sign some more words I didn't understand. But his signs weren't directed at me, as it turned out. As soon as Victor lowered his hands, his friend and his teacher started to clear out. It was nice to meet you, Han said in English as he grabbed his stuff and headed for the door. Maybe it was his accent, but it sounded like he was mocking me. In any case, he disappeared out the door before I could say anything in return. The teacher didn't even bother with goodbyes, just bounced. And then suddenly, it was only Victor and me. Him, silent and looming. Me, frozen and afraid. My dad had been wrong. Victor wasn't a boy. He was something else entirely. And now, I was all alone with him.
Chapter 2. Victor. This was a mistake. Victor realized that almost as soon as Han and his martial arts teacher left him alone with his specially ordered tutor. The girl who'd introduced herself as Dawn seemed unable to unglue her eyes from the floor. He didn't believe it was due to deference. He'd been anticipating this meeting all day. He'd even pushed back his regular sparring session with Han to happen right before it. He'd hoped to tire himself out so as not to appear overly eager when she arrived. But now, doubt, a feeling he was most unfamiliar with, began to creep in, along with a chill from the sweat he'd broken during his ill-advised pre-tutoring workout. She had appeared so relaxed and natural when he'd first seen her on the dance floor of one of the clubs his triad owned in the Roppongi district. The fact that she was both rounder and browner than most of the other women in the club had been enough to draw his attention from the VIP balcony. She had long, curly black hair that ran wild down her back without rhyme or reason, like hanging foliage that couldn't decide if it wanted to be ivy or flowers or both. Her outfit was overly practical in the way of American tourists. A swing top and jeans paired with brightly colored sneakers. Her shirt was loose at the bottom but clung to her large breasts as she danced. At first, he'd merely watched her, absently wondering what it would be like to fuck someone who looked such the opposite any woman he'd had before. But when she'd started signing with her dance partner, he'd become transfixed and oddly jealous. Even though boyfriend obstacles were easily cleared with money or violence, or both. Was the tall boy she was dancing with her boyfriend? No, he decided upon closer look. He was tall and thin, while she was short and wide. But other than that, they'd look very much alike. Their skin was the same shade of light brown, and they both had wide but slightly upturned eyes. Perhaps one of their parents was Asian. They also had matching smiles, happy and breezy. Neither of them looked old enough to be in this club. Yet they didn't seem concerned about drawing too much attention to themselves as they enthusiastically danced to an American rap song, encouraging everyone in the club to get tipsy. Then, as if the track had given them ideas, they had headed toward one of the club's 3 downstairs bars. Victor was supposed to be pretending to care about whatever business his father was discussing with the Nakamura Gumi crime syndicate leader. But he'd risen from his seat to track her progress, unable to stop watching the girl who shouldn't have been in their club. Her hands flew as she and her brother waited in line, and she kept on bubbling over with laughter. Real, wide-mouthed laughter. She didn't cover up her joy with a hand like so many girls in Japan did. It had killed him that he couldn't comprehend her version of sign language. He'd never in his life wanted to understand someone more. Do you wish to have her? The inquiry came in from his left, like a wind whispering secret desires. Victor unglued his eyes from the girl to find his father regarding him with an amused look. In the background, Daizo Nakamura and his syndicate members were making moves to leave. All the bottles of champagne they'd ordered now sat on their sides, emptied of their intoxicating wares. And the girls the triad had arranged to entertain them all during their meeting had been transferred to Arms for later assignations at nearby love hotels. Nakamura's showy face guard was already at the stairs, scanning for possible enemies to assure his boss's safety. He was a large black man with no visible tattoos, and he towered over everyone else on the VIP balcony. An unorthodox choice for the head of one of Japan's oldest syndicates, to be sure. But Victor had understood why he'd been chosen. There was no way the guard had been given any real power or access to Yakuza business as a foreigner. Yet all of Daizo's enemies would think twice before trying to confront him in public. Victor had known he should stand and walk behind his father as he escorted their guests out, but he found his eyes wandering back to the girl. She looks to be about your age, his father had observed, following the direction of his stare. Yes, she did look his age. Though the way Victor lived, it was often easy for him to forget that he was also too young to be in this club. He wouldn't even be 18, the legal drinking age back in China, until January. It doesn't matter that she's a foreigner, his father added. Arrangements could be made. Victor hadn't doubted it. Aladdin's genie had nothing on his father. And since his wife's death, there was nothing Raymond Macau boy Zhang wouldn't do for his son she'd left behind. But he hadn't wanted the girl his father's way. His father's way would have destroyed her innocence and killed that happy light in her slightly upturned eyes. She and her brother had acquired neon green drinks, and they sipped from them like children getting away with something naughty. "I only wish to know the language she's speaking," Victor had answered, careful to position his body so that the members of the Nakamura syndicate wouldn't see him signing. His father had taught him never to sign unless he had to in public. Both their allies and their enemies could perceive it as a weakness. So that was all Victor had signed his father. But it had been all he'd had to sign, especially after Raymond discovered that the girl was the daughter of Nakamura's face guard. And now here she was, standing before him. The same as all the new electronics, video game consoles, and services Victor had requested in the years since his father had decided to tuck him and Han away in Tokyo. However, Victor found himself unable to regard the girl with the same sense of entitlement as those other things and people. This wasn't the same girl who had so entranced him at that club. She wore a prim Japanese school uniform now, with a baggy short-sleeved white shirt, a dark blue tie, and a pleated skirt of the same color. Her wild hair had been pulled back into a tame braided ponytail, and she wasn't close to smiling like she had when he'd been observing her from afar. Just the opposite. She appeared to be terrified of him. He was used to such fear from women in Japan. He had prioritized strength over everything else after what had happened to his mother. So now he was the opposite of the Japanese ideal, bulky and scary. Can you believe Han tried to get me to come over and talk to his flatmate? No thank you. He doesn't even talk. He's like a big scary animal. He'd overheard a girl say that about him at one of Han's parties. Since neither of them had tattoos yet, she had no idea who he and Han really were. And she'd had too much to drink. She'd burst into drunken tears and screamed like a banshee when Han threw her out. Victor hadn't told his chosen brother what she'd said, simply asked that she be ejected from the party. A request was all it ever took in Victor's world. But this wasn't one of Han's parties. And the way Don refused to meet his eyes, it reminded Victor of what he really was to girls who weren't paid to ignore his inability to talk and his unusual aesthetic. To her, he wasn't the son of the Red Diamond's Dragonhead. He was just a mute freak, too deformed and scary to attend a proper school or interact with other people his age. Victor averted his eyes too, suddenly too ashamed to keep staring at her. They might have remained that way for the full hour, but to his surprise, she broke the silence first. How do you want to do this?" she asked. "My father didn't tell me much, just that you were looking to learn ASL." Her innocent mention of her father made Victor wonder if she knew who her father was, who he served. Perhaps not, Victor decided, glancing down at her still bowed head. Sometimes the men of their world did that. They raised their sons to take over for them and inherit their titles, but they shielded their daughters from the truth of who they were. Who knew how Raymond would have treated the girl that had been in his mother's womb if she had survived what had happened as Victor had? He might have coddled and protected her and kept her far away from the ugly business of their world. He'd heard that Americans were significantly laxer about raising their children to assume responsibility. Perhaps even her brother didn't know what their father really did for a living. Victor thought back to how happy and carefree the two siblings had appeared while dancing and concluded that, no, neither knew the true details of their father's job. But of course, even their protective father hadn't dared to deny a request from Raymond Zhang. That was the only reason she was here, Victor reminded himself. And again, that had been a mistake. She could barely look up, and she obviously didn't want to be in the room alone with him. He should send her away. Forget this idea altogether. He nearly pulled out his phone to send Donnie a message to come fetch her and tell her to go home. But then he remembered something his father had told him often. Dragon heads must preserve face too. Surround yourself with the strong, but never let them believe they are stronger than you. Victor dropped his hand away from the pocket of his fighting pants. No, he couldn't do that. Panicking like a little boy and sending this girl away would make him appear weak. Better to remain with her for the agreed-upon hour and then never send for her again. With this decided, he indicated for her to sit at the long table where he made his studies. After a moment of hesitation, she sat down in the spot designated for tutors. He waited for her to settle before taking his own seat on his usual side of the table. Then there came another awkward silence. This one was even more excruciating than the last. She had broken the silence the last time. It was his turn to say something, but he had no idea what. As a future Red Diamond Dragon head, he had of course been taught manners, also the art of negotiation. But in truth, he did not have much experience talking with the opposite sex. For one thing, he couldn't speak. And for another, when women came to him, they were usually the ones with the onus to make him feel more relaxed, not the other way around. "I'm sorry," the girl started speaking in a sudden rush. "I'm awkward, and I've never taught anyone before. I'm not sure where to start, especially with someone who looks like you." She slapped a hand over her mouth, her dark brown eyes widening with mortification. "Oh God, did I just say that out loud? I talk too much, I'm sorry. It's just hard to be in here with you, alone. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm just really, really awkward." Victor's stomach rolled. He so revolted her that she could barely stand to be here. The urge to eject her from his apartment redoubled. But dragonheads could not appear weak. He picked up the scratch notepad he used to communicate with his tutors and wrote a message in English, a lie that would save both of them face. "ASL is my father's idea. One lesson. We can sit here for the hour, quiet, no talk." He slid the notepad across to her, and her lovely eyes widened as she read his words. But then, instead of going quiet as he suggested, she said, "Oh, so this is just a one-time thing. Okay. I think I can deal with that." She smiled at him, and her obvious relief curdled Victor's stomach. For the first time since coming to Japan, he wished he was lean and pretty like Han. Not an animal who frightened girls, on top of being physically incapable of speaking to them. Girls preferred men like his chosen brother, who looked like he had walked out of a J-romance. When Victor was preparing for the American tutor's visit, he'd read online that many girls from the USA did not like the thin look of Asian men, so he'd hoped perhaps this girl would appreciate his opposite build. But of course, she did not find him appealing. He felt stupid for even hoping she would. It was a hardship for her to even be in his presence. "If it's only a one-time thing, let's make a game of it, okay?" she said, jolting him from his miserable thoughts. A game? He didn't understand. Dawn grabbed the scratch paper he'd scribbled his face-saving note on and flipped it over. She wrote down several words on the blank side. Eat. Dad. Happy. School. 1 through 10, and so on. Okay, that's like 30 words if you count all the numbers, I think, she said, setting the pencil down. Should be enough. She lifted her wrist and started pressing the side buttons on her cheap plastic watch. I'm setting a timer for 20 minutes. We'll have that long to teach each other the signs for the words I wrote down. Then we'll both go through the list and try to sign as many of them as we remember. The winner will be whoever can sign the most words in the other person's sign language. Victor understood the rules she was setting forth, but frowned and picked up the pen to ask, "You want to learn CSL? Why?" Why? Why not? She shook her head at him like he was the strange one in this conversation. Then before he could write down any other questions, she said, "Okay, let's do this." Pinching her fingers down on her thumb, she pressed all the tips to her mouth. "That's the sign for eat." Then she looked at him expectantly. After a moment of hesitation, Victor made the CSL sign for eat, pantomiming chopsticks with his right index and middle finger. "Cool. Like chopsticks, right? That makes sense," she said, making the same sign. "Okay, here's the sign for dad." Widening her palm, she pressed her thumb to her forehead. Victor nodded, and this time he repeated her gesture before curling his fingers and pressing the side of his thumb to his lips. "Okay, sort of similar. I think I got it," she said, copying his sign. "Here's happy." She smiled hugely and circled her hands in front of her chest. But she scrunched her face when Victor did the same thing, more than once. He eventually had to write down, "You're happy, my happy, exactly the same." She gasped at his words, then laughed. The sound made everything inside Victor pause to appreciate the sound up close. There she was. There was the girl he'd seen from afar in that club. She was so pretty when she laughed. It made Victor want to laugh too. This was why he'd chosen her. This was why he'd wanted to learn her version of sign language as soon as he saw her. 20 minutes passed in a flash, and then it was time for each of them to do as many signs as they could. Victor went first, efficiently pantomiming the signs he remembered and skipping over the ones he'd forgotten. In the end, he accumulated 22 points for remembering 22 out of 30 words. Don whistled at his final tally. "Not bad. Okay, my turn." This was when Victor discovered something new about the girl from the club. She was completely untrustworthy. While he had exacting standards for himself and had skipped over the words he didn't know, Dawn wasn't nearly as honorable. The first time she came to a word she didn't know for certain, instead of skipping over it, she screwed up her face and said, "I think it sort of went something like this." Then she approximated a sign that only bore passing resemblance to the one he'd shown her. "No," Victor answered, in American Sign Language so she wouldn't mistake his meaning. But when he gave her the real sign, she signed and said at the same time, "Wait, I was close. I think I should get half a point for that." Noting the signs for half point, he answered, "No half point." "That's so unfair," she signed and whined at the same time. An argument ensued in which they both learned how to say a few more words in their separate sign languages, like unfair, rules, mean, and perhaps most importantly, as far as Dawn was concerned, cheat. But then they were interrupted by Donnie saying in Cantonese, "Victor, it's time for your next appointment." Victor looked up to find Donnie standing in the doorway with his favorite escort. Her name was Ayane, and she was wearing a cocktail dress that perfectly highlighted her willowy figure. Victor blinked at the sight. Was it that late already? It would seem that an hour and a half had passed without him checking the time once. Both he and Dawn jumped to their feet. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, looking at her watch. "We went way over." Her eyes skittered away from him again, and she stared openly at Ayane. Ayane was one of the most beautiful women available from Red Diamond's Japanese escort agency, always in high demand. His father had ordered her to visit Victor every Thursday. Most others would consider him lucky. But shame washed over him as Dawn stared at the woman who had interrupted their good time. And though he owed his tutor no explanation, he found himself wanting to tell her that this woman was no one special to him, merely a servant paid handsomely to please him. But then Dawn recovered. She looked back to Victor, signing and talking as she had before. "I'll go now. It was nice meeting you. This one time." This one time. The 3 words floated out of her mouth, but pierced Victor's chest like a lead bullet. There was a sinking feeling inside of him as he answered with one of the signs she taught him in ASL. "Thank you." She silently signed back, "You're welcome," in half-point CSL and smiled up at him. But her smile, it didn't reach her eyes. Not like it had when they'd been playing their game. He raised his hands, struggling to come up with a combination of simple signs to tell her to stay. He wanted to offer to send Ayane away and ask if maybe they could have dinner. But before he could, she dashed away, pushing past Donnie and Ayane without any further goodbyes. "That fat black girl speaks sign language?" Ayane asked in Japanese, staring after her with a giggle. "Oh, how cute! Is she your new tutor, Victor-san?" Yes, Victor decided right then and there. She was his new tutor. Despite what he'd written to save face, this wouldn't be a one-time thing.
Chapter 3. Dawn. I didn't catch every word the beautiful woman said in Japanese to Victor, but I did manage to pick out fat, black, and sign language. So I assumed she was talking about me. I could hear her laughing afterward. Maybe Victor was laughing too. I remembered the way his shoulders shook with silent amusement as we argued about half points. And that memory made me feel even more silly and stupid as I walked away. Why had I been so shocked when a pretty woman who obviously wasn't any kind of teacher showed up in Victor's suite? Of course, a guy as good-looking as Victor would have a girlfriend who was just as insanely hot as he was. And, of course, she'd make fun of me, the chubby American. I should be used to it by now after 3 years in Japan. There was no kind of beauty at any size movement here, like back in the States. In Nihon, you were either thin and pretty or fat and funny. Fat people were almost exclusively relegated to the role of the buffoon in J-dramas. So, of course, Victor and his Japanese girlfriend would laugh at me. Just because Victor and I had a lot of fun during our one-time tutoring session didn't mean that he found me as cute and interesting as I found him. Obviously, he preferred skinny Asian women who looked like they had just walked out of an ad for something crazy expensive. Could I be any more ridiculous to think I'd felt something sparking between us while we exchanged signs? My face stayed hot with embarrassment the whole train ride home back to Adachiku, where we lived. When I walked in, I found Dad sitting on the couch, reading the Mainichi Shogakusei Shinbun. Technically, it was a Japanese newspaper meant for kids, but Dad liked to use it for his language study. I could see Mom moving around our open-plan kitchen, making dinner. The whole apartment smelled like kimchi and her extra garlicky version of pork bulgogi. But my heart didn't jump with excitement like it usually did when Mom made my favorite dish. I was still too ashamed about what had happened with Victor. "How did it go with the Chinese boy?" Dad asked from the couch, lowering the kanji-covered paper. My frustration and anger clutching for something to grab onto, I scowled at him. Why did you call him a boy? He looked like a full-grown man. I literally asked him where his little brother was because I didn't think that guy could possibly be Victor. Dad chuckled. "I suppose to somebody as young as you, he comes off as older. But I'm pretty sure he's only high school age." The same age as me, but nothing like me. Sign language was the only thing we had in common. I'd only imagined feeling a real connection between us as we played the sign game I'd made up. Idiot, idiot, idiot. "From the look on your face, I'm assuming it didn't go too good," my father said, interrupting all the "I hate myself" thoughts swirling around my head. I shrugged, trying to act like I didn't care one way or the other. "He said it was a one-time thing because his father wanted him to learn ASL, so I won't be going back." "Probably for the best, Sweet Pea," Dad answered after a moment of consideration. "We don't want to be dealing with the Chinese. They're a whole nother animal." What did that mean? Was Dad talking about Chinese people in general? Or Victor and his father specifically? I thought about asking, but Dad raised his newspaper like the conversation was already over and done. "I'm glad you didn't get this job. You have better things to do than tutoring some Chinese boy on Thursdays anyway. And you're already wasting after-school study hours with that silly art club." I turned around to find my mother standing in the kitchen's open arch entrance. Ugh! She must have been reading our lips from afar. Unlike Byron, she adores watching in on other people's private conversations. And she'd deny it, but I'm pretty sure learning to read lips was the only thing she liked about going deaf in her 20s. "Hi, Mom," I signed and spoke. "How was your day? Good?" Mom was like Victor's girlfriend, except I'd never seen her in a dress as tight or short as that girl's. But my mom was the same kind of small and willowy. She was also stunning. Even in her early 40s, it was easy to see why my father fell so hard for her back when he served in Korea. She had silky black hair, which she wore tied back in a braid. The hairstyle perfectly framed her delicate features. My dad called her Doll, even in sign language. My mom said it was because he had so much trouble pronouncing or hand-spelling her real name, Jae-young. But I think it was because that's exactly what she looked like, a beautiful doll come to life. Byron had inherited her good looks and my father's height. Lucky him. I'd inherited my mother's height. But according to her, all her beauty was hidden underneath all my fat. "Where's your jacket?" she demanded, scanning me up and down. I debated how to answer. My mother had already complained bitterly about having to buy all new Oxford shirts for me a week ago. The last thing I wanted after that Victor session was another lecture about how I needed to stop growing out of my clothes. "She spilled some paint on it at art club, so I took it to the cleaners," my dad said and signed behind me. That was one of the reasons I loved him so much. He was always willing to tell a little white lie to keep my mom from coming after me. But Mom quickly found a way around Dad's criticism roadblock. "That's why I say that art club of yours is no good," she spoke, putting extra emphasis on the no good. "You better hope that paint comes out," she groused. "Those uniform jackets are very expensive, and we need that money for your college applications." Okay, did I say that reading lips was the only thing she liked about going deaf? I'm pretty sure she also loved that she could take her spoken exaggerations to even more ridiculous levels by overemphasizing them with her hand signs. "Go wash up and tell your brother it's time for dinner," she signed in a huff before I could defend art club or my completely made-up paint spill. We didn't even work with paint in art club today. It was a digital workshop on using all the tools in the Adobe Photoshop suite our school had just bought. "No arguing, Sweet Pea," Dad said, cutting me off just as I was coming up with a good response to Mom's latest unfair rant against art club. "Go do like your mom said." I stomped off in a frustrated huff. But after telling Byron dinner was ready, my thoughts returned to that Chinese boy as I washed up in our apartment's one bathroom. What was Dad's real connection to Victor and his family? Why had he asked me to tell him if Victor said anything he should know about? And what had he meant about not wanting to get involved with the Chinese? At this point, I had more questions than answers. But I figured Dad was probably right about one thing. Me never seeing Victor again was definitely for the best. Dinner lifted my mood, and scooping second and third servings of the delicious, tender meat into my rice bowl was worth having to endure a lecture from Mom about knowing when I'm full. Or her much less subtle, signed advice that I'd never be able to find a husband if I looked like a pork chop. "Leave her alone, doll," my father said and signed. "Black guys in America won't mind that she's a little thick." "Okay, can we stop talking about me like I'm a piece of meat?" I asked. "Yeah, let's talk about something else," Dad agreed. He pointed his chopsticks at Byron. "Like how you really got that shiner." Mom looked between them, confused. Dad had stopped signing when he decided to change the subject to Byron's eye, and she hadn't been able to lip-read what he'd said to my brother. Usually, I would fill her in when Dad forgot to sign. But not this time. "I told you already," Byron mumbled, scooping a fourth serving of bulgogi into his rice bowl. Of course, Mom didn't give him any lectures because he was skinny. I didn't want to accuse God of straight-up being unfair, but Byron could eat anything he wanted and never gain weight. However, at that moment, I felt sorrier for my brother than I did for me. Silence, weird and suspicious, rose between him and Dad at the table. "I've got to work for Mr. Nakamura tonight, but tomorrow, I'm going to show you how to throw a few punches," Dad eventually said. "Real men don't let themselves get beat on. We fight back." I looked between Dad and Byron, feeling my younger brother's misery as if it was my own. Yeah, it was wrong to lie, but Dad would have exploded if he found out the real reason Byron got that black eye. "By the way, how did you do on your math test today, Dawn?" Mom asked me in the ensuing silence. "Ugh," I was down with changing the subject again, but I wished Mom hadn't chosen this topic. Had my parents made a secret agreement to take turns picking on their kids before dinner? 82, I admitted, setting down my chopsticks because I already knew I was going to need both hands for this conversation. 82? She repeated with a gasp, like I had just admitted to axe murdering somebody, not getting a less than perfect score on a math test. How are you going to get into a good school and become a doctor with an 82 on your math exam? You have to try harder if you want scholarships. I will, I mumble, even though that 82 was a result of me studying for hours this weekend. I'd tried the doing the best I can defense with my mom before. Once. And as any child of a Korean mother with sky-high expectations could tell you, it hadn't gone well. It is probably because you're spending valuable study time at that silly art club. No more. From now on, you go to the library or come home to study on Thursdays after school until your math grade comes up. What? My chest ripped open at the thought of having to give up the one after-school activity I was doing for me, not because I'm hoping it will look good on my American college applications. Mom, I love art club, and it doesn't have anything to do with me not getting 100 on that. Mom cut me off before I could finish, both her hands and her voice sharp, as she answered, "Not hard enough. Obviously. Do not talk back to me, or we will no longer give you an allowance to use on sketch pads instead of your college applications." Good threat. The only thing that would make me sadder than losing art club would be not being able to buy any more art supplies. I crossed my arms and flopped back in my seat, and when I looked over at Byron, I saw that he was sitting in the exact same position as me, too frustrated to talk and too angry to eat. I got that my parents wanted the best for us. My mother grew up so poor, college wasn't even a possibility. And my father said that army or drug dealer were his only two career options coming out of his neighborhood in Trenton. They'd pushed us because they wanted the best for us. But still, sometimes it felt a little bleak, knowing that none of my mother's dreams for me included anything I remotely liked. And now she was taking away art club, too? The sound of the doorbell brought our heads up from the four-way argument. Mom, Byron, and I looked at Dad. No one ever came here after the dinner hour unless they wanted to speak with him. Dad frowned. "Stay here," he said, his voice grim. He didn't draw a gun as he walked out of the kitchen, but we all watched him go in the direction of the master bedroom where he kept his weapons safe. And when he reappeared in the front room, he was wearing a blazer over his polo shirt. I was pretty sure Dad was packing underneath his new ensemble choice. We couldn't see the front door from the kitchen, but we heard the creak of it opening. Then a few quiet words, so low I couldn't discern anything they were saying. A short few moments after that, the door closed again and Dad returned. His expression was grim, and he had a gold foil envelope in one hand and a box with the latest NTT Docomo in the other. The only reason I knew it on sight was because I'd seen advertisements for them on teaser billboards all over Tokyo. Their ads had customizable ringtones, a cute little golf game, and you could even use it for video chats. "Is that the NT Docomo N901 IC?" Byron asked, speaking aloud in wonderment. "Whoa! Mr. Nakamura really is a boss. Can I help you set it up?" Dad pursed his lips. You can help your sister set it up. This phone is for her." A shocked moment, and then both my mother and brother erupted. "You got Dawn an expensive phone after she failed her math test?" Mom asked, her sign for failed huge and exaggerated. At the same time, Byron whined, "Dawn gets a phone and not me?" "Mom, an 82 is not failing," I pointed out, defending myself. But I had to admit, I was wondering the same thing as Byron. Why did you get me a phone? "Not me," Dad answered, setting the phone and the envelope down next to my rice bowl. "The Chinese boy. He got you this phone, and there's some money in that envelope. He's saying he wants you to tutor him on Thursdays from now on." Then he told my mother, "No argument, doll. She can study at school instead of going to art club, but we've got to let her tutor the Chinese boy. He's a son of one of Mr. Nakamura's most important associates." I picked up the phone, and as it turned out, there was no setup required. It was already fully powered up with a number 1 next to the icon for text messaging. Mom agreed to let me tutor, but wondered who would do something so extravagant. Byron offered to teach that Chinese kid ASL if it meant he would be getting a new NTT Docomo. But everything they were saying faded to the background as I clicked on the icon to see my message. A text message appeared on the phone's screen from a name written out in Chinese, one I could only assume meant Victor, whatever his last name was. "My father has decided one time will not be enough. See you on Thursday." I swallowed. Hard. So I would be seeing Victor again. Like a lot of agains. Despite what happened with his girlfriend, a firework of thrill went up in the most secret space inside my heart. The same place where I kept my unapproved dreams of making my art more than a hobby. "Be careful with that," my father said, breaking into my secretly thrilled thoughts. His expression was grim, like I was holding a stick of dynamite, not a cutting-edge phone. And I wasn't sure if he was talking about the expensive piece of technology in my hand, or the mysterious Chinese boy I would be tutoring on the regular, starting next Thursday. Chapter 4. Dawn. Byron was supposed to walk with me to the other southbound station every Thursday after his basketball practice. But this Thursday, he was late. Standing outside the door to the boys' locker room, I checked my watch. Again. It was nearly 1700, or 5 p.m., as I used to call it when we lived in the States. If Byron didn't show up soon, there was no way I would be able to make it to Victor's by 17:30. Dad had told Byron he should walk me to the other station after practice, like a gentleman, especially now that it was winter and dark by the time we both left school on Thursdays after his basketball practice. But if I didn't leave soon, I was going to be late. And I didn't want to be late. This was my last tutoring session with Victor before he went home to Hong Kong. I didn't know when or if he'd be back. And even more importantly, he'd promised to treat me to some of his favorite snacks the next time I came over. When I asked him what his favorite snacks were, he'd answered in ASL that it would be a surprise. His ASL had really come along. My CSL was still a total struggle bus, but he was already pulling out whole sentences to tell me about surprise snacks. I had a feeling being awesome at everything he tried was kind of his MO. though I couldn't say for sure. I'd been tutoring him for months, but I still didn't know much more than the surface details about him. He was an only child. His mom died when he was little, and he'd been living off and on in Japan ever since he was a kid. Asking him follow-up questions never got me any satisfying answers. Do you wish you had siblings? No. Han is a better brother to me than a blood one ever could be. How did your mom die? It is a sad story. I do not talk about it. Why do you keep moving to Japan? It is my father's decision. It is my father's decision had been the answer to at least half the personal questions I'd asked him, including, why don't you go to school with other kids? And why are you so ripped? I couldn't tell if his father truly did control every aspect of his life, or if he just didn't want to answer all my nosy questions. But the main point was, I loved snacks. Like more than Japanese girls loved taking pictures of themselves. And I was going to be totally late if Byron didn't get here soon. Maybe I should just go. I didn't really need a gentleman to escort me to the station. I mean, it was only a 5-minute walk, and Japan was super safe, especially compared to New Jersey. Plus, surprise snacks were a totally valid excuse for going against my dad's orders. I pulled my phone out of my backpack to let Byron know I would be going to the station without him. My parents had caved and got him a cheapy phone of his own, after all his whining about me having one. But just as I was about to push send on the message, the locker room doors crashed open. A bunch of basketball players from the school's team came loping into the hallway. Most of them spoke in Japanese, but there were a few Black, white, and Indian kids in the mix, using English to communicate. However, Byron wasn't one of them, and the door to the locker room swung closed in what felt like an all-done way. Hey, have you seen my brother? I asked one of the white guys, an English kid who I often saw sitting next to Byron at lunch, before what happened at the end of the first term. I don't know, the British guy answered with his super posh accent. But then he averted his eyes, like he couldn't quite commit to looking at me after saying that. I scrunched my face, instantly suspicious. What do you mean you don't know? Was he at practice or not? I didn't like how shifty this guy was acting, and the Where's Byron mini mystery exploded into a full-on suspense scene inside my head. I don't know, the British guy said again, this time with a question mark. I really must go now. I've a car waiting. It was true, he was one of those richy rich kids on the team who had a limo waiting for them after basketball practice. But a bad feeling came over me as I watched him rush away. Byron and I weren't twins. We didn't have ESP or anything like that. But siblings who start school in a foreign country together have a different kind of bond. And I turned back to the closed locker room door, knowing in my gut something wasn't right. Byron was in trouble. So I pushed into the guys' locker room, even though it was super against the rules for girls to go in there. I heard the laughter as soon as I entered the forbidden space, snickering and mean, like hyenas in human clothing. Hit him again, a voice with an American accent said in Japanese. Show that homo. I rushed toward the sound of the voices and got there just in time to see Byron take a punch to the gut. He was still wearing his basketball clothes, and 2 boys with wet hair, fully dressed in their school uniforms, were holding him prone to the locker. One was Tim, an American who used to be Byron's friend up until this term. and the other was a Japanese guy who never bothered to talk to me whenever Byron dragged me along for one of the basketball team's hangouts. I think his name was Yoshi. I was more surprised to see them holding my brother down than I was to see the guy who had just hit Byron. That would be Jake Nakamura, the grandson of my father's boss. He was saying something in Japanese to Byron, who was doubled over in pain, words I didn't understand. But the anime term for extreme facial expressions, agego, flashed through my mind. He appeared that angry. After Jake finished his tirade, he and Yoshi traded places. Yoshi had never liked Byron, probably because before my brother joined the team, he was the only one who could hit three-pointers. He was not nearly as considerate as Jake, who hit Byron below the neck. Yoshi drew his arm back, curling his hand into an open fist to hit my brother again, this time in the face. Meanwhile, Jake had the nerve to say, "Yes, hurt him. Give him what he deserves." I knew that Jake's grandfather was the only reason we were allowed to go to this school. Our tuition for Tokyo Progressive had been a signing gift to my father, a gift he could take back whenever he wanted. Also, I'd promised my brother I'd stay out of this Jake mess at the beginning of the term. But something inside me snapped at the sight of them holding Byron down while Yoshi prepared to hit him. "Let him go! Get away from my brother!" I screamed, throwing down my backpack and rushing at them blindly. I couldn't say that I had a plan for how I, a 5'3" girl, would take on a bunch of basketball players. I'm not tough, like so many of the other girls I went to school with back in Jersey. I'd never gotten in a fight in my life, and I wasn't even sure how to throw a punch. But as it turned out, all I had to do to keep Byron from getting hit again was show up. Yoshi's fist plowed into my face and sent me flying into the lockers. And did the humiliation stop there? Nope. I bounced off the metal wall behind me. Then, of course, I had to trip over the low bench welded into the floor between the rows of lockers. I went flying again, this time face forward as I tumbled over the wood and steel structure before landing in an unceremonious pile on the concrete floor. Ow! "What are you doing here?" Yoshi demanded, in his still not very good English despite the years he and Byron had been supposed friends. "No girls allowed in boys' locker room!" I groaned and turned over. Jake and his two friends were standing over me, their expressions aghast. Like me being in the boys' locker room was way more outrageous than their completely unfair fight with my brother. "What am I doing? What are you doing?" I demanded back. Pain from my Melissa McCarthy in blackface routine stabbed at least 5 points on my body as I sat up. But I struggled to my feet, determined to look strong, even if half my face felt like there was something hot and pulsing inside of it. "What do you think your coach would say if he found out you were in here wailing on my brother?" I asked once I was back to standing. The American looked scared, but Yoshi and Jake just exchanged smirks. "Our coach is in his office now, pretending he does not hear," Jake answered, in the only faintly accented English he'd been so proud to show off when he first met my brother and me. "He will not do anything, just like you will not say anything to anyone about what happened here today." "You think I'm going to let you keep on hurting him like this?" I widen what I can only hope is both eyes at Jake. My left one is throbbing so bad, I can't be sure it's not on its way to swelling shut. Are you threatening me? Jake took a step forward, his fists balled at his sides. Dawn, just shut up. Please. Jake and I looked toward the lockers where Byron was standing, one hand holding his stomach. He was bent over at the waist now that no one was forcing him to stand up straight to take another hit. But he lifted his head to plead with Jake. Don't hurt her. It's not her fault. This is all on me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My brother was apologizing? Saying it was all on him? I was one of the 3 people who knew what really happened last term, and what Byron was saying was total BS. But Jake glared at my brother like he couldn't agree more with his admission of guilt. You better make sure she keeps her mouth shut, he said to Byron. Then he looked back at me and shook his head, like I was a roach who had found its way into the boys' locker room. Tell your father hello for me, won't you, Don-senpai? I appreciate how hard he works for our family. But you should know, our guards rarely quit. They are almost always disposed of when we are done with them. Usually, I loved the honorifics Japanese students use, even with each other. But my stomach filled with bile as Jake called me by an upperclassman honorific right before he low-key threatened my father. And I felt like throwing up when Jake and his friends walked past me, all 3 smirking because they were so clearly going to get away with beating up my brother. I didn't want to give them any more of Byron's dignity than they'd already taken. That was the only reason I waited until they were gone from the locker room before running over to my brother. Ronnie, are you okay? Byron shook his head and stood up straight with a pained wince. I'm fine. You shouldn't have come in here. I shouldn't have come in here? I repeated. They shouldn't have ganged up on you 3 against 1. They could have seriously hurt you. Nah, I had it under control, Byron insisted, with another shake of his head. What? Had they hit him in the head before I came in here? Was Byron concussed? Because, obviously, you don't have this under control. They could have done permanent damage, and then how would you be able to get a basketball scholarship? I reached out to rub his arm. Ronnie, I think it's time to tell Dad. Byron knocked my hand away. I thought you had a session with NTT Docomo today. NTT Docomo was what he called Victor. I wasn't even sure he'd bothered to remember his real name. You're going to have to walk to the station by yourself. I still have to take a shower and get dressed. I'll wait, I offered. Forget the surprise snacks. My appetite was totally gone. What if Jake and his friends are waiting outside? Just go. I don't need my sister to protect me. Byron's voice was strong at first, but it cracked on the last 2 words of his big declaration, and his entire face convulsed, like he was trying not to cry. He should have cried. I would have cried if I had been going through what Byron had all semester. But I knew he had Dad's voice inside his head, telling him that wasn't how real men handled their business. That was why I couldn't remember the last time I saw my brother cry. Okay, I whispered. I'll see you at home. Byron didn't answer, just snatched a towel out of the locker and walked away toward the showers. I was probably where he'd been headed before Jake and his boys jumped him. I stood there after he left, feeling worse than useless. I'd been so excited about moving here to Japan, the home of anime and manga. I knew my parents would never agree to let me go somewhere to pursue an art major, so 3 years in Japan seemed like the next best thing. But Byron hadn't wanted to come here. Unlike me, he'd been popular at our school back in New Jersey. He was easily on track to getting a basketball scholarship by middle school. But that had all been ripped away from him, and he'd been forced to leave everything and everyone he'd ever known behind. Actually, I did remember the last time I saw him cry. On the plane ride over here. He'd sniffed quietly, turning his head toward the window so that Dad wouldn't catch him. And I'd held his hand and promised everything would be all right. Everything had been all right, up until this term of his second year. What happened wasn't my fault, but still. As I walked to the subway station, it felt like I had failed my brother. Now his life was the opposite of all right, and I didn't know how to fix it. But Byron was right. I was late for my tutoring session with Victor. Reshouldering my backpack, which in hindsight could have been used as a shield for Byron as opposed to my face, I headed off to the train station alone. Winter had come in like a lion a few weeks ago, and the cold wind blew so hard that my knitted hat flew off and disappeared into the dark before I could run after it. Ugh! Well, that felt like one of those metaphors that were always coming in our English classes. And that would definitely be another lecture from my mom. I could already see her signing about how I was too irresponsible and how I would have to use my Chinese boy money to buy another one. I sighed. Thank God I'd been able to hide what I was really using the money I made tutoring Victor to buy. I didn't even want to imagine that freakout. Thanks to missing the express train, I didn't get into Roppongi station until a good 40 minutes after my usual time. Donnie always met me at the top of the stairs to escort me into Victor's super secure building, but his regular spot, where I usually found him leaned up against the wall, was vacant. He had probably assumed I wasn't coming and had left. And when I went to get on the escalator, I found a placard apologizing for it being broken. This day would not let up. I ran up the station steps, but I realized I was in trouble as soon as I got to the top. It had been hard enough to find Victor's building in the tangle of Roppongi high-rises when I still had daylight on my side. I'm pretty sure Victor started sending Donnie to the station to get me because a couple of times I got a little lost and had to apologize for being tardy. But looking up at the glittering district, I knew there was a 0% chance I wouldn't get lost tonight. And I was already so late. My thoughts cut off when, out of nowhere, a hand clapped over my mouth and somebody grabbed me from behind. Chapter 5. I screamed into my attacker's gloved hand, but even I couldn't hear the muffled sound over the street traffic. I tried to struggle, but the attacker's arms were like steel bands around me. I couldn't jab him with my elbow or even kick my feet back because he was holding on to me so tight. Oh God, why was this happening? What did he want? A sickening fear washed over me. Was he going to hurt me? Or worse? Just as my mind began to unravel with panic, my attacker yanked the leather glove off the hand that wasn't clamped over my mouth. And he raised it into my eyeline to sign one word in ASL. No. Victor? I asked against his hand, my panic morphing into confusion. The steel armbands eased, and just like that, I was free. I turned around, and sure enough, there was Victor. He looked like the human embodiment of a raven, with both his hair and his long black coat whipping in the wind. "What the hell, Victor?" I demanded, too upset to sign. He took off his other glove to answer. "I didn't want you to scream, and I knew that if I tapped you on your shoulder, you would scream." "So you decided to scare me half to death instead?" I signed along with my words this time. Just yelling at him wouldn't fully convey how pissed off I was. Like my mom, I needed the sign language backup. Victor answered in a rush, his strong hands pale against the black backdrop of his coat. "I was worried when Donnie said you didn't arrive at the station, and you didn't answer my calls. I was going to take the train to Adachiku, make sure you are okay. I thought that would be faster than having Donnie drive me since it's rush hour. I saw you come out of the station, but you didn't see me. You walked right past me. I followed you, but I didn't know how to get your attention without scaring you and making you scream. I didn't want you to scream." Guilt instantly replaced my anger. "My phone doesn't work underground," I explained. "And I was in such a hurry to get to our appointment, I didn't even think to check it. Sorry." He looked at me, looked away, then he signed, "Do not apologize. I'm glad you are safe and here." An awkward silence dropped down between us. And, okay, I knew he had a girlfriend, like the hottest girlfriend ever. Her name was Ayane. We exchanged polite hellos whenever the Thursday tutoring sessions went too long and interfered with their date plans. Which was a lot. I also knew that I was just some goofy girl his dad had hired to teach him ASL. But I couldn't keep myself from signing in my terrible CSL. "You were going to my home? Why didn't she send Donnie?" Strangely, he answered back in CSL too. "I wanted to see with my own eyes. I wanted to know you are safe." Okay, my brain knew that Victor and I were just friends. And obviously, he was very loyal to his friends. I mean, he talked more about his brother, Han, who wasn't actually blood-related to him, than he did about himself. But my heart turned into a puddle of goo inside my chest. I stepped closer to him to sign in CSL while speaking in English. I'm sorry I scared you." I would have preferred to say worried, but I didn't know that word in CSL, which gave me an idea. "Maybe we should learn the sign for worry today," I said in ASL. "Do you know that word? It's like fear, but not scary fear. It's like the fear a mother feels for her kid, like all the time, even when she's being ridiculous." He frowned down at me, his expression suddenly becoming as hard as a statue. And I grimaced, realizing my mistake. He probably had no idea what I was talking about, since he didn't have a mother who worried unnecessarily over him. Ugh, what a clueless thing to say. First all the missed calls, and now this. I was about to sign another apology when he grabbed me out of the blue again. This time, by the chin. "Okay, what's happening?" I asked when he turned my face directly into the beam of a nearby streetlight. He let go of my chin, but only to sign in ASL, "What happened to your face?" Oh, that. Somehow the pain of getting face punched less than an hour ago had faded as soon as I saw him. "Nothing," I answered in CSL. "Accident." He gave me a skeptical look, his eyes sharp and suspicious. But then, instead of questioning me further, he signed, "You were walking the wrong way from the station. My apartment is this way." Then he started walking in the right direction, leaving me to catch up to him. I did, but his gait was so much longer and faster than mine, I almost had to jog to keep up. Christmas wasn't really a thing in Japan in the Christian sense, but in the, hey everybody, let's shop sense, it was totally on. At least in the Roppongi district. The window displays of the high-end shops we walked past on the way to Victor's building were strewn with bright fairy lights, custom wreaths, oversized gift box displays, and ultra-fashionable mannequins who looked like they were having the times of their lives. The responsible tutor in me wanted to use all that visual material as an opportunity for an impromptu Christmas signs lesson. But the girl in me was too worried to say or sign a word. Victor and I were friends. He had cared enough to come looking for me when I didn't show up for our tutoring session. But his silence was furious, and I didn't know what to do or what to say to lighten the mood. We made it back to his place before I could come up with anything. I mumbled an apology to Donnie in Japanese as we walked in past him. He said something back, but I didn't understand it. I was too upset about Victor being upset to be at my best for listening comprehension. Victor entered his suite first and hung back to slide the doors closed behind us after I walked into the room. Usually, he left them open. But I was still too weirded out by Victor's sudden mood change to say anything, so I just sat down at my usual spot. There was a bowl sitting in the middle of the table. It was filled with fruit, a few kinds I didn't even recognize. At first, I was super confused, but then I realized these were the favorite snacks he'd promised me last week. I chuckled and rolled my eyes as Victor dropped down into his usual seat on the other side of the low table. Of course your favorite snack is fruit. You're like my mother's dream child. I was hoping my quip would calm Victor down, but he didn't silently laugh, just grabbed his scratch notepad and started writing. Maybe we could learn the names of all these fruits in both CSL and ASL. Then we could... I cut off when Victor snatched the bowl of fruit away and replaced it with the notepad. The words, "Who hurt you?" were written out across it in angry slashes. I lifted my hands to sign accident again, but he took the scratch notepad and started writing again before I could. He slammed it back down a few seconds later. Now it said, "Do not lie to me," underneath his original question, in all caps. I raised my hands to lie anyway, but then I lowered them. Victor and I were friends, and the thing was, I didn't have a ton of those here in Japan. At school, I was too weird for the American kids, and not the right kind of foreign cool for the Japanese kids. Victor was my friend, and I didn't want to lie to him. Besides, he'd be leaving for Hong Kong soon. I might never see him again after this if his father didn't make a decision to send them back to Japan before I left for college. Would it really be such a huge betrayal of my brother's secret if I told someone Byron would never meet the truth? Letting out a breath, I wrote down the words, "protect, bully, bisexual," below what Victor wrote. I slid the notepad back to him. I need the CSL signs for these words to tell you the whole story. He looked at what I'd written, then frowned at me. I was wondering if I would have to explain what bisexual was, or if CSL even had a sign for it, when Victor suddenly gave me all 3 of the words I'd asked for in rapid, precise procession. I took another deep breath. Then I spoke signed. My brother, he liked girls back in America, but when he got here, he realized he liked boys too. One boy, at least, the grandson of my dad's boss. I told Victor the whole story. Signing-wise, it wasn't pretty. Even with the 3 words Victor gave me, I ended up subbing in a lot of ASL. And some signs I plain skipped over, hoping my spoken English would be enough to make up for them. But once I started the story I hadn't told anyone else, it all came spilling out of me. How Jake and Byron had bonded over their shared love of basketball after we transferred into his elite international school. How they had been best friends. Until one day, Jake kissed Byron, and Byron kissed him back. I was the only one Byron had told about Jake. They snuck around for almost a year, dating girls for show and dating each other for real. Maybe they never would have told anybody, but Jake got too bold. He pulled Byron behind the lockers for a kiss after basketball practice, and they got caught by 2 of their friends. And did Jake choose that moment to finally come out and tell everyone the truth, like in an indie movie? Nope, of course not. I let out a huff at the memory of my brother confiding in me about how his secret boyfriend had shoved him away and accused Byron of kissing him out of the blue. After that, he'd told the guys who caught them and everyone else on the basketball team that Byron had attacked him behind the locker. Byron lost his reputation, all of his friends, and the guy he thought he loved. But that still wasn't enough for Jake. He's made Byron's life hell since they got caught kissing last semester, I told Victor, overemphasizing the sign for hell. Then I explained to him what happened to my face. They weren't trying to hurt me. I just got in the way, and the guy accidentally punched me instead of my brother. I told Jake he had to stop hurting Byron, that I would tell the basketball coach. But Jake just laughed at me. He basically said he could do whatever he wanted, which I guess is true because Byron ended up having to apologize to him for me interfering with his beatdown. It was totally humiliating. And I can't do anything about it because Jake's grandfather is my dad's boss. Plus, my dad would flip if he found out Byron was bi. I deflated a little with the reminder of just how little power I had to help my brother. So I guess I'm less hurt than upset for my little brother. I finished the long story with a sad sigh. Victor's response didn't take long. He scrawled more words on the notepad and pushed it toward me. Not sister's job to protect brother. My heart sank, reading over the totally unhelpful note. I didn't know what I was expecting. Some kind of understanding, maybe? He seemed to be listening so intently while I told my story. But then again, he couldn't talk. I guess I'd mistaken not interrupting as understanding. Of course he didn't understand. We were friends, but we were from 2 very different places, and there were some cultural divides that our friendship couldn't bridge. I didn't know why I felt so disappointed. But I shook it off and tore away the notepad's top sheet to get to a clean piece of paper. Okay, let's just get back to this tutoring lesson, I said forcefully to both Victor and myself. I'm thinking we should dive into these way too healthy snacks of yours. Then we'll go over some holiday words.
Chapter 6. Victor. Dawn was upset. Sure, she put on a smile and guided him through new vocabulary as she usually did during their sessions. But it wasn't the same as before. She didn't make up any little games to seal in what they'd learned. They didn't laugh as they went over the signs they exchanged. and there were no side conversations to provide context for all the new terms. And as for the fruit he'd had imported from California and several Asian regions, especially for their last tutoring session, it remained on the table between them, untouched. Other than that, she did an admirable job of transitioning from their infuriating conversation. Victor wished he could say the same. He barely managed to keep the rage boiling inside of him in check. He performed several signs incorrectly. It was difficult to focus on anything outside of the Malat Gwai, who had dared to touch her. Finally, she spoke-signed. I don't think either of us is up for concentrating right now. I should get home anyway. Byron probably let my parents know that I didn't get here on time. But if I'm too late, they'll worry about me. Victor took note of the ASL sign for worry, and the fact that they never exchanged signs for the word, as she'd suggested earlier. Donnie will walk with you to the station, he signed. He really doesn't have to, especially after I stood him up earlier. Victor abruptly stood up from the table and signed even more forcefully. Donnie will walk with you to the station. Okay, thanks, she mumbled sign before standing up as well. As usual, an awkward silence dropped down between them when the lesson ended, and it was time to say goodbye. This hadn't changed, even though she'd been tutoring him for over 3 months. Where's Ayane? She asked, looking toward Victor's still closed door. Usually she's here by now, right? I canceled our date when I thought I would be going to Adachiku, Victor answered. She shifted uncomfortably and fiddled with the lapel of her uniform jacket. Again, I'm so sorry about not showing up on time. It wasn't her fault. But if he thought too hard about that, he wouldn't be able to maintain that mask he'd pasted over his rage. So another awkward silence descended. Has your father said anything to you yet about coming back next year? She asked, changing the subject. That wasn't his father's way. Since Victor couldn't talk outside of texting on the phone, Raymond rarely communicated with him between visits. And as for his decisions, those were exclusively announced in person, usually with a formal meeting in his office at their Hong Kong estate. Victor answered her with the simplest version of the truth. I don't think I'll be coming back. Then he held out the usual golden envelope filled with money for her tutoring fees. Oh, okay. So I guess this is really goodbye. She looked down before Victor could assess how she felt about the possibility of never seeing him again. One of her dark, wild curls had come out of her braided ponytail. She pushed it behind her ear and started signing in the mashup of ASL and CSL that she used whenever she had a lot to say. I wanted to thank you. Tutoring you was really fun. Like, totally the highlight of all my weeks this term. And I just thought you should know that you truly helped me. The money I made from this job. Wow. I've never told anybody this before, but seeing as how this is our last goodbye, I'll tell you my big secret. Victor's heart stopped beating at the word, secret. But then, she picked up her backpack and pulled out an oversized leather binder. So, this was one of the things I bought with the money I made. It's called a portfolio in English. It's kind of like a place to collect your best art. She held it out to him. So her secret was not what he'd wondered, but hadn't dared to hope. His heart vibrated, not knowing whether to sink or settle. But he took the portfolio and opened it up to be polite. The artwork he found inside impressed him more than he expected. A sketch of 3 girls in uniform, walking home from school. Only 2 of the girls were talking. The other was taking a shot of herself with her camera phone. Next came a watercolor of a neighborhood from the view of someone emerging from a station. Tonight was the closest he'd ever come to traveling to a dachiku, but he assumed this was the rendering of the ward where she lived. It was painted with the warm colors of someone coming home. He was no expert, and maybe he was biased, but as he flipped through the portfolio, it struck him as quite good. There were even a few comics, little slice-of-life stories about being a Black American in Japan. "I'm not done with the full portfolio yet," she said when he made it to a sepia portrait of the Shibuya crossing. Shibuya was one of the most famously busy intersections in Japan, but she'd drawn each person scrambling to cross with the 4-way light with care, as if each of them mattered. Rhode Island School of Design. That's the art school I'm secretly applying to. But the kids that go there call it RISD. She leaned forward as she told him this, as if this was the biggest secret she'd ever spilled. "They've got this new animation program, and I couldn't get it out of my head. I mean, how cool would it be to tell moving stories through art? Anyway, they want personal work, but they have these assignments you have to do too. So I've got a whole bunch of things I still need to get done over the holiday break. But the one after Shibuya Cross, that's for you." She dipped her head and pushed the errant curl behind her ear again. "I wanted to thank you for everything you've done for me, even if you didn't know till now that you'd done it." As fascinating as her interpretation of the Shibuya Crossing picture was, Victor immediately flipped to the last piece in the portfolio to see what she had made for him. It was a picture of him and Han fighting with axes rendered with markers. There were mirrors in his suite's gym area so that he and Han could mind their technique, but he'd never seen himself reflected as he was in this painting. Han was on the defensive, which made him look particularly dashing. Heroic, even. Like a kung fu movie come to life. Was that how she saw him? He gripped the sides of the portfolio. The words he'd wanted to say to her since September stuck in his fingers. He was so strong. All the other Red Diamond praised him for this. Before dawn, he'd thought these accolades were his rightful due. After all, he'd been working for over a decade to achieve his level of strength and martial arts prowess. All because he'd wanted to be a future dragonhead his triad could be proud of, despite his defects. But at that moment, he felt weak. Weak for all the things he hadn't said to her. Weak for all the things he still couldn't say. He took out the picture of him and Han and handed the rest of the portfolio back to her. Then he set his new precious gift down on the table so that he could sign. "I like it very much. I am sorry I did not get a present for you." She waved a dismissive hand at his apology. "It's just a picture. And you're easy to draw. I mean, look at you." He crooked his head to the side, not understanding. "What do you mean?" Somehow, she managed to tuck her head even further into her chest. "Oh, it's like I blabbed the first time we met. You're so stupid hot. It was easy to draw you. Art loves beautiful things, and people." Everything screeched to a halt inside of Victor's head. What she'd said to him that first day, had she been trying to say she thought he was too attractive? Not too repulsive as he'd assumed? A moment passed between them, electric and bright. But then a knock sounded on the door. "Ni hao," Han called out, even though Don didn't speak Cantonese. Gehao, Don answered, nonetheless. Someone, possibly Donnie, must have taught her how to say "I'm good" in Cantonese. Victor watched them exchange pleasantries in Japanese after that small bit of Cantonese. Han told her he was happy to be returning to Hong Kong the next day for the winter break and asked her about her plans. She answered with a cute little pout that she was trying to convince her family to go to Hello Kitty Land for the 4th time in 3 years, but doubted it would work out. Victor couldn't help but notice how much more comfortably she talked with Han than him. It was not merely that no sign language was required for them to communicate. She smiled up at him in a friendly manner and easily met Han's eyes. She never did that with Victor. They both laughed and seemed to understand each other well, even though they were speaking in a language that wasn't native to either of them. "You should come to visit us in Hong Kong," Han said in his terrible Japanese, leaning a little further down as he often did with shorter girls. "We just got a Disneyland in Hong Kong. We could take you." "I wish," Don said with another pretty laugh. It made Victor want to take his axe off the wall and throw it straight at Han's chest. "Stop flirting and tell Donnie to take her home," Victor signed to Han behind Don's back. His brother gave no indication of seeing Victor's message. But as soon as Don was done laughing, Han wished her good holidays and told her she should probably get going. "If your father sends you back, text me," she signed to Victor in ASL before she left. Victor signed back a stiff goodbye in ASL without making any promises. And then she was gone. "What was that about?" Han signed to Victor as soon as she left. Unlike Don, he didn't bother to speak along with his signs. They'd been conversing with just their hands for so long, it probably had never occurred to him. Her time was done, and I was thinking of asking Ayane if she could still come over. Han raised both eyebrows at Victor's blatant lie. Then he signed. "If you wanted to fuck her, you should have told her that in the 3 months you had with her, before you decided to act like a jealous cunt." Han's face might be elegant, but his rough language gave away his real background. Victor looked at him for a long, hard moment before signing. "You can get away with saying many things to me, brother. Not this." Han looked back at him, his eyes just as hard. "I apologize," he signed after a long while. Then he gave Victor a bow, so low and formal it verged on mocking. This was his chosen brother's way of highlighting what he couldn't say out loud, that Victor was abusing their power dynamic over a girl. A girl who only came to visit him every week because he paid her. "I've changed my mind about Ayane," Victor signed. "We should go out. Enjoy our Roppongi club here one last time before we leave." Fortunately, Han was not one to hold a grudge. "Yes, perhaps we can find girls while we're out." Victor partied like the triad prince he was that night. VIP and champagne that never stopped flowing. A few members of the Japanese branch of their gang came up to say goodbye. Victor would turn 18 in January, and many assumed that he wouldn't be returning to Tokyo. Women also showed up like magic to their section. Quality beauties. Victor was certain they weren't from one of the Red Diamond's thinly disguised brothels. The downstairs manager knew better than to send up any professionals when Han was on the premises. Han's mother had been the mistress of one of Red Diamond's former rivals before she died. But she had started out as a small-town girl who had fallen for the wrong big-city job scam. So Han was one of the rare Red Diamond members who refused to sleep with pros. Not that Han ever needed to be that guy, especially tonight. A steady stream of beautiful women came through, naturally wanting to have a good time with the two young men ordering endless bottles of champagne and their friends. Still, Victor shook his head when Han asked him if he'd be taking any of them back to their apartment. There was a strange ache in his stomach. Too much champagne, maybe. Or maybe something else. "I'll take 2 home to make up for you not doing your job," Han signed. Victor grinned and wished him well. Then he continued drinking with the other Red Diamond long after his chosen brother left, even though all of their conversations were one-sided. Victor kept an emergency scratch pad in the inside pocket of his blazer. But his father had instructed him never to bother with communication when it came to the other Red Diamonds. "You will be a silent leader," he'd vowed to his only son the one time the subject had come up. "And they will bend to your will. No words will be necessary." Victor played the part that night, acted the silent prince, drank his weight in alcohol, tried to forget and let go. But the words he'd written on that piece of paper continued to swirl around his mind. "Not sister's job to protect brother." And eventually, Han showed back up to the club in the wee hours of the morning. "It's time to get you cleaned up for the plane ride home," he told Victor. After his return to Hong Kong, his father kept him by his side for all business negotiations. He'd only done this once before, the night of their meeting with the Nakamura Gumi, a very old Yakuza syndicate who was rumored to be tied to the Nakamura Auto family. But in Hong Kong, Victor was called upon daily to accompany his father to meetings and negotiations all over the city. "The time to protect you will soon be over," Raymond explained at the colossal party he threw to celebrate Victor's birthday at their gated estate in the Jardines lookout area of Hong Kong. "And the time for you to prove yourself will soon be upon us." His father had never been a great signer, but Victor had noticed that his hands appeared shaky as he told his son this. "Father, are you in good health?" Victor asked. "Do not worry about me," his father answered out loud. "Worry only about your future. These next few years will not be easy, I'm afraid." Victor could almost see the ghost of his mother standing behind Raymond as he spoke. It was a warning, but to Victor it sounded like an opportunity. He was tired of hiding and ready to prove himself, as his father said. Yet those words continued to swirl in his head. "Not sister's job to protect brother." He worked hard every day to forget them. But whenever his mind quieted, it seemed they were always there. "You nervous?" Han asked out loud 2 weeks after Victor's birthday party. He couldn't sign, as he was currently driving them through Hong Kong's busy streets to one of the Red Diamond's massage parlors in the Kowloon district. Technically, the Lamborghini Han drove was Victor's. His father had given it to him for his birthday. But since Victor didn't know how to drive, Han had been ferrying him around the city. Victor was grateful. He appreciated Donnie's service, but he knew his specially assigned guard reported everything he did back to his father. He could trust Han to keep all his secrets, and that was becoming increasingly important, especially tonight. That afternoon at lunch, Victor's father asked them to meet him at a Red Diamond massage parlor Victor had never been to before. He'd also told them to wear white. That could only mean one thing. Someone would be initiated into the Red Diamond tonight. Most likely him. Victor adjusted the sleeve on his white suit, prolonging his answer. He was nervous, but not for the reason Han would assume. Not sister's job to protect brother. They came to a stoplight, and Han looked over at him, probably mistaking Victor's lack of answer as concern that Han wouldn't be able to see his signs while driving. But now was as good a time as any to make his announcement, Victor supposed. Han, we are friends. Brothers, Han insisted, as Victor would have if Han asked him the same thing. We are brothers, Victor duly edited. Brother, I need your help. Again. The light turned green, and Han shifted into drive to move forward. But as soon as he saw an empty spot, he pulled over and put the car in park. Han turned in his seat to face him and signed. Anything. You know this. And Victor raised his own hands to tell his chosen brother about his decision. One their father would not like.
Chapter 7. Dawn. I didn't hear from Victor during the winter break, so I guess that meant he wasn't coming back to Japan. I tried not to feel too disappointed. I had better things to do than miss a boy who was way out of my league anyway. Things like my secret application to RISD. I spent most of the break working on it, which was more challenging than it should have been. I couldn't risk completing the RISD special assignments in the apartment with my mom. She never knocked when she came into my room, and the few times I had tried to ask her to, she'd grilled me about what I was doing in there that required she alert me before coming in. That question was diabolical on a couple of levels. 1, I couldn't answer it without lying, because 2, she was right. As far as Mom knew, I was only applying to a couple of state schools back in Jersey and a few East Coast women's colleges with great scholarship programs. My mom would flip if she knew I was spending most of my free time working on the portfolio I hoped would get me into RISD. So the library it was. I didn't lie exactly, but I also didn't correct my mother when she congratulated me on spending so much time attending to my studies. I mean, who was I hurting? I was still going to apply to all those other schools, and the chances of me getting into RISD's new animation program were pretty much 0. I figured what my mother didn't know wouldn't hurt her, or make her flip out so bad she set all my art supplies on fire. So, yeah, I missed Victor. But I kept myself pretty occupied without having our Thursday tutoring sessions to look forward to every week. Still, the thought of never seeing him again made me a little sad when we returned to school after the big break. There were a few new students in our classes, mostly the progeny of fathers who had transferred to the Japan flagships of their international corporations. Their parents had moved them here without regard to disrupting their kids' school year by putting them into a school system that ran from April to March instead of September to May. New blood happened at the beginning of every third term, but Byron was even more excited than me. There's a new international kid in my deaf studies class, he told me when we met at the fence for lunch the first Monday of the third term. We'd been eating outside ever since Byron became persona non grata in the school cafeteria. It had been a little cold since winter set in, but whatever. Better than having to sit by while Jake and his friends bullied Byron. I was glad to hear my brother had made a new friend after a whole term of having nobody to talk to but me. He knows ASL, too, Byron added. So the teacher said we could be classroom assignment partners, even though he's in your year. Oh yeah? I asked, happy for Byron. He was the only American in his deaf studies program, so the classes were conducted all in JSL, which made it hard for him to keep up. It also meant he was the last pick when people paired off for in-class assignments. Is he from the States? Not sure. He's Asian, but I don't think he's from Japan, Byron answered. He knows JSL too, but he told the teacher he preferred ASL. And he doesn't speak when he signs, so I'm thinking he probably has a serious deaf voice. But he's pretty tall, and he told me he signed up for the basketball team. Deaf voice referred to how people talked when they had trouble forming words due to never having heard them. Byron had zero deaf voice since his hearing had only started gradually declining right before he moved to Japan. But the people in his class fit in a whole range from hard of hearing like Byron to completely deaf. How did he learn ASL if he's not from America? I asked Byron. Byron shrugged. I don't know. After he said he was into basketball, that's all we talked about. He's joining the team, even got his uniform and everything. I paused before taking another bite of the curry rice Mom made us for lunch to ask, Do you like him? Byron shook his head. Nah, he's just cool. It's nice to have a friend at school again, you know? Somebody to talk to other than you. Too bad Jake will probably mess it up for me. Byron slumped his shoulders, and some of the excitement faded from his expression. The new guy won't want to be my partner when he finds out I'm a homo. Don't call yourself that. I still wasn't sure if homo was considered a derogatory term for gay people in Japan. Either way, I hated Jake and his friends for using it on Byron like it was. I put down my bento box and rubbed his shoulder. There's nothing wrong with liking girls and guys. You just have to make it to college back in the States. 2 more years. Yeah, 2 more years. Byron agreed, but the way he said it made 2 more years sound like 20. He replaced the lid on his bento box and threw it into his backpack with the curry rice only half eaten. See you after practice. That useless feeling I hadn't had to think about over winter break came roaring right on back as I watched him walk away. Basketball practice was every Monday and Thursday, and there would be even more games with tournament season coming up. How was Byron going to get through this? I spent the rest of my day racking my brain about what to do. Maybe when I left to go back to the States for college, I could convince Mom and Dad to let Byron come with me too. I knew Dad liked his job here in Japan, but I wasn't sure how much more of this Byron could take. That's what I was mulling over later that day when the basketball team came streaming out into the hallway. But all thoughts of possible alternative futures for Byron disappeared when I saw he once again wasn't among the ranks of the guys coming out of the locker room. This time, I didn't bother to ask his teammates any questions. I rushed straight inside the boys' inner sanctum. And my stomach turned when I rounded the corner to see Jake and his 2 friends once again surrounding my brother. But then I stopped and double-took. Because though Jake and his friends were arced around my brother, none of them were looking at him. In fact, the American was visibly trembling. I followed his gaze and immediately realized why he appeared so terrified. Victor. Victor was standing at the other end of the locker row, dressed in a basketball uniform. And he was flanked by Donnie and a huge guy I didn't recognize. Which one? Victor was signing to Byron. Which one of them hit your sister? Oh my God. Chapter 8. It was Victor. And it wasn't Victor. I had never seen this version of him before. He was wearing the same basketball uniform as Byron, Jake, and the other two guys, but he looked nothing like them. Flanked by heavily tattooed men on either side of him, he looked way more dangerous than any of the other boys his age in the locker room, and somehow even more beastly than the first time we met. "Which one hurt her?" he signed again. He was talking to Byron, not me. There was a good chance he hadn't seen me yet. Jake and his friends hadn't the last time until I made my presence known. I decided against doing that this time, though. I shrank back behind the lockers, too confused to do anything but hide and watch. "What is he saying?" Tim, the American, asked Jake in English. His voice was shaking with fear. He probably couldn't have spoken Japanese at that moment if he tried. Jake threw his friend an irritated look. "I don't know. I don't speak sign language." Byron answered Tim's question in the next moment when he raised his arm to point straight at Yoshi. "Him, Yoshi. He's the one who hit my sister." Yoshi paled, then immediately started begging. "Please forgive me. It was an accident. Don't hurt me." Victor didn't answer Yoshi, didn't even raise his hands to sign. Yet, the huge guy I'd never seen before stepped forward like an order had been given. He looked to be around the same age as Han, who once told me he was 21. But other than age and being of Asian descent, he and Han had nothing in common. He was huge, with tattoos peeking out from every piece of exposed skin below his neck. Like Donnie, he wore a suit with an open-collar shirt, and he was even more muscular than Victor, but without any of the sharp beauty that kept Victor from looking too scary. His face was a few hard slabs of concrete, thrown together without any thought to symmetry. This guy got the extra terrifying package when looks were handed out. Maybe he'd even signed up for it. He looked like the kind of guy who would choose the most intimidating option. His eyes were two pieces of coal inside all that concrete, gleaming with violent anticipation. He was so large. He appeared to close the space between him and Yoshi with just one step. "So you like punching girls in the face?" he said to Yoshi. His voice was a shock. He spoke English, and even though he looked like he could easily play the role of super scary Chinese gangster in a Hong Kong movie, he had an American accent, a really tough one, without a trace of East Asian intonation. But Yoshi was probably too busy panicking to notice that detail. He tried to back up, to run away, but the wall of lockers stood directly behind him, almost as hard and unforgiving as the mountain in front of him. "It was accident!" Yoshi cried, opting to explain in his terrible English. "Not try to hit her, try to hit him. He homo. He look at me like he going kiss me." The American mountain gave Yoshi a skeptical up and down look. "I highly doubt that story is true. You ain't that hot." True that. I would have laughed if I wasn't so busy hanging on to every single word of their conversation. "Not lying," Yoshi insisted. "He try with Jake, too. Ask Jake, I swear he—" "Okay, Donnie, come on. This guy's boring me." That was all the warning Yoshi got before the American mountain slammed him into the lockers. I knew then that Victor and his associates must have arranged for the coach to stay away. The sound of Yoshi's body hitting the locker was so loud it made my ears ring. There was no way he hadn't heard that. Donnie came over to join the American mountain. By silent mutual agreement, they each took an arm, holding Yoshi prone against the lockers. Just like Yoshi helped Tim hold my brother there before the winter break. Victor started walking forward, and Yoshi burst into tears. For a few moments, the only sound in the locker room was of Victor's steps and Yoshi's wailing as he begged for mercy in both broken English and Japanese. I looked to Jake to see if he was going to do anything, but he looked between Victor and Yoshi, his eyes confused and angry. Victor stopped in front of Yoshi and stood there. Just stood there, signing nothing. "Look at him," the American Mountain instructed Yoshi, his voice violent and low. Yoshi's loud sobs quieted, and he did as the American Mountain told him. From my vantage point, Jake's friend looked like a puppet, powerless to disobey. He turned his face up to Victor, who was looming over him, sinister as a raven, and soon another sound joined his pitiful weeping. A quiet, wet hiss. Both Donnie and the American Mountain burst out laughing when a wet stain appeared across the front of Yoshi's basketball shorts and a stream of piss sluiced down his leg. However, if Yoshi's losing control of his bladder amused Victor, there was no outward indication. His face remained a cold blank as he signed something to the petrified boy. The American Mountain provided the translation. "Not so fun being on this side of an unfair fight, huh?" "Not my fault," Yoshi blubbered. "It's Jake's idea. Jake, tell them!" Yoshi cut off when Victor punched him straight in the face. So hard, his head snapped back, creating another loud, ricocheting bang against the lockers. The guards let Yoshi go at the precise right moment, and Jake's friend crumpled under the punch, falling to the floor. "That's for Byron's sister," the American Mountain informed Yoshi as he writhed in a puddle of his piss. Then he looked at Jake and Tim. "Victor also owes someone a stomach punch on behalf of his friend Byron. Any volunteers?" "It wasn't me who hit him," Tim immediately answered, raising his hands in the air. "I just held him back so he couldn't get away. Jake was the one who punched him." "Shut up!" Jake growled at Tim in English between clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Victor signed something else to Jake. The American Mountain translated, "It's easy to see why you value your friendship with these two guys more than you did your relationship with Byron. Why you would lie to them and betray Byron to keep them. Your crew is real loyal." The sarcasm in his tone was thick and cruel. But Jake wasn't nearly as easy to intimidate as his friends. "You can't hurt me," Jake said directly to Victor, his voice petulant. "You know who my grandfather is." A tense couple of seconds passed. Then Victor cranked his head to both sides before socking Tim in the gut. Tears sprang into Tim's eyes after Victor punched him. But I wouldn't call the sound that came out of his mouth crying. It was more like several choked gurgles as his lungs tried and failed to fill with air. Then he, too, keeled over on the floor. Victor stepped over the fallen boy's body to sign further to Jake. The American Mountain once again provided the translation. "Yes, we know who your grandfather is. So this time, your friends will take your punishment. But there is no honor in this for you. Your face is broken. In exchange for us not breaking anything else, or reporting this matter to your grandfather, you will stay away from Byron and his sister, apologize, and never speak their names again. As confident as Jake had sounded the last time he was in a locker room with Byron before winter break, he appeared the very picture of impotence now. He was both smaller and weaker than the Chinese boy. And instead of two men flanking each of his sides, all Jake had was his former friends laid out on the floor. There came another tense silence. Then Jake turned to Byron and solemnly apologized to him in Japanese with a stiff bow. My mouth fell open as I watched from the shadows of the lockers. "Yeah, and we're going to need you to apologize to Dawn, too," the American Mountain informed Jake after he stood up straight from his bow. Suddenly, Victor, who I hadn't thought had registered my presence, was looking straight at me. I stood there, frozen in place, unable to do anything but stare back at him. The 4 teenage boys in the locker room were all within a couple of years of Victor's age, but he looked so much older. No, older wasn't the right word. Powerful. He looked so much more powerful than any other boy his age could ever be. And the most powerful boy in the room raised his hand and motioned for me to come forward. A monster inviting me to stand before him. No, not inviting. Again, I'd chosen the wrong word. Commanding. He was commanding me to come out of the shadows and into his powerful light. The urge to run traveled up my back like a shiver. But I didn't. He beckoned me, and I stepped out of my hiding place like something enthralled.
Chapter 9. Victor. Victor held himself perfectly still as he watched Jake apologize to Dawn. The Nakamura boy chose stiff and formal English this time, and perhaps knowing the issue would be forced if he did not show her the utmost respect. He bowed even lower to Dawn than he had her brother. Victor considered making the 2 other boys do the same. By the time the shamed Nakamura-san was done, they had struggled back to their feet. But upon further thought, he decided against it. His blood was merely simmering as opposed to boiling now, and a strange possessiveness took hold of him. He didn't want these boys to talk to Dawn. He didn't even want them to look at her. His eyes swung back to her, as they inevitably did whenever they were in the same space. "Is the apology acceptable to you?" he signed to Dawn. She nodded slowly, her eyes 2 saucers inside her creamy brown face. He sensed she was still too shocked to sign or answer him out loud. But a nod was all Victor needed. Her answer told him that his goal, his only reason for transferring to this school, had been achieved. Victor nodded to Donnie then, and Donnie told Jake and his cohort they could go in Japanese. The 3 boys wasted no time running away. The one who had peed himself didn't even change out of his bright yellow basketball clothes. The coach had explained to Victor and all the other new basketball team recruits that it was strictly against Tokyo Progressive's rules to walk its halls dressed in anything but the school's uniform. But perhaps something scared Yoshi more than being caught outside the locker room in his piss-stained shorts. Good. He would end up doing much worse than pissing himself if he ever touched Dawn again. He returned his gaze and his thoughts to Dawn, whose shocked expression still hadn't given way. Her reaction told him that he had been correct about her innocence. Her father surely had done much worse things to Nakamura's enemies than Victor had to those boys. but he had obviously protected his daughter from ever seeing such violence. Was she pleased about what he'd done for her, or horrified? Victor couldn't tell. Her brother, on the other hand, made his feelings about the comeuppance Victor had delivered quite clear. "That was so sick, man!" Byron signed and spoke at the same time, just like his sister. "V, I can't thank you enough." Victor had only introduced himself to Don's younger brother for the purpose of his mission. But he liked the 2 years younger kid just fine. He had a sense of humor similar to his sister, and Victor had silently laughed at a few of his antics as they completed their classroom assignments together. He was glad Byron approved of his violent tactics, but Dawn still hadn't said anything. For the first time, she was staring at him, but not in the way he couldn't help staring at her. She was staring at him like she had no idea who he was. She looked. What was that American slang word she had taught him? Ah, yes, he remembered now. Shook. Dawn had explained that this form of the word was always used in the past tense, never in the present tense if one wanted to sound on trend. And it was the perfect description of her expression right then. She didn't just look shocked. She looked shook. "Can I talk to you?" She silently signed, after a few very long, tense moments. "Alone?" A new feeling rattled through Victor, one he recognized as fear. But only vaguely. After what had happened with Han's original father, his emotions had made a permanent shift from normal to a cold baseline. One that never spiked with anxiety or fear. For the worst had already happened. Why should he be scared of anything else? Yet, his heart thrummed with that only dimly recalled emotion as he thanked Phantom for his assistance and instructed Donnie to escort Byron to the school gates and wait with him there. Would she rebuke him once the others had left the room? Tell him to leave her alone and never talk to her again. It was only now occurring to him how crazy this might all appear from her point of view. How crazy he might seem. Another new feeling he couldn't quite label filled his chest. Remorse? Regret? Whatever it was, it made Victor shift uncomfortably as everyone else cleared out of the locker room. All too soon, they were gone, leaving just Dawn and him. Alone, for the first time since she told him what happened, in this very locker room. After the door closed behind her brother, Donnie, and Phantom, she turned back to face him. "I can't believe you did that," she said with extra emphasis on her signs. Victor's stomach curdled, and he found he could no longer hold her gaze. He had given her a glimpse of the monster that lurked beneath his usually cool surface. Just a tiny glimpse, and now she would reject him. "Thank you." The two words brought Victor's gaze up, and in her eyes, he saw what he hadn't dared to hope for before. Happiness, pure delight, directed straight at him. "Thank you so much," she said, taking a step closer to him. "I want to hug you. Is it okay if I hug you?" Victor stood there, the future dragonhead, so strong, so powerful. He tried to respond, but his hands were frozen. He couldn't work out how to answer her in CSL or ASL. However, in the next moment, any answer he would have given her was rendered mute. She pitched forward and threw her arms around him, pressing the side of her face into his chest. And suddenly, That was what they were doing. Hugging. This was a first for him. Hugging and open signs of affection were perfectly acceptable in China, especially among the Red Diamond who considered themselves family. But he'd never been hugged by a woman before. At least not one he could remember. He faltered for a few panicked moments, unsure what to do with his arms. But eventually, they found their way around her. He was stiff at first, but he relaxed the longer she stayed in his embrace. She sighed as he held her. Maybe he was doing this right. He hoped he was doing this right. He liked the feel of her soft body inside his hard arms, liked it so much that another strange instinct came over him. He cupped the back of her head and pressed it into his chest, pulling her in closer and even deeper into his embrace. As first hugs went, Victor suspected this was a good one.
Chapter 10. Dawn. There was a rule about changing back into your school uniform before you left the locker room. But if Victor knew about it, he didn't care. He led me out of the boys' locker room, and we walked down the hallway together. Side by side, but still awkward as hell. I guessed some things never changed, even if a guy transferred into your school and beat up your brother's bullies because... Why exactly had he done that? I still wasn't sure. I peeped sideways at Victor after he walked out of Toprog's front doors. I still couldn't believe he was actually here, at my school, with me. Questions swirled inside my head as we approached the school's black iron gates. But I stopped short before I could ask any of them. Byron wasn't waiting for me outside the gates. There was only a shiny black Bentley idling at the curb, most likely waiting for one of the Richie Rich kids from some after-school club that still hadn't let out. Maybe Byron went home without me? But why would he do that? He had to have as many questions for me as I had for Victor. Donnie chose that moment to climb out of the driver's side of the Bentley. He rushed around the front of it to open the back door. And there was Byron in his bright yellow basketball uniform, already seated inside the car, waving at me like a maniac. I looked up at Victor, who looked down at me like, "What else did you expect? I'm rich, bitch." Then he waved me forward, extending a hand toward the car. The Bentley's back cabin was larger than large. I mean, old school, with 2 rows of elegant leather seats facing each other. I tentatively slid into the seat next to Byron, and Victor dropped down into the one directly across from me, like he owned the place. Which I guess he technically did. "This is how you roll, V?" Byron asked signed after Donnie closed the door behind us. Then he hit Victor with his totally made-up sign for "Noise." Victor merely nodded in a way that conveyed, "I'm used to this, and you need to calm down." It was a quiet ride over to our side of town. I don't think any of us knew what to say after all of that. The adrenaline drop must have hit Byron hard, though. After a few more thank yous to Victor, he nodded off beside me, his head lolling until it ended up on my shoulder. "Thank you," I signed to Victor silently to keep from waking up my brother. Victor wasn't nearly as gracious about accepting my extra thank you as he'd been with my brother. "You already thanked me in ASL," he signed back with a smug smirk. "You should practice your CSL." "Thank you?" I made the CSL version of the thank you sign with a questioning grimace. He reached across the space and replaced the index finger I was pumping with my thumb. Then he sat back to sign, "You did not practice over the break." I confessed the truth with a shy mix of ASL and CSL. "I didn't think you would be coming back. You and Han made it seem like you two were definitely going to be staying in Hong Kong." He paused, clamped his lips. Then he signed, "Han remained behind to assist my father in Hong Kong. Not me." "Why didn't you stay too?" It was a simple question, but he didn't reply right away. "I told my father I wanted to try going to a normal school. I never have before." I guess that was a reasonable answer. Made sense. But he was looking off to the side, like he couldn't quite meet my eyes. "You wanted to go to a normal school even though you never did before? What changed?" I signed. He raised his hands, collapsed them in his lap, then raised them again. His next sign was universal, the kind anyone, anywhere could understand, even if you were a foreigner, even if you were an alien. He simply pointed at me. "You." Me? So many emotions rushed to my head, making me feel dizzy and confused. I waited for him to sign something more, but that was it. He dropped his hands into his lap. And a few seconds later, the car stopped in front of our apartment building, as if he had commanded it to end our conversation. This was the part where I should have woken up my brother, thanked Victor again as any polite girl would have, and left. But I didn't. I couldn't leave it there. I had to raise my hands again to say, "I don't understand. Why did you come to my school? Why did you fight Jake for us? Why did you do all of this for me? Why did you—" I stopped signing when he abruptly looked away from me, the signing equivalent of cutting someone off. So many silent moments passed after that. I wasn't sure if he would ever raise his gaze, even to say goodbye. But eventually, he reached into the inside pocket of his school blazer and pulled out a pad. It was a mini version of the blank scratch pad he had used during our tutoring sessions, and he wrote something down on it. But instead of showing me what he'd written, like he usually did, he tore off the piece of notebook paper and carefully folded it in a pattern. The final product wasn't what I would call origami, but it was beautiful. A much more precisely folded version of what Byron and I used to call ninja stars before we actually moved to Japan. "Like you, I have a secret, too," he signed. "Put this secret in your pocket, and do not open it until you are ready to know." With that, he offered the folded paper to me in the Japanese way, both hands extended. I took it from him, confused for the umpteenth time that day. But I did as he told me. I slipped it into my left blazer pocket. "Thank you," I signed again, this time in much better CSL. A smile flitted across his lips, like an animal too reluctant to come out. "You're welcome," he signed, also in CSL. We both lowered our eyes after that, but neither of us moved. We were one of those cheap anime scenes where the camera scans over the same still picture to simulate motion. It felt like so much was happening, but neither of us was moving at all. Byron woke up with a jerk. "Did I fall asleep?" he asked, lifting his head from my shoulder. "Yeah, we're here," I answered, speaking out loud for the first time since we'd climbed into the car. My voice sounded new somehow, older and less innocent. The door opened, and I looked up to see Donnie standing on the other side, waiting for us to get out. Climbing out of the Bentley felt like emerging from a fairy tale. But I still wasn't clear on the moral of the story. I turned to see if one last look at Victor over my shoulder would reveal any answers. But Donnie closed the door before I could get a final glimpse. Chapter 11. I'd spent a lot of time over the break trying not to think about Victor. But that was all over now. His secret pulsed in my pocket as I entered our apartment behind my brother. "What took you so long to get home?" Mom demanded as soon as we walked through the door. We were less than 15 minutes late, thanks to the unexpected ride home from Victor. But instead of defending ourselves, we lied to her about basketball practice running late. Mom muttered in Korean, the complicated version we didn't understand. She'd only taught us the most basic words in her mother tongue, insisting we'd never need it. I guess she was right. Here we were in Japan, speaking in English as we all signed in ASL. Byron and I hovered near the front door, expecting a lecture of some kind about coming home too late and worrying our poor mother. But in the end, she just told us to go to our rooms and do our homework. "Be quiet in the hallway," she warned us. "Your father's still sleeping." With my dad's hours, dinner was often breakfast for him, and we knew better than to wake him up. But that didn't stop Byron from starting a conversation when we made it to our doors, which were located directly across from each other. "Sorry about what happened before winter break with Jake," he signed. "It's okay," I immediately signed back. "No, it's not okay," Byron answered just as fast. "I wanted to defend you, but I didn't know how. I feel bad that your tutoring client had to come in to do my job." A new pang of sympathy resonated in my chest. I'd been so busy feeling guilty about not being able to help Byron. It never occurred to me that he was feeling the same way about not being able to help me. "I'm not Dad," I pointed out. "I don't expect you, my little brother, to defend me or protect me just because you're a boy and I'm a girl." "You should expect that," Byron insisted. "I should have done better. If Jake's grandfather wasn't Dad's boss..." "Seriously, it's okay," I signed, cutting him off. "Don't beat yourself up. Don't be a Jake." We both let out a quiet snicker at my joke. But then he sobered to ask, "Are you and He dropped his hands abruptly, his head snapping to the right like a meerkat that had sensed something dangerous. I followed the direction of his gaze to the end of the hallway. And sure enough, there was our tiger mom at the other end of the hallway, glaring at us for not doing exactly as she said. Gossip interrupted. After casting me a talk more later look, Byron tucked his head and disappeared into his room. And I did the same, changing out of my uniform into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. To be fair, I did try to do my homework after that. I had an essay about the Edo period due Monday for my history class, and writing in Japanese wasn't one of my strong suits. The teacher had warned us that we would need to truly research it, with actual books, not a historical manga or a J-drama from the video store like I'd been hoping. She even warned us that most of the Edo-era shows were wildly inaccurate. I was pretty sure she'd been burned by foreign students before, so I needed to take this assignment super seriously. And I did a first. I pulled out the one English language history book I'd been able to find in the school library, and I totally tried to read it. But I couldn't concentrate, and the words swam together. I'd hung my blazer on the back of my bedroom door when I changed, and try as I did to keep my eyes glued on my book, I couldn't ignore Victor's secret, ticking inside of its bottom left pocket. So loud, it became a pulse between my ears. What had his instructions meant, anyway? How was I supposed to just know when I was ready to read his big secret? My mind rewound to the fall, to the one request my father made before dropping me off at the home of the Chinese boy. To tell him if Victor said something he should know. My eyes wandered from the book to my uniform jacket. Was whatever Victor wrote in that note something I should tell my dad? He said he had a secret, like me. Maybe the note was a confession of something illegal he'd done. Or maybe he wanted to go to art school too. Or maybe he was finally ready to tell me his last name. Or maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe the secret was that he no longer wanted ASL tutoring. Bye-bye. That would make sense now that he was going to Tokyo Progressive. And if it was something as simple as that, I should just go over and open the note. But I sat frozen at my desk. I could hear myself think over the secret's noisy ticking. But I wasn't ready. Not yet. "What's this I hear about you two getting dropped off in a Bentley?" Dad demanded at dinner that night, just as we were about to tuck into Mom's takgarbi, a spicy chicken stir-fry. Byron and I exchanged looks. Well, that explained Mom's strange lack of a tirade earlier. We should have known it was too good to be true. She must have seen us getting out of Victor's car from the window, and instead of asking us about it herself, she'd reported it straight to Dad when he woke up. My mom could be stubborn and fierce about our grades and getting into the right colleges, but when she got confused, she morphed into a total 50s housewife. Byron came up with a partial truth for both of us. "The guy Don's been tutoring enrolled at our school. He joined the basketball team and he offered us a ride home." Mom's face crinkled with delicate confusion, and Dad went completely still. "Victor Zhang?" Dad set down his chopsticks, even though he hadn't taken a bite of food yet. "Victor Zhang is going to Tokyo Progressive now?" Zhang. So that was his last name. I guessed it wasn't the huge secret I thought it was. Dad was dropping Victor's government details like it was common knowledge. "Yeah, he's cool," Byron answered. "He's in my deaf studies track, even though I guess he's not exactly deaf. Or maybe he just reads lips really, really good. I'm still not sure." Dad swiped his gaze to me. His expression was angry and accusatory. "I thought you said he went back to Hong Kong for good." I stayed calm on the outside, but on the inside, I was looking at Dad all kinds of sideways. The thing was, I hadn't said anything at all about Victor to my father after our last tutoring session. Not even about him leaving for Hong Kong for the winter break. How had Dad known Victor had left? And why was he acting like I gave him bad intel or something? The note was ticking even louder now. I could hear it, even though it was back in my bedroom behind a closed door. "I guess he changed his mind," I mumbled to my dad. A few minutes passed, silent but loud. Then Dad said, "Your mom wants you to focus on your studies. It's a crucial time with your college applications. Tell Victor Zhang that you don't have time to tutor him anymore." My heart didn't just sink. It plummeted. "But I need that job." I scrambled for a plausible reason and could only come up with, "To pay for my art supplies." "We'll pay for your art crap," Dad answered quickly. "You focus on your studies." I went quiet. Even Mom, whose cardinal rule was that I had to pay for all my silly art stuff with my own money, didn't say anything. Dad had that tone in his voice, the one you didn't argue with unless you wanted an even worse punishment. And that was what his decree felt like, a punishment. Who was Victor Zhang? And why was my dad suddenly so eager for me to stay away from him? The note was ticking even louder when I returned to my room after dinner. But I pulled it out of my blazer pocket anyway, curiosity overpowering my fear. The paper from Victor's notepad might have been of a higher quality than I thought. The star felt heavier than I expected in my hand. Or maybe that was the secret. Be careful with that. Dad's vague warning rang in my ears as I looked down at the perfectly folded note. And no, maybe I wasn't ready. But reading the Chinese boy's secret might be the only way to find out why my dad was suddenly super anti-Victor. I felt like I was sitting across from Lawrence Fishburne in The Matrix. Red pill or blue pill? One would allow your life to go on as it had before. The other would change it irrevocably. I thought of another one of my classes then, English. First term, my teacher had used The Matrix as an example of a modern illusion. Its blue pill or red pill scene was a callback to a much older story, she'd told us. The devil offering Eve the apple. Do you want this knowledge, young lady? Or don't you? I did not get the best grade in that class. But suddenly, I understood everything. This piece of paper was new and ancient all at once. A choice. Victor had given me a choice. And now, like Eve and Neo, I had to decide how much I liked my life as I knew it. I had to decide if I wanted to stay innocent. I hesitated. I could tear it up. I could stuff the pieces in my mouth, swallow them down, poop them out tomorrow, and never, ever have to know what the note said. But come on, who was I kidding? A hot guy who came to my brother's rescue gave me a note with a secret inside when I asked him about his sudden hero turn. There was no such thing as a 17-year-old girl who would choose the not opening it option. Without any further waffling, I unfolded the note. I read it. Then I gasped, covering my mouth with my hand. The secret. It wasn't what I'd expected. I had to go over the words again and again just to make sure I'd read them right. But no, the second and third times, they read exactly as they had the first. Dawn, I like you. This is the secret I didn't know how to tell you.
Chapter 12. Victor. 3 hours after giving Dawn his secret, Victor was still cursing himself. He had defied his father's decision. Raymond had wanted him to remain in Hong Kong and begin his training to take his place. But he'd asked Han to stand in for him and return to Tokyo instead. Victor had enrolled in a school for the first time in his entire life. He'd threatened the grandson of the Nakamura Gumi Oyabun. And now, nothing. It was well into the evening, and he hadn't heard from her. Victor could only blame himself. When Dawn had asked him point blank why he had done all of this, had he told her the truth face to face? No. He'd given her a note. A note! Dawn, I like you. This is the secret I do not know how to tell you. Those words. Those stupid, childish words had been swarming around his head since she got out of his car. He thought he would only be playing the part of a mere schoolboy when he enrolled at Tokyo Progressive. Ha! That note proved otherwise. Come on, man! We fighting or standing around all day? Phantom's voice pulled Victor out of his miserable contemplation. They were supposed to be engaged in a spontaneous late-night sparring session. Hand to hand, not with sticks or practice weapons as Han preferred. His chosen brother needed extraneous tools to keep up in a fight against Victor, given their different weight classes. But Phantom had refused all of the practice instruments hanging on the gym wall. How had his American cousin so charmingly put it? Fuck that pussy shit. Only weapons I believe in are my guns and my fists. Phantom was nothing like Han. In fact, it was sometimes difficult for Victor to believe that, unlike his chosen brother, Phantom was actually a blood relation. Their fathers had grown up together in the same household, but Phantom was an ABC, American-born Chinese, so he and Victor had little in common. Regardless, Victor liked and appreciated his plain-spoken family member. From the age of 12, Phantom's father had sent him to Hong Kong every summer, so he and Han considered him much like an older brother. Phantom tended to rub the Hong Kong side of the Red Diamond the wrong way, though. His rough, American-accented Cantonese and his general lack of respect for those higher up in their triad's chain weren't regarded favorably. But anyone looking at him could tell he was a valuable asset. He was even taller and larger than Victor. A born enforcer. The sight of him alone often intimidated enemies from attacking Phantom's father at in-person meetings. He was also loyal. It had taken nothing more than a couple of text messages from Han for Phantom to drop everything he was doing in America. He'd shown up in Japan with a duffel bag and a grin to, as he'd put it, keep you company. For that reason, Victor ignored his disrespectful tone and simply raised his fist to fight. But instead of raising his fists, Phantom said, "If you're having second thoughts about beating up that Nakamura kid over a girl, good, you should be." Victor inwardly sighed. Yes, Phantom was unfailingly loyal. If asked to hold a 16-year-old prone while Victor punched him, Phantom did so without blinking an eye. But unfortunately, the price of that loyalty was having to put up with him always speaking his mind. If he represented American males in their 20s, it would seem they were all incapable of keeping their opposing thoughts to themselves. "When your dad finds out, he's going to be pissed," Phantom continued, ignoring Victor's lack of response. "And you know that shiny suit Donnie fuck's probably texting back and forth with them right now." Phantom was wrong about that. Donnie had most likely texted his father about the incident this afternoon, as soon as Victor and Phantom left him alone at his post. Donnie always quietly obeyed orders, but his loyalty lay foremost with their dragonhead. But enough. This wasn't a conversation Victor cared to have with his cousin, especially since Phantom was 100% right. Instead of answering, Victor sprayed his opponent with a volley of kicks and punches. Phantom blocked his first hits easily. That was fine. The beginning of a fight was often a character study for Victor. He threw a quick array of hits and kicks, like a child playing Mortal Kombat, testing to see what worked and what didn't, waiting patiently for the perfect opening to end the fight with the most efficient strike, painful and ruthless. This was just one of the reasons Han refused to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Despite his size, Phantom was doing a great job of both deflecting and avoiding punches. He was almost putting up a good enough fight to distract him from thoughts of Dawn. Dawn, who still hadn't been in contact, even though he gifted her with a phone that he'd never taken back. Don, who would probably keep the NTT Docomo, but never talk again to the mute freak who could only confess his feelings with a childish note. Ow, man, fuck! Victor didn't realize one of his punches had landed until he drew back his fist to find his cousin bleeding profusely from his nose. Too hard? He would not apologize. That was not the way of a future Dragonhead. But he did not like that thoughts of Dawn had caused him to lose control. That made him feel guilty as he asked, "Did I break your nose?" Phantom grinned, the blood from his nose running into his teeth. "Nice shot, cuz." Before Victor could thank him for his good-natured response, Phantom swung one huge leg through the air and roundhoused him. Getting hit with the full force of his cousin's kick was like taking a steel beam to the chest. Victor flew backward, past the edge of the mat, and then even further. His journey didn't end until he landed on top of his study table, which instantly shattered under his weight. "Too hard?" Phantom asked with a smirk, coming to stand above him. "No, just hard enough," Victor signed before staggering to his feet. "Thank you." Victor wasn't trying to be tough. He welcomed the pain of receiving the full force of Phantom's revenge. It was better than obsessing over Dawn. The light from his own NTT Docomo, sitting in the middle of the table's wreckage, caught his eye. He bent down to pick it up, his heart once again raring with hope. It was still in one piece, but no new messages. Had she even read his note? Of course she had. Who could resist a secret? He rubbed at his chest for reasons that had nothing to do with Phantom's hit. Oh my God! Oh my God, are you all right?" Victor looked up, and his heart soared when he saw Dawn standing in the doorway beside Donnie. Phantom wasn't nearly as happy to see her. "You just let her in here without asking your boss for permission first?" Phantom asked Donnie in his rough Cantonese, suddenly concerned with the hierarchy of Red Diamond Command. "I told him he should always let her in," Victor signed, coming to Donnie's defense. "Yeah, well, that's a bad fucking idea," Phantom muttered in Cantonese. "Just like all the other shit you've done for this girl." Fortunately, Phantom simply glowered and didn't speak his enmity in English directly to Dawn in that particularly American way of his. Victor wouldn't have stood for that. "Hi," she said into Phantom's glowering silence with a tentative wave. "I'm Dawn. We didn't exchange names the last time we met." She waited, probably expecting a polite answer. But Phantom wasn't polite, by any standard, American or Chinese. He merely stood there, letting her know that he wasn't one for small talk with his lack of response. And he turned his back just enough not to have to see any commands Victor might give him concerning his behavior toward Dawn. So Victor answered Dawn himself. "His name is Phantom." "Phantom," she repeated without speaking. "Like the ghost?" "Exactly," Victor answered. "And he doesn't understand ASL. If you want to be rude and shut him out of our conversation, the way he shut you out in Cantonese, we should keep talking this way." Dawn laughed at his suggestion. But then she looked at him worriedly and asked, "Are you sure you're all right? That hit was crazy. You flew." Yes, he had. No doubt he would find his chest covered with a bruise the next time he took off his shirt, perhaps his back too, considering his crash into the table. "I'm fine," Victor signed nonetheless. It was the truth. All of his pain had receded into the background as soon as he saw Dawn standing at the door. Leave us alone, he signed to Donnie. Boss said to clear out, Donnie let Phantom know in Cantonese. Phantom did as he was told, but he glared at Dawn all the way out the room. I don't think Phantom likes me, Dawn signed with a chagrined look as soon as his cousin slid the doors closed behind him. Her sign language was the usual mess of CSL and ASL, but Victor understood her meaning. The polite thing to do would have been to assure her that Phantom's ire wasn't her fault. But Victor couldn't be polite. He had to know. What are you doing here so late? I had to wait until my father left and my mother was asleep to sneak out and come here, she answered in a rush. But then her hands faltered. She raised them once, twice, before speak signing. I read your note. Victor's heart hammered in his chest. It was a wild animal throwing itself against its cage because it wanted something so badly. But he waited. Not out of patience. He waited because he couldn't have signed in those long moments if he'd wanted to. He could barely breathe. You are so great, Victor. But I can't. She gave her head a short, sorrowful shake. I can't do this with you. So this was what it felt like to get rejected. A new kind of pain exploded inside his chest. Strange. So much had been given to him his entire life. Friends, women, servants, and riches. His life had been painless up until now. Even his mother and ability to speak had been taken away before he was old enough to truly feel the loss. But this hurt. This hurt even more than he'd bargained for when he decided to return to Tokyo and finally tell her how he felt. A wind, despairing and loud, filled his head, and he could barely concentrate on the rest of what she said after that. Who cared about her reasons anyway? The point was, she'd read his secret. And she'd come over here to tell him she didn't feel the same. He should send her away. Have Donnie drag her out before she realized how upset he was. I just couldn't do that to another girl. And I know a lot of people are all about open relationships these days. I also get that Americans have a reputation. But I'm not like that. Those particular words broke through the howling wind inside Victor's head. He froze, frowned, then lifted his fingers to sign. What? You don't know this sign? Girlfriend? She asked, emphasizing the sign for girlfriend. It's like wife, but before marriage. Yes, of course he knew that sign, in both CSL and ASL. He'd thought of it often during his time in Hong Kong away from her. But what did you say about girlfriend? Repeat that last part. She said out loud before mumble signing. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with your girlfriend, but I don't do that. I don't go out with other people's boyfriends. I'm not like that. Victor blinked, then signed. I don't have a girlfriend. Now she frowned. Ayane, that woman who came every Thursday, wasn't she your girlfriend? I've been assuming she was your girlfriend this whole time. She was having trouble looking at him again, to the point that Victor worried that she wouldn't be able to see it when he answered. She is not my girlfriend. She glanced up, but only a little bit. Then who is she to you? No one, he answered, signing emphatically. She is no one. Her eyes widened, and she took a step back as if he had hit her, the same as when Phantom roundhoused him earlier. You don't have a girlfriend? She repeated, as if she didn't entirely trust his ASL. No, he answered, adding a short shake of his head so that there would be no further misunderstanding. I don't have a girlfriend. Oh. Again, she didn't sign, and her voice sounded small. Dawn looked away from him, up at the ceiling, down at the floor. And the truth began to dawn on Victor. Absolutely no pun intended. His supposed girlfriend had only been an excuse for her rejection. It was the reason she'd prepared to explain why she couldn't return his feelings. So now, she had to figure out how to let him down easily without it. Victor couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand being on the receiving end of her pity-filled rejection. The note was a joke, he signed. At the same time, she signed, I like you too. They both stopped, their hands freezing in mid-air as they each registered what the other had just signed. It was a joke? She asked, her voice cracking underneath the question. She stared up at Victor, her big brown eyes stricken and hurt. For a moment, for too many moments, Victor just stood there, frozen and buffering. What had he done? What the fuck had he done? He raised his hands to correct the lie, to tell her the note was 100% true, and quite frankly, the hardest thing he'd ever had to write. But she turned her back on him before he could, rushing towards the door. No, no, no! She liked him back. She actually liked him back. He couldn't let it end this way. Victor raced after her, grabbing her up in his arms before she reached the door. He pulled her to his chest, telling her with his body what he couldn't with words. But she fought his hold. Let me go! She screamed. Fuck you! Let me go! He never heard her scream before, or swear. He hated that he'd hurt her. Hated it so much. All his pride went out the window as he forcefully turned her around. No joke, he signed as clearly as he could, while keeping her facing him, with one arm banded tightly around her. No joke, Dew. He didn't know the ASL for promise or swear. A moment from their first ASL class flashed through his mind, like a lifeline thrown out to his stormy sea. My words don't cheat, he signed. Then he resorted to the same mishmash of ASL and CSL that she so often employed, hoping she'd understand. I was trying to save face. I like you. I like you very much. She didn't believe him. He could see the disbelief in her brown eyes filled with angry tears, threatening to spill over. He had to convince her. Had to show her he wasn't lying. So he kissed her. He kissed her so hard that all the feelings he'd been keeping pent up inside came flowing out to shout the truth at her in a language she could understand. I like you. I like you. I like you too much. To the point of craziness. He told her this with his kiss, his mouth roaming over hers. He kissed her, and kissed her until she became pliant and began to kiss him back. Then he drew back and signed something else he had never said to another human before, especially to a girl. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being a coward. He told her, I like you very much. You make me very happy. Dawn, you are the only girl who does this to my heart. Her eyes were still wide, but they were also soft now. And she was no longer fighting him, so he risked withdrawing both of his hands to ask, "Will you be my girlfriend? Please say yes."
Chapter 13. Dawn. Will you be my girlfriend? Please say yes. My heart thundered in my chest, and there was a strange feeling in my belly like I was falling into something I didn't understand, but desperately wanted. So just in case you weren't paying attention, Victor was back in Tokyo. He'd enrolled at my school, and now he was asking me to be his girlfriend, just a few hours after my father ordered me never to see him again. And I was like 50% sure he was actually serious this time. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe there was another shoe hanging out right above my head, just waiting to drop. But before I could second-guess myself, 2 letters formed on my right hand, O and K. "Okay," he repeated with his own right hand. "Okay," I signed again, clamping my lips, and hoping to God this wasn't him playing some cruel mind game with me. But when I peeped up at him and saw the expression on his face, it instantly became clear to me that it wasn't. 1, I just wasn't the kind of girl guys bothered to play mind games with. In all 3 years I'd been in Japan, not one of the boys at school had asked me out or even given me a second look. I was near invisible at my school, and I was pretty sure most guys at Tokyo Progressive only knew me as Byron's sister. But I didn't feel invisible at that moment. Not with Victor looking down at me, his gaze soft, like I was the only thing in the room, the only thing in the world. So this was how it felt. This was how it felt to be gazed upon by someone who liked you as much as you liked them. Before Victor, before that moment, I'd been baffled by the girls at Tokyo Progressive who spent so much time trying to get boys to look at them like Victor was looking at me. Their efforts had seemed so silly to me. But now I got it. I totally got it. Then I got it again, when Victor leaned down to kiss me. This time, as my boyfriend. The day after our first kiss, Byron and I found a Bentley idling outside of Adachiku Station when we arrived. "I don't want to be one of those people who think all black Bentleys look the same," Byron said beside me. "But is that Victor's car?" As if in answer to his question, Donnie climbed out. "Neho," he greeted, opening the back door of the Bentley for us as we approached. Byron and I exchanged a "can you believe this" look before jumping into the car. There, we found Victor waiting inside. We both climbed into the row of seats opposite him, just like the last time we were in his car. But before I could buckle my seatbelt, Victor covertly beckoned me with a downward hand. My face flooded with a warm, pleased heat, and all sorts of feelings popped off in my chest as I switched seats and settled in beside him. Byron glanced between the two of us, getting it now, even though we never got the chance to talk about my relationship with Victor. He gave me a significant look, and being his sister, it was easy to translate. Dad's not going to like this. Fortunately, he was cool enough not to share that thought out loud. He just spoke signed, "Nice. Thanks for picking us up, V." And that was it. Byron and Victor signed about basketball and other things the rest of the way to school. I stayed out of the conversation, content to bask in the feeling of being Victor Zhang's girlfriend. Toprogue wasn't remotely like the high schools back in Jersey. When we pulled up to its front gates, there were no hormonal teens tonguing each other down on the other side of it. PDA like that just wasn't a thing, even in Japan's most metropolitan city. But couples did hold hands, and Victor took hold of mine as soon as we emerged from his Bentley, letting everyone know in this culturally acceptable but very public way that we were together now. And just like that, we were official. In an instant, I went from being Byron's sister to the new guy's girlfriend. Did I say I was invisible before? Suddenly, American girls who had never talked to me in the entire time I'd been going to Tokyo Progressive wanted to sit down next to me in homeroom. Wow, how did you find such a hot Japanese guy? Wait, is he Japanese? Where is he from? How did you even know each other? Did you meet before this week? Is it true he can hear but can't talk? What's up with that? Barbara Walters had nothing on the girls gathered around me in homeroom. I mostly deflected their questions the best I could. Until this, Victor had been so private. It didn't feel right to gossip about him behind his back with girls who never gave me the time of day before I started dating him. But I had to admit that I, too, was curious about why my boyfriend was mute. Do you mind telling me why you can't talk? I asked Victor the following Tuesday. We were sitting across from each other at his brand new study table and doing homework together. Since I'd sent all my college applications off early, I had convinced my mother to let me rejoin art club, which met on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Luckily, I had never got around to officially signing back up for that extracurricular activity. And Victor and Byron only had basketball practice on Mondays and Thursdays. That meant on the Tuesdays when there weren't any games, we could go back to Victor's place in Roppongi and spend time together outside of school without Byron. Victor hesitated after I asked my question. Then he raised his hands over the table to give me a quick answer in ASL. Excuse me? I signed in response. I was pretty sure I had misunderstood. But he signed it again in his usual, super precise ASL. I don't have a tongue. You don't have a tongue, I repeated out loud, just to make sure I hadn't botched up my signs. No, I don't have a tongue. You were born without a tongue? Like a birth defect? I asked, signed, using the signs for baby and broken, since I had no idea how to say birth defect, even in my native sign language. No, it was cut out when I was little. Cancer? I asked, my chest trembling with hope. I wouldn't wish cancer on anyone, especially a child. But the alternative was just too terrible to consider. No, Victor answered, with a firm clap of his index and middle finger against his thumb. His face was completely neutral, like he was providing an answer to a problem in math class, as he told me, "It was removed by one of my father's enemies and sent to him as part of a hostage negotiation." He must have misread the utter horror in my expression, because he made the last few signs again. This means prisoner return conversation. Do you understand? I did. Too well. My stomach convulsed at the thought of Victor undergoing such torture when he was only a little kid. But I signed back that I understood, while trying to think of something, anything, to say. Unfortunately, all I could come up with was, I guess that explains why you haven't tried to shove your tongue down my throat like I heard most boys would. I thought you were just being polite. I immediately regretted the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. Ugh, could I be more inappropriate? But Victor regarded me with a sympathetic look, like I was the one who had suffered a terrible, life-altering butchering, not him. No, I am not so polite. I would kiss you like the other boys if I could, he answered with a slight smile. But then his smile faded. Does this change things between us? Will you still kiss me? Would I still kiss him? I didn't let him wonder about that for one more second. Laughing, I threw myself across the table at him and pressed my mouth to his when he caught me. Tongue or no tongue, you're still the best kisser on the planet, I let him know a few minutes later when we finally came up for air. Having taken a college statistics class since then, I'll admit that the argument for my claim wasn't exactly scientifically proven. He was the only boy I'd ever kissed up to that point. But even back then, I knew. No one else would ever kiss me like he did. He was that Chaka Khan song, living and breathing. Nobody else would or could make me feel this way. Nobody but Victor. I happily lied to my parents even more after that conversation, inventing hikes and outings with made-up girlfriends from school who suddenly wanted to hang with me on the weekends. And miracle of all miracles, I actually got away with it. After I sent off all my college applications, my mother didn't care so much about me studying 24/7. Plus, hiking was good exercise. Go have fun and lose some weight, she encouraged me, her signs happy and light. Then go to America and become a doctor. Byron helped out too. He owed both of us. I had kept my mouth shut about Jake Nakamura, when it was good and when it turned bad. And Victor not only protected him from Jake, but he'd also given my brother someone cool to talk with at school. Byron was grateful and happy to assist us with any and all cover-up operations. He often accompanied me to make my outings seem more legit. We went to festivals at Yoyogi Park, played a lot of glow-in-the-dark bowling, and hit up so many of Tokyo's never-ending supply of arcades. For my birthday in early March, Victor even had Donnie drive us down to Kamakura, a coastal town about an hour south of Tokyo, to actually take a hike. It was a super nice time. I only felt like I would legit die once or twice while doing the trail hike between Kenchoji Temple and Zuisenji Temple. And when we made it to our destination, Victor pulled me behind a tree to reward me for my endurance with many kisses. It was the perfect day, until Byron snapped a picture of us kissing behind the tree with his disposable camera. "Byron!" I shouted, coming out the kiss to play the role of the annoyed older sister. Victor simply signed to Byron. "May I see that camera?" Byron handed it over with a laugh. I was just joking around. He trailed off when Victor dropped the camera to the ground and crushed it under his hiking boot. And that kind of put a damper on the whole let's go on a fun birthday hike mood. "Are you embarrassed to be seen kissing me?" I asked Victor as we made our way back to Kenchoji Temple. "Not at all." He smiled at me, as if I was crazy to think that someone who came from a homogeneous society where the beauty standard was firmly set on waif thin would be embarrassed by his chubby, half-black girlfriend. "Pictures are not a good idea for me," he explained. I understood, but a dark shiver ran down my spine. The danger that surrounded Victor had a way of creeping up like that. One moment I was a carefree girl on a birthday hike with her boyfriend. And the next, I was reminded that his father had the kind of enemies that would cut out a child's tongue. Victor stopped us walking and turned me to face him. "Dawn, I am very proud to be your boyfriend. It is not safe to take pictures, but maybe you can draw me one? Something I can look at when we're apart." Just like that, my entire mood lifted. I gave him a cartoony sketch of us kissing in Zuisenji Temple's famous gardens, and he acted like it was the best gift he'd ever gotten. So, no more doubts, no more suspicions. The only thing I was afraid of, after giving Victor that drawing, was how much I would miss him when I went off to college. Chapter 14. Dawn. Mostly, there was only beauty between us. Other than that birthday hike, Victor and I were a J-drama montage filled with dreamy scenes of good times, cozy lunches at school, and walking hand in hand down Tokyo City streets. Winter became spring, and acceptances and rejections started to roll in. Mostly rejections from my reach schools. A couple of Jersey state colleges let me in, but Wellesley said no way, as did Barnard and Smith. By mid-March, my mother was acting snippier with me than usual, wondering out loud what kind of medical school would let me in without a prestigious college listed in my application. She started side-eyeing art club again, as if that was the only explanation for my lack of acceptance letters from the schools she'd picked out for me. But luck was on my side. The Monday before my usual Tuesday with Victor, a big white envelope from Mount Holyoke arrived, letting me, but mostly my mom, know I'd gotten in with a generous scholarship. Victor was the first one I told after my family, texting him on the secret phone my dad didn't know I was still using. I got into Mount Holyoke with a pretty good financial aid package. "Congratulations, smiley face," he wrote back. "I have good news too. I will tell you tomorrow." The next day, he congratulated me again with lots and lots of kisses during art club. Lying in bed while lazily smooching and signing Tuesday afternoons away had quickly become my favorite after-school activity. But eventually, I had to lean back to tell him, "One of my mom's schools let me in. I still haven't heard from RISD. Probably because my portfolio wasn't good enough. I was reading online that there are kids who work on their portfolios for years. I slapped mine together over the winter break." He covered my hands with his so that I could no longer sign, shutting me up. Technically, he was the only one who needed to sign, but that was his way of stopping me from fretting. This wasn't the first time I'd spiraled out about my RISD application. I know, you're right. There's no use worrying about it until they tell me for sure," I said, without even having to be told what he was thinking. Then, I took my hands back to change the subject. "What's your good news?" I asked, signed. "All in CSL, thank you." My Chinese sign language had improved dramatically since becoming Victor's girlfriend. To the point that I regretted not telling him how I felt even sooner. If I had, I probably could have put CSL on my college applications, and maybe that would have been a quirky enough skill to get me into more schools. "I have also received a university acceptance letter," he signed in perfect ASL. "That's great. Where?" "I am not sure of the sign word," he answered, "but it is spelled TUFTS. I shot up in bed. TUFTS? I nearly screeched while also spelling out the name of the prestigious university. Like, TUFTS in Boston? He sat up too. Yes, that TUFTS. He hadn't bothered to cut his hair since coming back from Hong Kong, and it now fell in messy waves past his ears. It made him look like a freaking male supermodel, if you asked me. But he didn't appear smug or even confident as he signed. I wanted to stay close to you. I hope this is okay. Okay? I repeated, my heart soaring. It's more than okay. I'd been so worried that when the time came for me to leave Japan and go to college, I would never see him again. It had been like a doomsday time clock hanging over our relationship. But now, you'll be just a few hours away from me in Mount Holyoke. Even less time if I get into RISD, which is weirdly closer. New England geography, so weird, right? But oh my god, this is so amazing. I jumped out of bed. Let's go celebrate. I'll tell my parents that I'm going out with the girls from our club. Victor climbed out of bed too. His body was as powerful as a jaguar's underneath his school uniform. I still can't figure out how he had the nerve to think I didn't find him attractive when we first met. I mean, yeah, I get that a lot of girls my age prefer the dainty, pretty guys in bands like SMAP and Kanjanieto. He's also probably self-conscious about being mute. But Victor is built like an Olympian god. I can't believe he seriously thought there was a chance any girl in her right mind wouldn't say yes to being his girlfriend. Victor winced and signed, I cannot stay out too late. I have a meeting later tonight. But I know an izakaya that will serve us quickly. We can go there. I raised my hands to take him up on his invitation. I'd never been to an izakaya before, and I was curious about Japan's version of a tapas bar. But somehow, even that didn't feel like a big enough celebration for us getting to extend our relationship into the fall. An alternative plan popped into my head. Or, if you want, I hesitated, self-conscious and shy. We could... sign language. Most of the time, I loved that it was easy and direct. But sometimes, it forced me to say things way more plainly than I wanted to. Like if I were just speaking, I would have used a clever euphemism like, go all the way, or smash. But for this particular conversation, my whole face burned as I made one of the very graphic signs for have sex. Victor froze. Then he raised his hands to slowly sign, You want to have sex? Oh, God. Could this conversation be more embarrassing? We'd made out. Man, we'd made out. Behind the school, in his Bentley, against walls, on top of his bed. And we'd touched a little. My hands had found my way underneath his shirt a few times, and I'd thrilled at the feel of him, all hard muscle covered in taut skin. A few times, he'd settled a hand on my breast. Some of our bed kisses had gotten pretty intense, too. We'd crawled all over each other, and I could feel his hard length against my soft stomach. But he'd always backed off. He'd never asked for more. But here I was, asking for more. Kind of. Look, I had zero experience. I could only push myself so far. So instead of admitting that, yes, I was an 18-year-old girl with sexual wants and needs, I asked, signed back, "Do you want to have sex with me?" He lowered both hands to his hips, looked to the side, then he raised them again to ask, "Have you done this before?" I told him the truth, with my heart beating in my throat. No. He expelled a harsh breath, looked at me, looked to the side again. Finally, he signed, "Dawn, I love you. I don't want to hurt you." My heart stopped beating. He loved me? Cue all the gooey feelings. And suddenly, the conversation became easy. "I love you too," I spoke, signed back emphatically. "That's why I want my first time to be with you." He responded to my heartfelt statement with a flutter of signs I only sort of understood. What he'd called frustration words that were better for you not to know when I asked him about them previously. Then he turned his back on me, like he was thinking of walking out. Now, it was my turn to look at the floor, my cheeks burning with shame. He'd said he loved me, but obviously this conversation was upsetting him. Maybe he loved me but didn't desire me like that? Maybe he didn't want me like I wanted him. "It's okay," I mumbled, still looking down. "We don't have to do anything. Let's just go to your I cut off when he slammed into me like a train, taking my mouth like he was gulping me down. I thrilled at his all-consuming kiss, and the feel of him hard and heavy against my stomach. He came at me hard and fast, but took his time removing my clothes, like he was unwrapping a present until I was in my underwear. Some feminine instinct told me to take off my own bra, to treat it like a reveal, and I was immediately rewarded for my showmanship. I swear I didn't understand the point of big breasts until his entire face lit up at the sight of mine. More hard and fast kisses, and we tumbled back into his low, Japanese-style bed. Somewhere inside the kissing frenzy, he peeled away his shirt and shoved out of his pants. Clothes came off until we were both down to our socks and underwear. Excitement buzzed in my stomach when I saw the way his dick was tenting inside his briefs. There was no doubt about it now. He wanted me. He really wanted me. And I wanted him right back. I wasn't sure how the next part would go, but Victor was my ocean, and I was ready to dive in. He pulled a condom out of the nightstand drawer, sat with his back to the wall, and beckoned me forward with a downward hand. I crawled over to him like a puppet on a string, watching entranced as he put on the condom. There were 2 heavy lines carved into the bottom of his abs, and they both seemed to be pointing at his erection. Long, and just thick enough for me to be intrigued, not scared. It strained between his legs after he got the condom on, and he stroked it a few times as if trying to keep it calm. My throat dried with performance anxiety. Did it want to be touched? Maybe even sucked, like the girls on the internet? I didn't get a chance to find out. Victor pulled me in for another kiss, as if that was way more important than what was happening between his legs. Sometime during that kiss, my underwear went away too, and then there the both of us were, naked except for the condom. He leaned back to sign. "Are you sure?" "Yes, sure," I answered immediately. My heart was bouncing up and down in my stomach like a basketball. He kissed me again, soft this time, as he lowered me down. I soon found out why he said he didn't want to hurt me. It wasn't just him being caring and romantic. Sex with Victor was an invasion. He went slow, but pain pierced through me as he entered my tight space. I tried to keep my discomfort silent, but I think he knew. When he was all the way in, he gripped my waist a little tighter and kissed my shoulder, like he was thanking me for a gift. Then he leaned back and signed, "How bad was it?" I let out a shaky breath. "Fine. I'm fine." His expression became very serious. "Don't lie to me. Everything bad that's ever happened to me has been because someone lied. Promise me." My heart contracted at his words. I'd never seen Victor feel sorry for himself. He was one of those rare rich kids who realized how good he had it and didn't complain. Even when he told me about his tongue, his expression had remained matter-of-fact, like, "them the breaks." Whatever memory was driving him to say this in the middle of first sex must have run deep. "I promise," I signed in CSL, like I was making a vow. The sign for promise slid off my fingers, easily. Then I added, "My words don't cheat," remembering how he used those signs to sub in for "I swear" the night of our first kiss. It did hurt, I admitted, still signing. But it feels better now. Totally true. A combination of him taking a beat to check in with me and the memories of the first time we kissed had me feeling a lot more comfortable. My core tightened around his staff, like a hug. A hug that wanted more. He pulled me in close, and somehow, no words were needed after that. We instinctively started moving together, finding a natural rhythm. Before that moment, it wouldn't have occurred to me to do anything but lie on my back, like I'd seen in most movie depictions of first sex. But being on top was so much more comfortable. I loved the scrape of his skin against mine as we moved together. The way his invasion seemed to lay claim to my most secret place, filling me up. A weird sensation began to rise inside of me, a bloom of beautiful color filling in a black and white sketch. I'd wanted to do this silently. It had seemed right somehow to match him in his muteness. But the unexpected burst of pleasure pulled his name from my mouth. "Victor! Victor!" I cried out, my voice full of helpless wonder, as I orgasmed for the first time ever with another person. His pace had stayed slow and steady during the duration of our sex. I didn't realize he'd been holding himself back until he began pumping so much faster inside me when I started to come. He gripped me tightly, his mouth in my neck as he frantically thrusted. Then, without warning, I felt a strange vibration in my neck, accompanied by a loud bellow. "On! On! Avu! Avu!" It sounded like an animal, but it was Victor, I realized. Victor using the voice I'd never heard before to call out my name. Victor speaking my language to tell me he loved me as he released into the condom. "I love you too," I murmured into his ear, over and over again, until he was done. So, no izakaya for us. Victor lifted me off of him as easy as if I was one of the lighter weights in his gym, and I sank bonelessly down to his pillow as he rolled to the side of the mattress to dispose of the condom. He slid the covers over us a few moments later. "Are you okay?" he signed. "I'm great," I signed back, putting all the emphasis I could on my great. Then, because I needed him to know he was the most amazing boyfriend ever, I added, "Sex with you was great." I'd hated how direct I had to be before. But the way he grinned back at me made me happy that sign language forces you to name some things exactly that you'd keep vague if you were just speaking. A moment passed between us, the warm aftermath of what we did buzzing in the background. Then he furrowed his brow and signed, "Did you truly think I didn't want to have sex with you? Are you crazy?" I laughed at his teasing question. "I have self-esteem issues. You know that." "Why?" he asked, looking utterly baffled. "You're pretty and smart and talented. You agreeing to be my girlfriend was my luckiest day." His sincere confusion gave me all the gooey feelings. Could he be more romantic? I found myself matching his truth. "You're beautiful and smart and talented too. You asking me to be your girlfriend was my luckiest day." He grinned, and he pulled me into his arms. "We agree." I nodded against his chest with a giggle. "Yep." No more talking after that. We silently agreed to bask in the glory of what we'd just done. And all I wanted in the world was to stay that way forever. Chapter 15. We basked in the afterglow of our lovemaking a little too long. Actually, a lot too long. When I woke up, it was dark outside. Not good, considering that sunset these days wasn't until after 6. Cursing, I rolled out of bed and scrabbled around for my clothes. It was too dark to see, even with Tokyo lit up beyond the picture windows in Victor's bedroom, and I couldn't figure out where the closest lamp was. A small click sounded underneath all my shuffling, followed by enough light for me to spy my uniform lying on the floor at the bottom of Victor's low bed. Also, Victor himself. He sat up, the soft white sheet slipping down to his waist. My face heated with memories of how I'd stared at what was hidden by the covers earlier. "Where are you going?" he asked. He looked worried. "I'm late. I couldn't sign because my hands were too busy putting back on my school uniform. I'm late getting home from art club. Late for dinner with my family. Late for everything. My parents are going to kill me." A sympathetic look replaced the worried one. "I have my meeting tonight, but I'll have Donnie drive you home." "Yeah, you mentioned that earlier," I answered, picking up my backpack. What kind of high schooler has meetings at night anyway? You know what? I don't have time to hear that answer. Main point, showing up in a Bentley would only make things worse. He frowned. "Donnie can drive you to your station then. I don't like the idea of you walking alone at night." "This is Tokyo, not New Jersey," I answered. "Plus it's rush hour. The train is probably faster. Sorry, I don't have time to argue with you about this. I've got to go." I think he was signing something else to me, but I was in such a rush, I didn't see it. I ran out of the room, past Donnie standing outside the front door, and all the way to the station. I suspected from the way the other passengers were openly staring at me that I must have looked a mess. As a black foreigner in a city composed of 80% people who looked fully Japanese, I get a lot of looks in general, but usually they tried to hide it. not this time. In fact, a few people openly stared at me as I found my way to an empty pole. As soon as we got into the tunnel part of this trip, and the windows were nice enough to provide a reflection, I could see why. Victor must have taken my hair out of its braid and ponytail holder while he was kissing me. It was now a messy bush of curls around my head. Also, my uniform shirt was buttoned the wrong way, and one of my socks was bunched up around my ankle. I looked exactly like what I was, a schoolgirl who'd just been thoroughly first sexed. I pulled up my sock and rebuttoned my shirt as covertly as possible before tucking it into my uniform skirt. Then I grabbed my hair in 3 parts and plaited it into a braid over my shoulder. By the time I made it to Adachiku's above-ground station, I'd lost the window reflection. I could only hope I looked halfway decent as I made my way off the train. But I didn't run from the station to our apartment. First of all, it was a lot farther walk than the distance between Victor's place and the Roppongi station. We couldn't afford to live nearly as close to a station as Victor did. Second of all, I didn't want to sweat out my tenuous braid job and look sloppy on top of being late when I arrived home. I had my excuse about losing track of time at the arcade with the kids from art club ready to go as soon as I walked through our apartment door, as naturally as possible. "Hey, I'm home!" I called out. I took off my backpack and transferred it to my hands, prepared to set it right down. But no one was in the living room. Or in the kitchen. Though 4 empty plates sat on the table along with the remains of pork bulgogi. My heart skittered at the sight, not just because I'd missed out on my favorite dish for dinner, but also because my mom never left food that could be used for tomorrow's school lunches on the table. There could be a tsunami siren blaring outside, and she'd still put everything in a couple of bento boxes before she made her way to shelter. And absolutely no one but my father got to leave the kitchen without cleaning off their plate in the sink. Where was everyone? A new guilty rose to the surface. Were they out looking for me? But no. A low murmur of voices in the distance let me know they were still here, and my stomach pooled with dread as I made my way to the back of our apartment. My heart sank as soon as I got into the hallway. My door, which I always left closed, was wide open, and my parents and brother were gathered inside my room. Byron sat uncomfortably on my bed. Meanwhile, my mother stood behind my father, who was sitting hunched over my desktop computer with his reading glasses pushed up on his nose. I guess I really must have been an artist. My first thought was that with my open door acting as a frame, they looked like one of those hyper-realistic portraits. My second thought was that if I had made this hypothetical piece of art, I would label it "High School Girl Totally Found Out." My third thought wasn't nearly so poetic. This was bad. This was really bad. I was in so much trouble. "Hi," I said, nonetheless, coming all the way into the room. "Sorry I'm late." "Where were you?" my mother demanded, turning on me and signing at the same time as if she'd pre-loaded the question in her hands before I arrived. "We know it wasn't art club. The teacher said you haven't been there since January." Some 6th teenager sense told me to check in with my brother before answering right away. Byron shook his head covertly, which was enough to let me know better than to double down by bringing out my prepared lie. "What are you doing in my room?" I demanded instead. I might have been some people's definition of a woman now that I'd had sex, but the bratty teenage spirit was still strong inside of me. Trying to get the password to your Docomo account, my father answered, without any shame whatsoever. I wanted to see just how long you've been lying to us. He took off his reading glasses and turned around in my desk chair to fully face me for his next reveal. By the way, that art school you applied to in Rhode Island emailed you about your application. My heart leapt at the same time that my stomach bottomed out. It was such a weird sensation. What? My mother screeched and signed. You applied to art school? She signed art school with the same expression and emphasis she would use for strip club. Who said you could do that? You're going to be a doctor. I said, I answer signed angrily. I paid for it myself. Dad sprang to his feet. Don't you speak to your mother like that after what you did? All the lying. I didn't want to lie, I yelled back at them, my hands flying over the signs. I would have loved to have shared with you that I was applying to art school and that I was dating someone who loves me. But you guys are so strict. I couldn't. You don't care about my interests or my opinions on anything. I had to lie. That was the only way. You think that Chinese boy loves you? My father asked, his lip curling with contempt. Let me tell you about the Chinese. They don't love anybody but money. They use girls like you up, get you hooked on drugs before trafficking you off to countries where men don't care about how young you are. In fact, the younger, the better. What? My dad sounded like a total racist. Also, Victor's not like that. Yes, he is, my dad roared, his eyes bulging with anger. All of those Chinese are like that. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Dad, my dad, who was always on my side, looked at me like he'd never been so disappointed. I can't believe you would put yourself in this much danger. Dad, please, he's a nice guy. I'm not sure about what his father does, but Victor himself couldn't be any nicer. I love him, and he loves me. If you want, we can have him over for dinner or something, and you'll see. Without warning, Dad lunged forward and snatched the backpack out of my hands. He immediately started throwing stuff out of it. Books, drawing supplies, pencils, everything went flying to the floor. You think I'm ever going to let you see that little boy again? You are grounded. Dad, what are you doing? I demanded as he threw all my school things to the ground. Stop! But he didn't stop. Not until he found my NTT Docomo in the inside pocket where I'd hidden it. He looked at it, looked at me. Then he threw it to the ground and stomped it underneath his shoe, like Victor did Byron's camera back on my birthday hike. My heart screamed. Dad, don't! Please don't! You're grounded until it's time for you to go to Mount Holyoke, he informed me through clenched teeth. For the rest of the school year, you come straight home from Tokyo Progressive. You don't talk to that boy. You don't even look at him. I was 18 now, not to mention totally deflowered by my own choice. But I burst into tears like a little kid. The best day of my life had disintegrated into the worst. Dad threw my backpack down over the broken pieces of the Docomo phone Victor gave me and stormed out of the room. Mom followed after him, but not before admonishing me. Bad girl. I cannot believe I raised such an ungrateful daughter, she said. Like I was a dog who'd pooped all over her beautiful carpet dream. Byron just grimaced as he left out the door. Sorry, he murmured with a guilty look, low enough that Mom wouldn't hear him. And then they were all gone, leaving me there with the broken pieces of my phone. I sobbed. I sobbed so hard and so long over that phone. My father had somehow destroyed the beautiful piece of art I'd made with Victor over the last few months. And I felt that all the way in my soul. But eventually, I stopped crying like a little girl. I sniffed and wiped away my tears. There was one thing, one beacon of hope that might make this night a little better. I sat down at my computer to look at the email my father had opened, the one from the Rhode Island Design School, or RISD, as all the cool kids who went there called it. I braced myself. Then I took a deep breath to see if I got in.
Chapter 16. Victor. 马有新讯息? When Victor checked his phone for what must have been the 100th time that night, he found the same Chinese characters flashing back at him. No new messages. It made him want to chuck the damn thing at one of the underground garage's concrete poles. But most of all, it made him worry. He'd sent Dawn several texts in the hours since she left his bedroom in a rush, but she hadn't returned any of them. And now it was after 10 p.m., her bedtime as mandated by her mother. Maybe she had gone straight to bed after getting home so late. That would make sense. But Victor couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She always wrote him before she went to bed. Always. Even if it was only to say that she looked forward to seeing him the next morning at her train station. Would he see her the next morning? Was she okay? Had she gotten in trouble with her parents as she'd feared? Maybe after all of this business was done, he would send Donnie over to where she lived. Or maybe he would go himself. According to his guard, her father hadn't allowed her to come to the door when Donnie had dropped off the phone for her. There was little chance he would allow her to do so this late at night. But perhaps Victor could force the issue. Jake Nakamura had been an asshole and a bully to her brother, but technically, he'd been right. Don's father was merely a cog in his Yakuza boss's machine. Victor could certainly force his way into the apartment without any repercussions and make sure Dawn was okay. But how would she respond to that? He knew she was close with her brother and that she loved her parents. She sometimes complained about them, but she often talked about them with admiration, especially her mother, who had overcome her hearing loss while raising 2 children in a country foreign to her. Also, Victor had gone out of his way to keep his world from touching hers. If he employed the full extent of his power, she would know all the things he hadn't told her. That he wasn't a nice boyfriend, or even a decent one. He was a criminal, born and bred. The son of a monster being groomed to become an even bigger monster. Are we keeping you from something, son? Victor looked up to find his father, regarding him with a cold, disapproving stare. Han stood on his right side, a de facto assistant, while he earned his snake tattoo under Raymond. And several local Red Diamond members stood behind them in the dark shadows. Victor understood his father's irritation. He should be standing where Han was right now. He would be if he hadn't asked Raymond to accept his chosen son as a replacement for his real one. There was also the fact that they were all gathered in the dark and dank garage underneath his apartment building, expressly because Victor had requested this chance to prove himself. To his father, it must have looked like Victor wasn't taking this opportunity seriously. Also, his son was embarrassing him in front of their Tokyo-based crew. After giving his father a head bow of apology, Victor pocketed his phone and focused on waiting for their guest's arrival. His father came to stand directly behind Victor's shoulder. It was a position that had become familiar to Victor over the years, for this was how they often had conversations in public. Close enough for Victor to hear every word Raymond said, even if he whispered. And in this position, Raymond could see whatever Victor signed back, as well as blocking the sight of his son signing from others in the vicinity. "If this is about that girl," his father started, his voice low and dangerous. Fortunately, Victor was saved from hearing the rest of that threat by the arrival of a van pulling into the garage and coming to a stop directly in front of them. All of the vehicle's windows were tinted, but Victor knew it was Phantom behind the wheel, driving the white conversion van with confidence, even though he learned to drive on the opposite side of the street in America. Victor hadn't seen him in a while. Back in April, his father had commanded Phantom to join him in Hong Kong. No reason had been given, and Victor hadn't heard from his cousins since then. But Victor sussed out what had happened between then and now as soon as Phantom opened the front door. His cousin looked much older, even though it had only been a few weeks since Victor saw him last. But not in a bad way. His black hair was slicked back, and he wore a white suit, the same as Victor and his father. However, it wasn't one of those off-the-rack numbers he brought with him from America. He must have paid a visit to their family's favorite tailor while he was in Hong Kong. The suit fit him like a custom job, encasing his bulky muscles without straining, even as he climbed out of the van. He now appeared the picture of a somewhat elegant power player. But the most significant change in Phantom's status peeked out from the skin above his shirt's open collar. A golden snake with 2 red diamond eyes curled around his neck. It might have just looked like a particularly aggressive tattoo to someone outside of their world. But anyone who knew how to read the symbol would have realized upon seeing him that Phantom was now a snakehead for the red diamond. "You ready?" Phantom asked, looking at Victor. "Yes." Victor was ready. This was why his father had flown over especially. And this was the only way he could be with Dawn for longer than one short semester. Dawn, who had brought more warmth and love into his life in a few short months than anyone else had in years. Victor stepped forward with a solemn nod, and Phantom handed him a gun, sleek and black, with a silencer attached to the muzzle. The anime, Attack on Titan, wouldn't come out for many years after his time in Japan, but watching it later, Victor noticed one thing they got right. Even the most grizzled soldiers morphed into crying babies when faced with their ultimate demise. Everyone was brave until it was time to die. This human idiosyncrasy would no longer surprise Victor by the time the anime became an international sensation. But that night, in the dark alley beside his building, he was stunned by the Boston snakehead. A small, wiry man sniveled and begged while Phantom wrestled him out of the back of the van with laughable ease. Had he no honor? Surely. When he began skimming from the red diamond pot, he knew the price he would have to pay if caught. Had he done nothing to prepare himself for that? Well, others might have called it an eventuality, but anyone who truly knew Raymond would have called it an inevitability. Perhaps the Boston snakehead was one of those people who were incapable of thinking that far ahead. Future banking. It was a concept that his father lived by. And he told his son that future banking was the ultimate difference between a snakehead and a dragonhead. This man was no future dragonhead. Actually, this man had no future left to bank at all. This explained why Phantom had not been in communication over the last couple of weeks. He must have been busy fetching the snakehead from America. And now, here he was, shoving the man to his knees in front of Victor. He smelled foul. Phantom wasn't known for his gentle touch. Victor had no doubt his cousin hadn't bothered to give the man bathroom breaks on the long plane ride from Massachusetts. The soon-to-be former Boston snakehead reeked of rank body odor, piss, and shit. Please, please, the man begged in ABC-accented Cantonese. I'm sorry. I'll do anything. Just please don't. Phantom slapped a piece of duct tape over his mouth. The Red Diamond owned this building. Real estate was one of Raymond's favorite ways to wash money, and the staff knew better than to let any of the legitimate residents into the garage when they were out here. But the space was open air. They didn't want his pleas to carry too far, or his screams after the betrayer ceremony begun. Still, the man continued to cry and beg on the other side of the duct tape. Victor had half an instinct to put the Boston snakehead out of his misery right then and there. He'd obviously had plenty of time to suffer on the journey here. But there was a protocol for these things, rules they had to follow. Victor and Phantom stood by solemnly as his father offered up a prayer to Emperor Guan, a god both the Triad and the police were known to worship back in Hong Kong. None of them were particularly religious, but this was how things were done in the Red Diamond. After the prayer came a listing of the Boston snakehead's crimes. It was a short list: stealing, and therefore serving his triad with the ultimate disrespect. After that, it was finally time for the part the snakehead had probably been dreading the most, while pissing and shitting himself the entire way to Tokyo. From what Victor had seen, this next bit was even worse than the death that would follow it. First, Phantom brought out a switchblade, lifted his hand, and cut off the fingers of the snakehead's right hand, quickly and efficiently. The ritual was meant to be a bit of a show and a warning for those who weren't participating. But it was also crucial that everyone perform their part of the betrayer ceremony as quickly as possible. The show would be rather anticlimactic if the betrayer bled out before the ritual was completed. Still, Phantom was awarded for his efforts with a nice spray of blood across his white suit. So was Han, when he stepped forward to cut the fingers off the man's left hand. Good thing they had duct-taped his mouth. The snakehead's muffled screams would have been heard for blocks if they had been allowed to come out unfettered. Now it was his father's turn. Raymond stepped forward with a scalpel held tight in one hand. Meanwhile, Phantom grabbed the sobbing snakehead by the back of his neck so that he couldn't move his head, despite his abject pain. It was an impressive display of Phantom's strength. The man was screaming now and thrashing wildly below his neck to escape what came next. But Phantom made sure the guy's head did not move as Victor's father raised the scalpel and brought it down for one precise slice. Phantom's expression barely changed as blood from the man's sliced-off nose sprayed across Raymond's crisp white suit. After Victor's father was done, Phantom finally let the snakehead go. This was no mercy. The severely deformed man thrashed like a dying fish upon the garage's concrete floor, blood oozing from his face and hands. Luckily, he'd been muffled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hear Raymond when he turned to the other Red Diamond, waiting in the shadows, and yelled out, "Betrayer!" in Cantonese. "Betrayer!" they called back in unison as Victor stepped forward with his gun. Strange. After what happened to him, Victor had wondered if he would feel any reservations before taking part in this first ceremonial transfer of power. But he raised the gun without a second thought. His was a role finally played out on stage after a lifetime of rehearsal. There were no doubts in his head as he pulled the trigger. Only intent. He wanted to be the new Red Diamond snakehead for Boston, and this man was the only thing that stood in his way. So he had to be removed. Simple as that. Victor emptied the gun in him without a moment of hesitation. And he smiled when the man finally stopped thrashing, his eyes glazed over with the loss of life. He turned around with the gun raised high, and he was rewarded. The other Red Diamond awarded him with a long round of applause. "Successor!" his father called out. "Successor!" the rest of the Red Diamond called back. It was done. There was nothing left to do in the ceremony, save for his father's announcement of him as the new snakehead of Boston. Then first thing tomorrow, he would receive his tattoo the same as Phantom. But the clapping abruptly died, and everyone, including his father, turned to look at something in the distance over Victor's left shoulder. Victor lowered his gun arm, and a bad feeling came over him, even before he turned around to look in the same direction. His heart sank as soon as he saw what the others did. Phantom was walking back into the garage, his hand wrapped around the arm of a new prisoner. Dawn. It was Dawn. And from the terrified look on her face, she had seen everything. "Look who decided to drop by unannounced," Phantom called out in the silence that greeted their arrival. "Again."
Chapter 17. Dawn. I had no intention of witnessing a murder. But there's a reason that saying, "curiosity killed the cat," is a thing, and I found out why that night. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I'd caught a glimpse of Victor and an older guy rounding the corner of his apartment building as I was approaching it. I recognized the older guy as the one who'd talked to my dad that night at the club, and I figured he must be Victor's father. He was shorter, but had the same broad shoulders and confident way of walking. When I followed them, it wasn't with any creeping intention. But I wasn't sure how much Victor had told the guy who seemed to control his entire life about me. So I hung back, since I no longer had a phone to send Victor a discreet text. I was still debating about what to do when the super narrow conversion van that the Japanese used pulled into the other side of the open-air garage. I thought it was a delivery van filled with something his father and Victor would have to carry. I was, honest to God, going to ask if they needed my help. That seemed like a nice, low-key way to introduce myself. But my voice jammed in my throat when instead of a delivery man, Phantom jumped out and handed Victor a dark object that looked like a gun. Everything only got worse after that. so much worse. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing when Phantom pulled a writhing man out of the back of the van. Then, I just plain didn't believe what I was seeing when they started slicing him up. Looking back at it, I think I was half rooted to the spot in horror, half hoping that this was a nightmare that I would wake up from any minute. Either way, I held my breath for Victor's innocence. Even after Phantom and Han cut off all the guy's fingers. Even after Victor's father sliced off the guy's freaking nose. Even then, I tried to believe Victor wasn't part of it. Phantom, well, it became obvious that he was all in when he sliced off the poor guy's fingers. Han, too. But maybe Victor's father was forcing him to watch all of this. There was no way the guy who'd taken such gentle care of me during our first time was as stone cold as them. Nope. Victor was the same. Maybe even worse. He looked down at the grossly disfigured man thrashing about on the ground and, without any hesitation whatsoever, lit him up. The gun must have had a silencer on it. I didn't hear any sound. But the guy's body danced under the impact of all the bullets Victor shot into him. Eventually, Victor's fingers stopped pumping, and the guy's body finally went still. Victor had killed him. Just killed him. Without batting an eye. Then turned around to receive his applause. That was when reality set in, when I fully processed what I was seeing. Unfortunately, that was also when Phantom spotted me, peeking out from behind the garage's stone outer wall. I tried to run, but there was a reason they made us change out of our school uniform shoes into sneakers for PE. My Mary Janes were shit for running. Plus, I had all the stuff I had packed hastily, weighing me down. Phantom caught me. Easily. And a few moments later, I was being dragged in front of Victor, and the man I'd presumed was his father. Okay, he was definitely his father. He was much older and plain in comparison to Victor. He looked a lot like Phantom. But he had that Chinese Scarface married a supermodel air about him, and there was just enough of Victor's features in his face for me to recognize him as kin, including the same cold stare as his son. There were also a bunch of dudes hanging out in the background that I hadn't seen before. They stood gathered in the shadows of the garage, like rats watching a show. "Hi," I said, my voice small and weak. Victor stared back at me. We'd grown so close over the past months. I thought I'd learned to interpret all of his looks, grumpy, happy, and neutral. But now, I couldn't tell what he was thinking. His face was an icy, blank canvas. Instead of signing hello, he turned his back on me to have a conversation with his father. I couldn't see what Victor was signing, and his father only spoke in Cantonese. It was excruciating, having to stand by and listen to this. To think I'd spent all this time learning CSL, but hadn't bothered to study Victor's native language. I had regrets. Pictures of me are not a good idea. The memory of what Victor had said after destroying Byron's camera shivered down my back. If a picture warranted that reaction, what would witnessing him stone cold kill somebody make him do? I swallowed hard. Then again, maybe it was better that I didn't know what they were saying. As the conversation dragged on, I became pretty sure it probably amounted to whether they should hurt me, kill me, or both. Thinking back to the gruesome but strangely ceremonial death I'd watched go down, I wouldn't be surprised if it were both. Panic made me dare to speak up again. "I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Please, I won't say anything. I promise. Just let me go." Victor and his father's heads snapped toward me, as if they were just now realizing I was still there. An ugly frown came over his father's face, and then he made a dismissive motion with his hand. I guess that must have been Chinese mafia sign language for "take her away." Phantom yanked me out of there like I was trash he had been told to take to the garbage.
Chapter 18. Victor. "So will you kill her, or should I?" his father asked after Phantom dragged Dawn away and Han escorted the rest of the Red Diamond out of the garage. Raymond regarded Victor with a grim, disappointed stare. "I won't let her say anything," Victor assured him, instead of answering his question. "She won't say anything." "How do you know that?" "She is the daughter of a Nakamura guard. He serves the same man who could be upset with us because of what you did to his grandson." Victor inwardly grimaced. His father hadn't mentioned the incident during their text exchange about him taking over for the Boston Snakehead. And when Raymond had met him downstairs, the Nakamura boy hadn't come up. Victor had hoped Raymond had forgotten about it, considering that encounter took place months ago. But obviously not. The Macau boy had grown up with gambling gangsters, and he always held cards in reserve to play at the right moment. "Did the Nakamura Gumi contact you?" Victor asked. "Have any of our deals fallen through because of what I did?" Something in his father's jaw ticked, letting Victor know that the answer to that question was no. "The Nakamura grandson was too scared to run to his grandfather," Victor assured him. His father squinted. "How do you know that?" "I know," Victor insisted. "Trust me." Raymond regarded Victor for a long time. Then he said, "You want me to trust you. But this is not how a snakehead behaves. How can I put you in charge of Boston?" His father didn't understand. Victor would do whatever it took to not only get, but also keep that assignment. Literally kill to stay close to Dawn. However, telling Raymond that would not alleviate any of his father's worries. It would only make them worse. "Baba, I can do it, I assure you," Victor answered. Then he proposed another solution. "But if you think that's the case, you can give me more time before I officially join Red Diamond. I have received an invite to Tufts University. Let me go there. Then I'll come back to Red Diamond and serve in any capacity you want." Raymond, who had not spent nearly as much time researching East Coast colleges in the vicinity of everywhere Dawn had applied, stilled. "Tufts University? Where is that?" "It's in Boston," Victor answered. Raymond frowned, deepening the wrinkles in his craggy face. "You thought you would be able to handle running Red Diamond Boston from a dorm room?" "No, not from a dorm room," Victor signed back, frustrated and insulted. "I would get an apartment off campus. I'm not stupid or naive. I understand the job. understand what it entails. You say you understand, his father answered. Yet here we are arguing about whether or not you can go to university. I can handle both. Victor's hands flew over his declaration more emphatically than he wanted them to. This emotional display was probably doing the opposite of convincing his father to sign on for either of Victor's plans. But he had to convince him. I can do this. I promise you. His father let out a long sigh. He looked away from Victor, much in the way Victor did when he no longer wished to talk to someone about an uncomfortable subject. But Victor didn't let his father's refusal to look up deter him. He waited for his father's return to the conversation. He would wait for a century if that was what it took. After what felt like hours, his father finally lifted his head. But before Victor could raise his hands to further plead his case, Raymond said, I've come to a decision. Victor stilled. Decisions were always Schrodinger's cats when it came to his father. Until Raymond spoke. Two futures hung precariously in the balance. In one, his father would trust him as Victor had pleaded, let him go to Boston and assume the snakehead position he had earned when he completed the betrayer succession ritual. The other future was much grimmer. His father would forbid him to see Dawn again. He might even kill her himself if Victor was unwilling. Victor waited for his father's announcement, hoping for the first solution and fearing the second. However, Raymond surprised him by regarding him with a sad look. In truth, this is my fault. I've indulged you too long, coddled you too long. You believe you can do anything because I've never told you otherwise. That ends today. His father's face became a work of stone. You cannot put off Red Diamond. You cannot serve your triad with one foot in the underworld and one foot at this Tufts University. Raymond shook his head at Victor. You do not have to follow me into this life. You can go to university in the States. Perhaps party with the other rich Chinese mafia kids who have opted for easy paths. You can marry some foreigner for love, not for power. And I can find someone else to succeed me as the next Dragonhead. If I can teach Han diplomacy, he might be perfect for the job. The thought of being replaced in a role he'd always assumed would be his cut Victor deep. He raised his hands, but once again, his father started speaking before he could get a sign in. Or you can do what you were groomed to do. You can step into my shoes. Stay on the path I've laid down for you. You can prove yourself in Boston. Show me that my faith in you was not misplaced. You can become more rich and powerful than those other worthless Chinese children will ever be. I have banked so much future for you, son. You only have to cash it. Or you can throw that all away for some girl. His father sneered, letting Victor know precisely which choice he favored. But you can't have both. It is time for you to make a decision, Victor. Either you are with the Red Diamond, or you are not. Either you kill the girl and fully commit to your triad, or you can have her and give up your place in it. There will be no in-between.
Chapter 19. Dawn. "Okay, give it to me straight," I said to Phantom after he dragged me onto the elevator. "Are you going to kill me now? Is this the part where I have to fight for my life?" Phantom cut his eyes at me like I was a buzzing fly in his elevator. "Not yet," he answered. His voice was low, gravelly, and dangerous, like the Asian American answer to Vin Diesel. "I'll let you know when." Okay, well, that was not exactly reassuring. An urge to freak out rose inside of me, but it didn't know where to go after that. I couldn't run. We were in an elevator. Fighting was also out of the question. I saw the way Phantom sent Victor flying with just one kick. I stood -0 chance against a guy like him in a fist fight. I supposed I'd have to settle for Phantom's "not yet." As answers to the question, "Am I going to die?" went, it was still a lot better than yes. Okay, not a lot better. That was definitely an exaggeration, but 5% better for sure. And maybe I'd get brownie points for going along with Phantom without a fuss? I peeped over at Victor's cousin, who stared straight ahead, stony-faced as a gargoyle. Or maybe not. After we got into the apartment, Phantom just pointed at the couch in the living room. This was the second time in one night that someone had given me the bad dog treatment, but I took a seat. Victor and I had never actually used this particular piece of furniture. At first, because we were always doing homework at his specially designated study table, and then because we preferred the bedroom in his suite for kissing, and eventually other things. That seemed like so long ago now. Our relationship was a watercolor that had begun to fade. And what felt like hours passed before Victor finally showed up. He was wearing a white suit splattered in blood, just like Phantom. I didn't try to say hi this time. Lesson learned. Pleasantries do not work with this crowd. It had to be midnight by now, way past my bedtime. A bone-deep weariness slumped my back as I watched Victor and Phantom talk. Well, I watched Phantom talk. He did the same thing Victor's father had downstairs, blocked my sight of Victor's hands so that I could only hear the Cantonese side of their conversation. And I don't want to accuse Cantonese of sounding super aggressive in general. I'll just say that after months of listening to it, I still hadn't been able to figure out if the speaker was happy or angry without facial cues. So with Phantom's back turned to me, I couldn't tell for sure how he felt about whatever Victor was telling him. But eventually, he shoved my backpack at Victor, tossed me one, maybe final, glare, and walked out the front door, leaving Victor and me alone, for the first time since we'd had sex. And he did not look nearly as happy as he had this afternoon. Without giving me any signs whatsoever, he opened my backpack and started pulling everything out of it. The books, the art supplies, the casual clothes, and the second uniform I'd packed. Funny, earlier this evening, Dad had reminded me of Victor when he was stomping on my phone. Now, Victor reminded me of my dad as he threw everything inside my backpack to the floor. And it felt like some kind of strange déjà vu when I demanded to know, "What are you doing?" He dropped the backpack to sign, "What is this?" "All my stuff," I answered. Rising from the couch, I grabbed my backpack off the pile of my tossed-out belongings. But before I could begin putting everything back into it, he grabbed me roughly by the chin so that I could see his other hand as he signed, Why is all of your stuff in there? Because I got into RISD! I exploded, shoving his hand away from my face. I was so pissed, I threw the backpack down so that I could sign as angrily as he was. I got into RISD, I told him. But my dad said I couldn't see you again, so I came here thinking, I don't know. I paused to rub my temples, still aching from everything I witnessed that night. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I thought maybe I could live here with you or something until it was time for us to go to college. To tell you the truth, I didn't really have much of a plan past getting here. I shook my head, feeling dumber than dumb as I told him this out loud. He looked down at me, probably also thinking that I was a total idiot. Then he made a question with a sign I didn't quite recognize. He must have read the confusion on my face because he spelled out the sign when he asked his question again. Tell me the truth. Are you a SPY? No, I answered. Before tonight, I didn't even know there was something to spy on when it came to you. I thought your father kept you out of that stuff, just like my dad did with me. For a moment, Victor stared at me, his expression furious. But then he suddenly deflated. I'm sorry, he signed. He hit me with a look that I could only describe as ravaged. Your father hid this world from you. I hid this world from you. I wanted you to stay innocent. But I cannot make you not see what I did, what I am. Do you understand? Weirdly, I did understand. I also wished, more than anything, that I could stuff that genie back into the bottle. I'm sorry, too, I signed, with extra emphasis because I meant it so much. We stood there silent over the pile of my belongings, the shift in our relationship rocketing through us. You're not going to let me go, are you? I asked. Not even if I promise not to tell anybody. I mean, who could I even tell? My dad is one of you. He is not one of us, Victor corrected me. He is a criminal, but for Japan, not for our China group. Also, his expression gentled, which made his next words all that more horrible. There are many people you could tell, many people who can use what you saw to hurt us. That is why I can't let you go easy, as you want. That is why my father told me downstairs that I had to choose. It is either Red Diamond or you. I nodded, wishing I didn't get it, but getting it nonetheless. Victor had come up here to kill me. Strange. I almost felt numb. I always thought I'd be like that guy in the garage when faced with my own demise. But I didn't cry. I didn't freak out like I was thinking of in the elevator. I just raised my chin high to ask, may I at least have a weapon? A knife or something to defend myself? Victor looked at me like I was crazy. Dawn, he started to sign. I know I don't stand a chance, I interrupted before he could finish. But I don't want to go out on my knees. If I die, like that other guy, I want to go down fighting, not crying. Though, obviously, this makes me totally sad. It was a masochistic request. I knew how Victor operated. I'd seen it in graphic detail downstairs. He'd probably just make me turn around and put a bullet in my head. But I had to try. I thought of my parents, how they'd never know for sure what had happened to me after I ran away. They deserved better than a daughter who didn't at least fight until the end. Dawn, He signed again. I'm not going to give you a weapon. Of course he wasn't. No surprise there. And still no tears. Maybe this was what I deserved for loving so hard and so stupid. I ruined everything, including my life, in the space of a few minutes. I should turn around and let him have the life Red Diamond was demanding. Just give up. But I liked your first plan. Victor signed before I could. I choose your plan. Chapter 20. I choose your plan. I blinked, not understanding, not quite able to believe what he just signed. You're going to let me go home and pretend like I never saw anything? I'm going to let you stay with me, Victor corrected, his eyes soft and bemused. You will stay with me here until we finish school, and then we will go to America together. You will attend RISD, and I will attend Tufts. Like before. But not like before. Oh my God. He chose me. He chose me over Red Diamond. I got to live. Even better, I got to be with the boy I love in America. I should have felt relieved, elated even. Still, I hesitated to respond. He was saying everything I thought I wanted to hear, but his face was a careful blank, one I recognized. That was the expression he made when there was something he wasn't telling me. I still love you. Do you still love me? He signed, after too many moments of me not responding. His expression, it was so many things. Angry, impatient, desperate. Like everything hinged on my answer to that question. Maybe it did. I wanted to answer yes, to finally make some peace after this terrible night. But if I answered yes, how would you know if I was saying that only because I don't want to die? A long beat of silence. Then he signed back. I wouldn't know. I could never know for sure. We looked at each other, that truth resonating. I hadn't cried when I suspected that my life was essentially over. But now, hot tears burned behind my eyes. Dawn, sit down, he signed. His expression was grave. I did as ordered, taking a seat on the couch. It was a nice one. No lumps from overuse. If I hadn't seen it so many times before when I'd entered Victor's apartment, I would assume it was brand new. Victor sat down beside me, not seeming to care about staining the sparkling white couch with his bloody suit. I waited for him to berate me, for coming over here, for witnessing what I saw, for asking all the hard questions as opposed to just taking what he had offered. I wish I could play along. I wanted to play along, but I didn't know how to with this hard suspicion buzzing in the back of my brain. My father said I had to choose. Between my triad and you. I choose you. But that choice comes with consequences, he confessed. The only way my father will allow us to be together is if we get married. It's the only way for him to trust that you will keep our secrets. I shook my head, not understanding. We have to get married? When? As soon as we arrive in the States. Tokyo Progressive's graduation ceremony is in a few weeks. I'd need a few weeks to make all the arrangements and get all of the documents I'll need to live with you in the United States. But I looked it up, and the Providence Town Hall has same-day ceremonies. So we could get married a few days after we arrived, say May 25th. My heart thrilled at the thought of marrying him, then sank. But we're so young, I pointed out, and I don't want you to have to marry me. It will always feel like I've ruined your life. Victor started shaking his head before I was even done talking. Dawn, I told you I looked this up. I did not tell you when. As soon as you agreed to be my girlfriend, I started making these marriage plans for us. Because I wanted you in my life. I had hoped to give you more time to feel the same way. I thought 4 years in college would be enough, but we no longer have this much time. To my shock, he slipped to one knee in front of me. My father told me I had to choose. But it wasn't a choice. I've chosen you from the start, Dawn. I will always choose you. I love you so much, Dawn, and I want to protect you forever. Please say you will let me do as I wish. Please say you will be my wife. I am sorry I don't have a ring. More tears clogged my throat, making it so I couldn't talk. And Victor translated my silence as my answer. I understand you are scared of me after what you saw downstairs, but he began to sign. He cut off when I launched myself at him, tackling him to the floor. Yes! I shouted. Yes! I'll marry you! Then I kissed the hell out of the most romantic boyfriend on earth. No, there was nothing I could say to make him believe me. But I could show him. I could show him that what I saw tonight, as horrific as it was, didn't matter. I still loved him, just like he still loved me. And I didn't care who he was before he gave up that life. I just wanted to be with him, just like he wanted to be with me. Maybe he understood what I was trying to say. He kissed me back, ferociously, like I was the dinner we'd both missed. This wasn't a repeat of what happened this afternoon. He didn't unwrap me and guide me through the steps and wait patiently for me to adjust to what was happening. He engulfed me like an out-of-control fire. My shirt buttons went flying when he ripped it open. He tore it off my body along with my blazer, and he yanked my bra off over my head as opposed to simply undoing the clasp. He paused just long enough to unzip his pants and put on a condom. But then he fell on top of me in his bloody suit, an animal in a total frenzy. He pushed up my uniform skirt, yanked aside my panties, and shoved himself inside of me with a loud groan. This was more overwhelming than anything I'd ever experienced. But my body welcomed him. I wrapped my legs around his waist, taking him in even deeper. And far from just lying there, I pulled at his shirt, hands scrabbling until I found skin I could touch. I wanted him to know I had him, that every part of me was touching every part of him. I didn't care about my own pleasure. I didn't care if I came. I just wanted to give him what he needed. Whatever he needed after this crazy night. And what he needed was to claim me. Low, keening animal grunts fell out from his mouth as he took me with desperate thrusts. His body was so heavy on top of me. I couldn't move anything below my neck. I could barely breathe. But it didn't matter. I stroked his hair as he fucked me so hard and whispered in his ear. I thanked him for choosing me. I promised that I'd love him forever and ever. It didn't take long after I told him that. He let out a guttural yell, and his entire body went rigid right before he emptied into the condom. We lay like that, wrapped up in each other, breathing, forgiving. I no longer cared about what my parents would think. I just wanted to be with him. I felt crazed, like I didn't need food or water, just him. But eventually, he lifted off of me and signed, "Let's sleep." I followed him into his bedroom, and there we shed the rest of our clothes. The bloody suit and my school uniform skirt fell to the floor, and we slipped under the covers to snuggle the same way we had that afternoon. As I drifted off, it almost seemed like everything that happened after I woke up was a nightmare. Just a little nightmare. It would all be okay, as long as Victor and I were in each other's arms. He woke me up with a gentle shake just a few hours later, though. He'd turned the light on, probably so I could see when he signed, "I want to try sex again. I will go slower this time, so you can have an orgasm like before." As excuses to wake up your girlfriend in the middle of the night went, his wasn't too bad. We kissed again like we used to before we did the deed. Except this time, when we crawled all over each other, he pushed into me gently. Then he held me tight against him and slowly pumped into me until I crumpled in his arms, the orgasm he had promised washing over me. "Thank you," he signed with one hand after I was done. "No, thank you," I signed back, making my voice and my you sign super emphatic. We fell asleep again, grateful and in love with the dream of an even better tomorrow. Chapter 21. A few hours later, it all fell apart. "Wake up! Wake the fuck up!" I woke up to bright lights in my eyes. Not the morning sun, I realized, blinking against them. Flashlights. There were dozens of flashlights pointed at me. At us. Victor was sitting up in bed too, his arm a bar across my naked chest, as if he was trying to protect me. But from what? My eyes adjusted after a few moments. Then I immediately wish they hadn't. Men in dark SWAT uniforms surrounded us. One of them was yelling at Victor in rapid Japanese. I only understood it because my mom's favorite show, CSI, was fully dubbed over here. He was saying we were under arrest. "What's going on?" I asked Victor, instinctively reaching for him. But he didn't have access to his hands, and the uniforms pulled him away before I could touch him. They smashed him to the ground beside the bed, snapped handcuffs over his wrists, and then yanked him to his feet. "Victor!" I screamed as they dragged away from me. "It's okay. You can stop acting now, Dawn," one of the figures said in English, his voice loud and authoritative. "We got what we needed." "Dad?" I recognized the voice. It was my father. But what was he talking about? "Yeah, it's me, Dawn. Thank you for your service. I know that must have been scary having to spend the whole night with him, but we're here now. And thanks to you, we got everything we need to arrest Raymond Zhang and the other Red Diamond gang members. Victor Zhang will never bother you again." At first, I didn't get it. I was so confused. But then I did, with a sickening thud. My father wasn't what I thought he was. He wasn't a criminal. Just the opposite, in fact. He was involved in some kind of international law enforcement effort. And now he was talking to me like I'd been privy to his plan all along. "Victor," I whispered, trying to turn around. I needed to go to him. I had to let him know that what my dad had said wasn't true. But Dad grabbed onto me even tighter when I tried to get out of his hold, hugging me to him like I'd been gone years, not hours. "It's okay, honey. It's okay. Just let it out. I'm so sorry it got so far. I wish I'd been here to protect you from that prick." "Dad, no!" I cried. I struggled against him with all my might. But in the end, it didn't matter. By the time I broke free, Victor was gone, dragged out of his own bedroom by my dad's Japanese cohorts. Maybe I could catch up to him, explain that it wasn't what it looked like, that I hadn't known anything about this. I tried to run after them, but Dad caught me by the arm before I could leave. Dawn, listen to me," he said, his voice low and urgent. "We need your school jacket. Where is it?" I tried to get away again, but Dad wouldn't let me go. He held me there and ordered one of the men to throw him a blanket in his near-perfect Japanese. I didn't realize I was still naked until he wrapped it around me. Out loud, he proclaimed to anyone who might be listening that I had been traumatized. But in between all those booming proclamations, he whispered threats to handcuff me if I didn't play along. He told me I was acting crazy, that I had been brainwashed. Victor's father was a bad, bad guy. Protecting him would doom hundreds of girls my age to a terrible fate. I had to give him my school jacket for some reason. In the end, his words broke through. Sobbing and guilt-ridden, I fetched my school blazer from where Victor had shoved it along with my shirt underneath the couch in the front room. I'd later find out that the blazer had a spy camera implanted in the lapel. That's what my father had really been doing when he took my jacket to the cleaners last September. Looking back, I'm sure they would have found what they wanted with or without me. But my dad needed everyone else to see me cooperating. That was the only way to prove his story was real. I later found out that his job as Mr. Nakamura's guard had been part of a deep, international undercover sting. The kind of thing they wrote about in movies. When Victor's father had asked him about the daughter who knew ASL, Dad had seen it as the perfect opportunity to gather some possible intel on another crime ring. I hadn't gotten away with anything. He knew. He knew the entire time I was with Victor. But if anything, my footage had been a disappointment at first. Other than the beatdown of Jake Nakamura's two friends, I'd captured nothing of interest. But then, I had watched them kill the Boston snakehead. The camera in my jacket had recorded everything that happened in that garage. That meant when the time came to arrest his real target, Dad managed to net the head of the Red Diamond gang as well. My father didn't share much with me about the case after hauling me out of Victor's apartment in nothing but a bedsheet. But as often happened with criminal organizations, the Red Diamond members who were caught up in the sting were willing to snitch in exchange for lighter sentences. That intel led to successful raids across all of Red Diamond's Asian territories, and even a few in the States. The case was still ongoing by the time I left for Mount Holyoke, but the damage was everlasting. Victor and his family had been taken down because of me. He'd spared my life, and his gang had paid the price. In the end, I had to side with my father. Yes, I loved Victor, but there were things in this world that were more important than our young love. And my dad did share with me that the raids had broken up several trafficking rings, both the human and drug kind. Still, I would never forgive myself. And neither would Victor.
Chapter 22. Victor. 4 years later. No, don't do this, the gang leader begged as soon as Han removed the duct tape from his mouth. I'll make a deal with you, okay? Any deal you want. Just don't kill me. Please. Victor exchanged an annoyed look with his chosen brother. He'd had a feeling this was how things would go as soon as Han and 2 of their men arrived at their Chinatown warehouse, with the prisoner crazily thrashing about underneath a black hood. The head of the so-called murder crew wore a neon green tank top accessorized with several gold chains. And he was crying like a baby. Not exactly the image of a fearless leader, whatever his many tattoos might proclaim. It became obvious right away to Victor that he didn't have the professionalism or the stomach for the job. Not that his job satisfaction would matter much longer. It was just that Victor had been hoping for better behavior from the leader of the Vietnamese gang that had decided to encroach on territories long held by the 24K, a triad that had relocated to America shortly before the handover of Hong Kong back to the Chinese mainland. Victor's first kill had been over 4 years ago. Since then, he thought that at least one of the people whose lives he was about to end would meet their fate bravely. But here this man was, crying and begging and trying to strike last-minute deals just like all the others. All the others except for Dawn. A small voice inside his head reminded him. Victor hated that small voice. It popped up at the most inconvenient times. Along with that memory of her raising her chin and demanding a weapon so that she could go out fighting, not on her knees. He had admired her so much that night. He'd been so struck by her bravery, and honored that she would choose him, even after what she had witnessed him do. But that bravery of hers had been a lie, hadn't it? A tactic meant to stall him until her father's arrival. What do you want? Money? Girls? Guns? The desperate gang leader interrupted Victor's ill-advised trip down memory lane. I got all of them. Whatever you want. Just let me go, okay? Forget about Dawn. He'd been giving himself the same instruction for 4 years. He turned his full attention back to the matter at hand. Victor had been working harder than most men his age to make a name for himself and his fledgling triad in the global underworld. But not enough time had passed for his reputation to quite sink in beyond the other Chinese gangs. This man was woefully unaware that Victor never talked, nor did he negotiate with men he'd already decided to kill. But who needed words when actions spoke so much louder? He nodded toward the vintage surgical table, still covered with the blood of the last person who died on it. Cue more screaming as Victor's men dragged the gang leader over and strapped him down. This table, Victor had been told by the collector who had sold it to him, had been used by a private surgeon who operated in a time before anesthesia became widely available. So there were several straps, including one that belted around the patient's head. Han gave their men instructions in Cantonese to tie that one as tightly as possible. While they did that, Victor walked over to the wall directly to the table's left. Several of his tools hung on it, including a machete, his father's original axe from before he rose up the Red Diamond ranks, and even an actual scalpel graded for surgery. This was the hard part, trying to decide how he should end his victim's life. Of course, the Red Diamond had dozens of ritual killing styles from which to draw. But that triad was no more. His father was dead. And that meant there was no longer anyone to mentor Victor on how to handle this particular kind of killing. Decisions. No need to bring out the machete, he decided. The gang leader was covered in bold tattoos, but fairly scrawny underneath, so there would be no muscle to cut through. Victor hovered his hand over the scalpel, but no. That blade was too tiny, even for the weakling on the table. "Why are you doing this?" the gang leader demanded. If the man had been scared before, his upset took on a new level as he watched Victor consider all the life-ending weapons on the wall. He seemed to be, how did the Americans term it? Oh yes, freaking out. "Just tell me why!" he yelled at Victor. Why indeed? Victor highly doubted the gang leader would have liked his answer. Who wanted to hear that their life was being sacrificed purely as a meeting gift? When one thought about it, the gang leader was rather lucky that Victor couldn't answer him out loud. In any case, Victor ignored the question and gave his full attention to deciding which weapon he should use to kill him. "We're due to meet the 24K dragon at 5:30, Han reminded him. "Not much time." No, not much time at all. Victor would have to make a strong decision. His gaze fell on his father's axe, with its well-worn handle and gleaming blade. Guilt had kept him from using it before, but he had a feeling Raymond would approve of his original weapon's part in this killing. He picked up the axe, and the gang leader predictably lost it. A new foul stench filled the air, letting them know he had shit himself in fear. Now that was a first. He hadn't seen anyone lose control of their bodily functions since the Nakamura boy's friend pissed himself in that locker room. "Did Kwang send you?" the gang leader asked, tears rolling down his face as Victor approached. "How much is he paying you? I'll pay you double." So he thought this was about money. Fool. He never should have dared to put down chips for a game he didn't remotely understand. The 24K dragon had something this little weasel of a gang leader could never have. Power, influence, territory that needed defending from upstarts like the Vietnamese. Territory that he might be willing to share with the right partner. Victor already had plenty of money. When the silent triad stepped into the vacuum Red Diamond had left behind, accumulating wealth had been the easiest part. They had the connections of old-school triad members and the savvy of a modern mafia. So while other triads fell to the same type of sting operations that had ensnared his father and the Nakamura Gumi, the silent triad moved deftly, achieving their goals with ruthless precision. Often the authorities did not even know they were in the country. Not until a body surfaced with their signature calling card. The fingers of both hands removed, and the tongue cut out. Most often, by the time they found the body, it was too late. The silent triad had moved onto a new deal in another country, often on another continent. However, Now it was time to, how would one put it in the language of the English-speaking country they had decided to adopt for a much longer assignment? He supposed the term would be settle down. Yes, it was time to settle down. With that thought in mind, Victor raised the axe over his head and then ended all the gang leaders' protests with a single swing. Chapter 23. Other than all the crying and begging beforehand, it was a fairly straightforward killing. Kwang, the 24K dragon, was pleased that night when Victor presented the gang leader's tongueless head, literally, on a silver platter. They were in the back room of one of the 24K's clubs in Chelsea. The front of the venue was modern and upscale. Beautiful young people would soon fill it up with their louder-than-necessary conversation and posing for selfies. And as for their less rich and attractive counterparts, they would stand in line for hours for the privilege of paying too much for drinks, playing Spot the Celebrity, and dancing to music spun by one-name DJs. But the back of the club was the complete opposite. Only a select few were allowed in this space, and it was nothing less than an homage to old Hong Kong. Dark wood walls, red silk-covered furniture, and doors with stained-glass windows graced the large space with some ancient Chinese opera playing overhead. A Cantonese proverb was written across one wall. There was even an altar to Emperor Guan. Victor would bet money its placement followed the rules of feng shui. "I met your father once," the Kwang told Victor over cigars and whiskey. "You would have been proud to see the man you've become." Perhaps. Victor remained undecided about that. He had taken his reformed triad even further than his father had envisioned in a mere 4 years. But Raymond had died in a jail cell, a victim of aggressive cancer that had gone undetected until he started coughing up blood. It meant that he'd never have to serve the time for the charges brought against him, unlike Jake's grandfather. But he'd only been in there as part of a guilty plea deal. His father had agreed to plead guilty in exchange for them dropping the charges against his son, who hadn't managed to elude capture like Phantom and Han. Otherwise, Victor would be rotting in a Japanese jail cell himself. Victor was free, but forgiven? His father's old associates might think so. But Victor would never forgive himself. Fortunately, he didn't have to give the 24K dragon an answer. In the Chinese mafia underworld, the silent triad was more than a name. They were a reputation. So not expecting any reply from Victor, the 24K dragon moved on to the next subject. "About your proposal to share our New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut territories. I agree this might be a good idea. We have accumulated so many blessings that our many territories have become a bit unwieldy for us. It might be helpful to have a partner, someone to move on our behalf when we get in disagreements with the Irish and the Italians who believe the neighborhoods we wish to occupy belong to them. At least the ones who refuse to make deals with us." Kwang chose his words carefully. Victor approved. It meant that, unlike many of the old Hong Kong triads, the 24K might survive the changes that would keep on coming with the 21st century. The old triads were steeped in rituals and xenophobia. But the new triads had to be smarter, more adaptable than that. For the new triad's business was business, and they were open to deals with anyone good at making money. "It is rare to find a triad dragon as future-minded as you," Kwang observed, as if echoing back Victor's thoughts. But it is also rare to meet such a young dragon. I would like you to be a bit older before we come to a formal agreement. I have a daughter the same age as you, maybe 8 years younger. Han and Phantom flanked Victor, standing on his chair's right and left sides. It wouldn't have been polite to exchange looks with them, but he didn't have to see their expressions to know what they were thinking. 8 years was a lot younger than Victor, not the same age at all. I can't even trust her to drive, Kwang continued, apparently not seeing the discrepancy. She wrapped my Rolls-Royce around a tree just a few months ago, with 5 of her friends inside. Kwang slapped his knee and let out a barking laugh. It was a costly nightmare. She's out of control, that one. I wish I could trust her. He let a significant beat go by before adding, perhaps when she is married to a man with a firm hand, I can. This might have sounded like the words of a typical rich Chinese father, with typical rich Chinese daughter laments to an outsider. There were more Chinese millionaires than ever these days, and their children often landed on the front pages of tabloids for their outlandish escapades. But Victor was not so modern that he did not understand where Kwang was going with this. This time he did exchange a look with Han. Just the look. He found absolute silence suited him in negotiations, and he never signed. Fortunately, he never had to with Han nearby. Perhaps these problems with your daughter might be something Victor could help you with, Han suggested with a slight bow of his head. After we have proven ourselves to you in the States, of course. Of course, Kwang agreed, bowing his own head slightly. He raised his glass. Now we shall toast to our alliance. Gongbui. Victor couldn't repeat the words as Han and Phantom did, but he raised his glass all the same. Later, as Victor, Han, and Phantom settled into the club's VIP area to celebrate with the rest of their men, the colorful lights streaming overhead seemed to tell their story. Their future was looking very bright indeed. Is that who the fuck I think it is? Phantom asked, disrupting their celebration. Han and Victor looked over to see Luca Ferraro, the son of one of New York's most infamous crime families. He was drinking champagne with a large guy who looked to be of Middle Eastern descent. What's an Italian mobster doing at a Chinese-owned club? Han asked out loud what all 3 of them were thinking. He brought out his iPhone, his fingers flying over the keys. Want to make an example of him? Phantom asked. Give Kwang another head for his platter? Hold on, Han said, looking up from his phone. According to my contacts in their crew, he gave up his place in their family. Han cut his eyes towards Victor. For a girl. Yes. Victor's bout of temporary insanity had been forgiven, but forgotten? Not quite yet. I still don't like that he dared to come in here. He should know better than to walk up into another gang's territory without an invite, Phantom said. Maybe he doesn't know this place belongs to the 24K, Han answered. Phantom fisted a beefy hand on top of the shiny black table. Maybe I should give him an etiquette lesson then. Victor stopped the argument right there. Be smart, he signed to his cousin. This girl might be temporary, and we might want to do business with him someday. Future banking. Phantom rolled his eyes. He understood future banking, and he went along with it. But that didn't mean he liked it. Okay, guess I'll smash instead, he decided out loud. Then he ended up starting the fight he was so obviously spoiling for when he pulled a girl that was sitting on another guy's lap into his and told her, "Guess what? You just got upgraded." Victor and Han laughed at his antics, but closely watched Ferraro and his friend. They chatted pleasantly at first, but then their conversation got animated. Eventually, Ferraro stood up abruptly from the table, knocking his chair backward. His friend called after him, but Ferraro ignored him. However, the former Ferraro's scion stopped short when he saw two other men coming toward him, identical twin brothers. They looked even more Italian and even more mafia than Ferraro, with shaved heads and huge gold crosses hanging down from their thick necks. Ferraro's anger instantly faded, and he gave them both those half hugs that American men loved so much. Victor tensed. Maybe Phantom had been right. But then the three buddies turned around and headed for the exit. "Wonder what that's all about," Han said. He looked up from the phone he'd been texting on all night to watch Ferraro leave the club with his friends. Victor did too. But out loud he signed. "Who cares? He's nobody to us until he returns to his family." "Exactly," Han agreed. But then his chosen brother got quiet for a few moments before saying, "She's graduating." Victor looked over at Han. Luca Ferraro instantly forgotten. He didn't have to ask who she was. There was only one she. Still. And the only one more irritated about that than him was Han. Victor suspected his brother was only looking down at his phone again to avoid any follow-up questions. Victor shook his shoulder to get his attention. "When?" "Why does it matter?" Han asked, his face going stony. "That conversation was as close to a proposal as you're going to get before we prove ourselves to the 24K Dragon." True. Victor had all but promised himself to the 24K Dragon's spoiled daughter. But this wasn't about love. This was about revenge. He signed again. "When?" Han lowered his phone and let out a stream of Cantonese, cuss words and recriminations. Victor waited patiently. "You should forget about this girl already." Han switched back to signing now that he'd put down his phone. "Proving ourselves to Kwang. That should be the only thing on your mind." Victor considered his points, then asked, "Are you saying you don't trust me to oversee the East Coast? You think I can't handle our business and wrap up some loose strings from the past?" This wasn't a question. It was a direct challenge. If Han answered no, then by honor, they'd have to fight for control of the Silent Triad. If he answered yes, then he would be forced to give Victor the information he wanted. Victor knew he was a bastard for putting Han in this position. But he could be a bastard sometimes, especially when it came to her. In the end, Han let out another stream of explosive curses. Then he signed. Next week.
Chapter 24. Dawn. I can't believe we're finally graduating! My best friend, Leena Kumar, waved to her father in the audience as we lined up at the edge of the stage to receive our diplomas. I waved at my family too. Well, most of my family. My mother and brother were sitting next to Leena's father in the temporary bleachers they'd placed out on Skinner Green, the campus's center lawn. But my father had to work. A few months after Byron went off to Monmouth University in New Jersey, Dad moved my mom down to Texas. He'd been mostly out of town on a vague assignment ever since. But he'd called me the night before the ceremony to congratulate me on graduating from Mount Holyoke with a degree in biological sciences. The first step in building my mom's dream of me to become a doctor. "You made your mother and me real proud," he'd told me. "I just wish I could be there to see you walk across that stage." Uh-huh. With a cynicism I didn't have 4 years ago, I had wondered where he really was right now. Which criminals was he tricking this time? But that had been how I felt on the inside. On the outside, I had just thanked him for calling and murmured something about maybe visiting him and Mom in Texas soon. I kept up the act, because that was what our family did. We pretended, especially with each other. That still hadn't changed. But other than that, my life was totally different. I'd traded the cosmopolitan city of Tokyo for the bucolic college town of South Hadley, Massachusetts. All the free time I used to dedicate to drawing had been re-delegated to round-the-clock studying to keep up with all my science and math classes. I'd also made a best friend. Her name was Lena. She was Indian and black instead of Korean and black. Her mother was dead, not deaf like mine, and her eyes were much rounder than mine. But that was pretty much where our differences ended. She was also on the total parental guilt track to becoming a doctor, which was why she was standing right behind me in line to receive our bachelor in biological science degrees. She'd grown up with a tiger parent. And like me, she belonged to what our insanely body-positive dorm president called the Cute and Chubby Club. We'd both had to work our asses off to get good grades at Mount Holyoke. And I doubt I would have gotten into medical school if Lena hadn't always been willing to spend Friday nights with me, doing sexy things like studying crazy hard and running endless flashcards and assuring each other that this would somehow all be worth it in the end. Maybe it was. Our family members waved back at us from the bleachers, and both our tiger parents looked prouder than proud. Mom was right, I told myself, as the dean handing out diplomas started saying all the H names, and we got closer to the stage steps. Going to Mount Holyoke, and then eventually on to medical school, was a much more practical life path than putting all of my eggs in a teenage Chinese gangster's basket. My father had made sure to keep my name out of the reports after the Red Diamond Nakamura-gumi sting was finished. To his colleagues, he'd made me look like a dutiful daughter who went above and beyond to help him bring a bunch of criminals to justice. Meanwhile, Raymond Zhang had been put behind bars where he couldn't hurt anyone else. And Red Diamond had crumbled without their leader. Good. That meant everything that happened in Japan was in the past. And as for my future, that looked brighter than ever. I'd be starting med school at Manhattan University next fall, and I'd even lined up a fantastic internship for the summer with the Women's Disability Clinic, one of their most distinguished nonprofits. Everything had worked out in the end. I should be happy. "Why don't you look happy?" Lena asked me as we moved even closer to the stage. I didn't dare answer, her or myself. Instead, I ran through all my reminders yet again. Victor's father was a criminal. Extortion, money laundering, trafficking, the drugs, weapons, and humankind. He deserved nothing less than to rot away in prison for the rest of his life. He wasn't a good guy. And neither was Victor, if he followed in his father's footsteps, which, according to my father, was exactly what Victor planned to do. no matter what lies that boy told you to get in your pants. What we had, the promises we made each other, it wasn't real. I had matured and could see first love for what it really was now. College was a dumpster fire when it came to carrying over high school relationships. So many of my friends at Mount Holyoke had dumped and been dumped over the phone, sometimes over emails and texts. It wasn't a good idea to expect your first love to last through your first year of college, much less marry him beforehand. Everything Victor and I had planned could have only ended in disaster. There was no reason I should still be thinking about him. But that was exactly what I'd been doing for the last 4 years. I had even looked up when Tufts' graduation would be at the beginning of May, and I'd sighed when I saw it was scheduled for a week before mine. It wasn't like he was there. I had no idea where he was in the world right now, but it wasn't there. He was somewhere far away. And that future I'd imagined for us had been nothing more than a silly girl's fantasy. I hated, absolutely hated, that I couldn't stop daydreaming about the parallel timeline where we pulled it off. I had tried my best to enjoy my college experience. Still, every break was tinged with sadness, especially when I went home with Lena to Boston, the place where I would have visited Victor whenever I could in my alternate timeline. And when I was studying in the library with Lena on Friday nights, I often wondered what it would have been like to take the Peter Pan bus over to Tufts and spend the whole weekend doing the same thing with Victor. There was this wild despondency always lurking just below the surface. I rarely let my hair down, but when I did, it got nasty. I'd earned a bad reputation at college for drinking too much at parties and then weeping all night over things I couldn't talk about to anyone about even when I was drunk. But that was nothing to tell Lena. The fact was, I should be happy. There was absolutely no reason not to be. I was graduating with honors. I had my whole life in front of me. I pasted on a smile for Lena, pretending to be all the things I should be. Sorry, I was just thinking about everything I have to do before moving to New York. Yeah, I bet. I can't believe you got such a great internship. Lena cut off, probably realizing how that might sound. Manhattan University had turned her down, and pretty much every other med program she had applied to with me. But I knew she was happy for me and wouldn't ever want to come off as catty or jealous. If I had been animating her, I would have drawn some embarrassed smoke coming out of her head and a chibi version of her bending over backward as she said, "I mean, I do believe it. You're brilliant, and you deserve the world. It's just such a great match for you. It's like your life couldn't have worked out any better. That's so cool." "Is it a great match for me?" I asked, my smile slipping just a little bit. I never told Lena about my art dreams. We'd both been too busy just trying to get decent grades. But another detail from my parallel timeline spun into my mind then. The college acceptance email I never answered from RISD. What would it have been like to go there? To major in animation and maybe start making the stories that still unfurled in my head sometimes, no matter how much math I threw at them. I loved Lena. There were no words in the world to express how nice it was to meet someone with a similar background and worldview after 18 years of feeling like a freak. But sometimes it felt like I was only pretending to be the person she thought of as her best friend, the person who'd gotten that internship. having everything work out exactly as it should feels super weird, I confessed to her. Like I'm playing a role somebody else assigned to me. Lena nodded knowingly. Sounds like you're struggling with imposter syndrome. I was reading an article in Psychology Now about how a lot of grads feel like that, no matter how much they've achieved. I grinned at her answer. Lena's forbidden love wasn't nearly as secret as mine. Ever since I met her, she'd been obsessed with modern psychology. So, have you broken it to your dad that you'll be interning at that kid's therapy program, instead of trying to get a job that will look good on your next round of med school applications? I asked. Lena rolled her eyes. No, he's still getting over my perfect Indian boyfriend dumping me. No need to pile on. Now it was my turn to dig. Are you still getting over your Indian boyfriend? Who, by the way, was not so perfect if he didn't see your value, girl. Lena had been a little off ever since our trip to Daytona for spring break. We'd gone there just a few days after Rohan, her zero-personality Indian boyfriend, dumped her, claiming he just couldn't date someone without his mother's approval. I had thought that it would be a good way for my best friend to finally blow off some steam. And the first night, she'd actually put on a bikini and talked to some hockey players who'd flown down for spring break too. But she'd ended throwing deuces the next day and cutting out early. She hadn't seemed that broken up about Rohan when we flew down to Florida, so I had to wonder if something else had happened over spring break. Granted, it could just be guilt making me think she was acting weird. I got so wasted the first night of our spring break that I woke up the next morning with a hangover to end all hangovers. Lena was nowhere to be found when I crawled out of bed. And when the two other friends we'd flew down with and I came back from our hair of the dog mimosa brunch, which had turned into late afternoon shots, we found her packing up her stuff. She claimed that she didn't feel comfortable spending a full week in Daytona when she was behind in all her classes. And listen, I would have totally understood if she had decided she had better things to do than hold back my hair for a whole week of partying. Still, I couldn't help but wonder if her leaving so abruptly was about something else. Maybe someone else. I thought about that crazy hot guy she'd run into at the beach bar below our hotel the first night she was there. The one I vaguely remembered her saying had been some hockey douche from high school. Did she have a Victor, too? I'm fine, she insisted, pasting on a smile even brighter and faker than mine. Are you, though? I asked. Are you? She shot back. Dawn Kingston, the dean called out before either of us could answer. There came a polite smattering of applause, and I waved to my mom and Byron again as I jogged up the steps. Mom was clapping way more happily than anyone else. She only stopped to dab her eyes with a tissue. This was worth it, I decided as I walked toward my diploma. I was living Mom's dream, the one she had never gotten to have, growing up poor in Korea. This was worth it, totally worth. Another sight iced over my blood. A man was standing between the rows of stadium seating. He was tall and Asian and dressed in a well-tailored white suit. His hair was much shorter than when I saw him last, but other than that, he looked exactly like Victor. But it couldn't be Victor. Could it? He wasn't clapping like everyone else. He just stood there, stony and silent. Our eyes connected as I walked across the stage. Miss Kingston! Miss Kingston! The sound of a voice calling my name brought me back to the stage. I looked over my shoulder to find the dean handing out diplomas in my rear view. She was waving the leather-bound black sleeve with the diploma I had forgotten to take from her at me. "Sorry about that," I apologized, jogging back to get it. "Oh, it happens all the time, dear," she answered with a laugh. "These graduations are just so overstimulating." But Lena, who was next in line, didn't let me off the hook nearly as easily. "What was that all about?" she asked when she joined me on the side of the stage after collecting her own diploma. "Who were you staring at out in the audience?" I looked back to the section between the bleachers. I thought I saw someone The "new" trailed off when I found the place where I thought I spotted Victor empty. He was gone. Or, more likely, he was never there at all. I'd probably imagined him on my freaking graduation day. Seriously, what was wrong with me? Chapter 25. I asked myself that same question several times over the next 24 hours. And not just because of that crazy Victor sighting. Lena had everything packed and ready to go a week before graduation, but I hadn't taken so much as a poster down from my wall, and I was due to get on a bus to New York at 2 p.m. Remember how I said that sometimes the emotions we're trying to suppress manifest in strange ways? Lena asked when she saw the state of my dorm room. She helped me the best she could the morning after graduation, but her father had already checked out of his hotel, and he was waiting to drive her back to Boston. She gave me a wave from the doorway before she left around noon. "Good luck, and call me to let me know you got to New York safely." "I will," I promised. I was too distracted by all the stuff I still had to pack before my Peter Pan bus left for NYC to cross the room and hug her. Not giving her a real goodbye was something I'd come to regret in the years to come. If I'd known this would be the last time I would be seeing her, I would have made the moment count. I would have thanked her for being the best friend I'd ever had, and I would have apologized for what was about to come next, in what we'd both assumed would be a lifelong friendship. But I didn't know that back then, so I just let her go with a little wave. And when a knock sounded on my door 5 minutes later, I climbed over all my boxes with a self-deprecating, "Hold on, just have to get past all of these suppressed emotions." I opened the door with a teasing grin. "Did you forget something?" But the smile dropped off my face when I saw the person standing on the other side of the door, the man who was definitely not Lena. It had been over 4 years, but you don't forget a face like his. Phantom. Phantom was standing at my door. Chapter 26. I woke up. I couldn't have told you how much time it was later. At first, I assumed I must be on the Peter Pan from Massachusetts to New York. But no. Wherever I was, it smelled expensive, in a faintly familiar way, like leather and expensive Japanese whiskey. And suddenly, I knew exactly where I was, even before I opened my eyes. Still, I gasped and bolted into a seated position when I found Victor sitting across from me. So he was the guy I saw yesterday. Today's suit wasn't white. It was dark blue and went perfectly with the tan leather seat framing him from behind. I wildly wondered if he had dressed to match the car's interior. He was still so insanely hot. It was hard to look at him. However, he was much thinner. No, thin wasn't the right word. His body was still packed with muscle underneath his jacket, but his face wasn't as filled out as I remember. Its lines were sharper, angrier. He looked even more like a raven now, a portrait of cold, black raven rage. As shocked as I was to see him, he didn't so much as flinch when I sat up so abruptly after finding myself in the back of his car. He said nothing, did nothing. He seemed to be waiting for me to speak. So I did, with my heart beating in my throat. What's going on? What am I doing here? Victor regarded me for a long, cold moment. Then he raised his hands to ask, "Have you forgotten your CSL? You did such a good job learning it to trick me." Both my mom and Byron had hearing implants now. And even if they didn't, I barely saw them. I barely used ASL these days, much less CSL. But I gave it the proverbial college try, just to say as best I could in my old mashup of ASL and CSL, "Yes, I forgot it. I didn't know there would be a test." Another cold beat. Honestly, it was like getting stared down by an iceberg. Then, "You are less afraid than when I saw you last. Or perhaps this is the real you, now that you are no longer acting." "I was never acting," I answered, my ASL coming back, along with a rush of anger. "Not like you were." He crooked his head, a lion regarding a mouse. "Yet, it is you who are living a happy and carefree life in America, after destroying everything my father built." I could argue with him, sure. I could try to defend myself. But people don't order their goons to drug and kidnap other people when they're honestly open to hearing their kidnappees' side of the story. "So, this is about revenge?" I asked, trying not to let how scared and confused I was seep into my voice. Also, I had to substitute in the signs for fight and payback since I didn't remember the one for revenge. "We are here for many reasons. Revenge." Of course, he used the correct ASL sign for that word. Also, HONOR. I am spelling that out because I'm sure you don't know the sign for that word. He was right about that, damn him. But instead of confirming it, I asked, "So what exactly is honorable about drugging and kidnapping me from my dorm room?" "I think you forgot what day it is." No, actually. I knew exactly what day it was. May 25th. It was the day that we were supposed to have gotten married. The most important day in our alternative timeline. I'd been trying not to note our never anniversary for 4 years. But I didn't want to play Victor's game, so I raised my hands to ask and sign, "Why am I here? Why did you drug and kidnap me?" Damn rusty ASL. I said the word kidnap out loud, but had to settle for putting extra emphasis on the sign for take. A smile formed on his lips, but didn't quite reach his eyes. "Your father has gone undercover with a Mexican cartel now. Maybe he does not know that the world has changed. We are no longer as separate as we were in the past. Our organizations, mine especially, work together with other organizations. We share information for mutual benefit." He was finally smiling, but his words rolled my stomach. Suddenly, I was all out of less afraid responses, and my throat clogged up with horror. Victor continued, as if he hadn't just threatened to out my dad to a group of infamously brutal gangsters. "And I hear your brother has dropped out of college and decided to become a police officer. How nice that he is following in your father's footsteps. I hope he doesn't get killed by an unknown criminal while performing his job. That would be very sad for your mother. She would only have you then. And I imagine you would feel very guilty about what your actions brought down on your family." I narrowed my eyes at him, helpless anger competing with abject fear for control of my mouth. They both won. "So you're threatening my entire family now?" "No," he answered right away. But any relief I might have felt disappeared when he informed me, "I'm promising to destroy your family. Unless..." He stopped there, that malignant smile of his spreading even wider to reveal his perfect white teeth. I waited and waited, but the car filled with more silence until I was forced to ask, "Unless what? What could possibly keep you from hurting them? From hurting me?" He honestly seemed to consider my question before answering, 10 years. I didn't understand. 10 years? What do you mean, 10 years? I've done some calculations, and I've decided that 10 years of ownership is what I would require as payback for what you did. I shook my head at him. Confusion and fear twisted my stomach. Ownership? Ownership of what? What could I possibly have that you want? He stared at me for a few dead-eyed seconds, then he said, "Of course I'm talking about ownership of you, Dawn." The water composition in a woman's body ranges from 45% to 65%. I learned about that in excruciating detail to get my degree. But my throat dried out, as if there was no liquid to be had in my body at all. After several tries, I managed to raise my hands to ask, what exactly would this ownership entail? Instead of answering me, he looked out the car's tinted window. So I did too. Outside, a busy street rolled by, lined with the large brick and columns buildings I'd become used to seeing all the time in New England. But I didn't think we were still in Western Massachusetts. The streets were a little wider here, filled with a few more cars. Victor started signing again. "We have made it to our destination." As if to punctuate his words, the car pulled to a smooth stop in front of a building with the words Providence Town Hall engraved across it. Strangely, I still remembered the signs for both the city and the state. I'd spoken about my dreams with Victor so often, they had become permanently engraved in my memory. But I was too shocked to use either of them when I asked, "What are we doing in Providence, Rhode Island?" Again, he didn't answer, at least not with signs. He reached into his pocket and brought out a small, silk-covered square box. When he popped it open, I found a band, a stripe of black onyx, sandwiched between two bars of stainless steel. I don't understand, I said, looking from the ring box to him. Victor's eyes flashed, electric and black. Then he set the ring box down to sign 2 words in CSL. 2 words I understood, even after all this time and rust. You and Will. The story continues in Victor, Her Ruthless Owner. Curious about what really happened to Dawn's best friend Lena on spring break? Make sure to listen to Keen, Her Ruthless Ex. This has been Victor, Her Ruthless Crush, written by Theodora Taylor, narrated by Rex Yoon and Layla Alari, both members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by One Night Stand Studios. Post by Simplify Productions. Text copyright 2021 by Theodora Taylor. Production copyright 2021 by Theodora Taylor. All rights reserved.